Welcome to the ultimate Next.js course. In this 19-hour comprehensive guide, we will build a full-featured Slack clone using the latest technologies, including Next.js, Typescript, Supabase, Tailwind CSS, and more. Throughout this course, we will dive into Next.js and TypeScript, leveraging Supabase for our backend, where we're going to work with RPC calls, the Supabase storage, and we are also going to write SQL. And that's not all, because we will also take a look at RLS, where we're going to be working with row level security to add added security to our database tables. You will learn how to style your application with Tailwind CSS and Shadcn UI, and we are going to implement authentication using Google Auth, GitHub Auth, and email authentication with Magic Link. We will also cover React Query, Tiptap React for rich text editing, Zod for schema validation, React Hook Form for form management, Socket.io for real-time communication, Zustand for state management, and Born as our package manager, and Uploadthing for handling file uploads. Our Slack clone app comes packed with features. Authentication. We're also going to have the ability to create workspace, create channel, direct messaging, video call, audio call, screen sharing, workspace invitation, channel invitation, multi-role user authentications with roles like user, admin, and regulator, dark and light theme, middleware in Next.js, and advanced practices. By the end of this course, you will have a deep understanding of Next.js and a solid foundation in building full-stack applications. You will master essential tools and libraries, improve your front-end and back-end skills, and be able to create robust real-time applications. I have also included timestamps in the description for easy navigation throughout the course. Join our Discord group for mentorship, questions, and recommendations. Plus, you will have access to all the SQL scripts we write during the course. In order to take this course, you don't need any prior knowledge of Next.js. I will guide you through every step, ensuring you understand each concept thoroughly. So get ready to transform your development skills and build amazing Slack clone. Let's dive in and start coding. Hello my friends, and welcome back. So at this point, we are going to be creating a WebSocket provider that we can use to wrap our entire application. Now for that, I'm going to close all the tabs that we have open and come over to your app. I'm just going to collapse all of these. Okay, so what's going to happen now, we should come over to the source folder, and in the source, we want to come over to the providers. And here in provider, we already have two providers from previous, but we need to create a new provider for our WebSocket. So here we are going to have our websocket.tsx file, and this provider is going to be a client provider. We can mark it using the use client direct. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is to export a const, and this is going to be a hook that we are going to be making use of before we can have the WebSocket provider. And I think for now I'm just going to go with the Copilot suggestion here, but we need to have our hook. So right here, let's have our const, which we are going to export. So we're going to export const use socket, and use socket is going to be equal to this function, and this function we just need to return our use context hook, which is going to take our socket context. So here, let's return our use context, and use context should be imported from React. And you see over here, Copilot says we need a socket context, and we actually do need a socket context. Okay, so to create a socket context, let's do that right here. We can have socket context, which is going to be equal to the create context, and create context needs to be imported from React. So we have create context, and in here we can now provide the default value, which you see over here is an object. And you see this is a type of context, which is also a generic type. Now we can make use of this generic type over here by coming over here to define the type of properties that we intend to store in this context. Let's define it right up here. So here we are going to need a type, and this type we are going to have here is going to be socket context type, which is going to be equal to this function, actually equal to this object. Now we can copy this type and pass it right over here. Now the default values we want to have is a socket, which is going to be equal to null, and here let's have our socket, and socket is going to be of type socket. Okay, and this socket, we haven't actually installed it into our application. So let's install the packages that we need for our WebSocket connection. So we're going to say bourne install socket.io-client like this. So to go on and install this, so socket.io-client. Now we have it installed. We're going to install more packages as we continue building out our project. So let's bourne run dev to restart our application. And now we can come over here and import the socket from the package that we just installed. Now, if you don't get the autocomplete, we are going to import it ourselves. And you see, we import IO and socket, which is coming in from the client, socket IO client that we just installed. Okay, so let's continue building our project, because this is going to be used as a type, or we can just rename it to socket IO, client IO like this. Okay, so we have the socket, which is going to be of type socket, or it could be null. So let's map it like that. And we are also going to need a boolean to keep track of when we are connected or not. And then we're going to have is connected, which is going to be of type boolean. So that means we can come back to our default values and say, hey, we are going to have this is connected, which is by default going to be false. And we are also going to have our socket, which by default is going to be null. Now we can focus more on here, and we can say this is going to be of type FC. FC should be imported from React, and here we can define the type that we need. So this is going to be holding children, because we are going to be wrapping our entire application with it, and we can say children is of type React node. React node should be imported from React. Now, as we map this as FC, which stands for functional component, we have an error. And the error is because we are not returning JSX. We're going to get to returning JSX, but we need to store some values in our state. Now, for that, we need to import useState, and useState should come in from React. So let's bring it in, useState from React. And this useState is going to be holding the type of socket or null, and by default is going to be null. So what we can do here is to say socket, and here we can have set socket, which is going to be the values or the variables we can use to update the socket and store the socket. And we also want to know if our socket is connected. We can also store that in our state. Then let's come down below and make use of our use effect. So here we are going to have our use effect. Use effect should also be imported from React, and these are all our imports here. And with use effect, we have our effect callback, and here we have our dependency array. So let's fill in this our use effect with live. The first thing we want to do is to have access to our site URL. So const site URL, and this is going to be coming in from our process.env.nextPublic site URL. Now, because we're going to be making a change in our environment variable, then we need to quit our dev server, and we can copy this, come over to the env.local file, and right over here, we are going to paste in the nextPublic site URL, which is going to be equal to this for now. With this value saved, you can, save this file and restart back your process by running bourne run dev. And while that's coming up, I'm just going to restart our application. Okay, so now we have the site URL. We can just have a check here, just in case we don't have the site URL. Now, if there's no site URL, we just also want to print to the console. So here we are going to have console.log, and we're going to say site URL not found, or we can come here and say our nextPublic site URL is not defined. All right, so with this saved, next thing we're going to have is our socket instance. And to have our socket instance, we are going to come here and say const socket instance, and socket instance is going to be equal to that client IO. Remember this IO that we have over here, that we renamed as client IO. So here we're going to say it's equal to client IO like this. And in here, it needs the site URL. We're going to pass in the site URL, and then it can take in a couple of options. Now, options it can take includes path, and the path we are going to pass is going to now be the path where we are going to be connecting to our WebSocket. Now, we don't have this path defined yet, so /API, and I'm just going to rename it to be /API/web_socket, and then you can give it ./io like this. This is definitely going to give us some connections error as we don't have this path defined yet. So this API, if we come over to our pages, we don't have this yet, .io, we just have 4 messages. Okay, so we need to create a route handler for this path. We are going to do that in a second. Now, after the path, we also have this to add trailing slash, and we don't want to add trailing slash, so we're going to leave that at false. So this gives us our socket instance once the connection to this path is successful, and then we can listen to connection request here. So we have our socket instance.onConnect. What we want to do is to set connected to true, which is this variable that we have over here. And the next thing we want to have is for this connection, and we want to set is connected to false. And once we are done with that, we want to set our socket to our socket instance, and this is this set socket here, which is going to be this value. So here we are going to set our socket to be holding the socket instance as value. Now it's the time for us to do some cleanup, and doing some cleanup is to make sure that we are going to return our socket instance and then call .disconnect. So here we are going to have our return, and in our return we are going to call socket instance, and we can call disconnect like this. All right, so this is our use effect, and this is the connection process. We still have an error here because we are not returning JSX yet, but we are going to be doing that in a second. So for us to return JSX, just right here, we can now have our body and say we need to return, and sorry, this is still inside the use effect. I'm just going to zoom out so we know where we are at. This is our use effect. You can collapse this, and you can see now here we need to return. So I'm just going to bring this back and zoom back out. So here let's have our return, and we need to return our socket context. And socket context, remember, is what we defined right up top here, our socket context. So here we're going to have our socket context, and we want to make sure that we have the children prop that we destructured from above, and we're having errors because context needs the initial value. So here we're going to have value, and value is going to be equal to this object like this, where we're going to have the socket, and also we are going to have is connected like this. Okay, so but we forgot to add .provider here, and everything should now be fine. All right, so let's make sure we are exporting this component. We are exporting our WebSocket provider. Now we have our WebSocket provider. The question is, where do we use it? So if we come over to our source, so right here in the source folder, and in the source folder, we come over to our app, and right in our app, we have this main, which is the main layout. We also have this layout, but you see this layout is just mainly for the authentication. This main layout over here is the layout where, let me get it in a second. So source, and inside source we have the app, and in app we have main. So this main layout is the layout where we have most of our setup done, and for that reason we are going to have our socket provider here. So let's bring in our socket provider, WebSocket provider like this, and we are going to wrap the entire application with the WebSocket provider. We have an error because we need to import this into this file, so let's bring it in, and I'm going to rearrange the order of imports and then save our layout. Okay, so we have our WebSocket connection now done. You can take the entire code on GitHub. So the next step of building out our Slack clone, if you come over to our app, our providers, and here in the provider we have our WebSocket. You see here that we are trying to connect to this URL, This is definitely going to fail. So for that, let's have this URL to make sure that we are handling our WebSocket connection. And for that, let's come right here and here in the pages folder. So here where we have the pages folder and here where we have WebSocket. So the URL is API/WebSocket. And now we need to create a new file, and this file is going to be io.ts. Okay, so your breadcrumb should look something like this: source, pages, API, WebSocket, and now you should have io.ts, and your file structure should also look something like this. So we need to have our handler. So we're going to say const handler, and handler is going to be equal to a function like this. And we shouldn't forget to export default handler. Alright, so let's bring in our next API request, which will be coming in from next. And now for the response, we need to make use of our own custom type. Now remember also somewhere here, we made use of this response because we didn't have the ability to emit. Now we are working on our WebSocket connection. We are going to make sure just right over here, before we return a response, we do our WebSocket here. So emit message to the channel. Okay, so but let's continue here, and before we work on, and I think now is the best time for us to work on this response type. And for us to work on it, let's come over to our types, and here in our types in our app.ts we need another type. So we're going to export this type, which we are going to call socket io API response, like this. And this is going to be a combination of the next API response, which should be imported from next. And we are going to add our own custom type. So the type we want to add is this socket, and socket is going to be of type socket like this. Now this socket should be imported from net. So if you come right to the top, I can't scroll. So let me come here and come back here. So here we are going to have some imports. First, we need to import server, as we can call it net server, and we also need to import socket, and socket is going to be coming in from net like this. So from net. And that's not all, we also have our next API response from next, and lastly we need to import server as socket io server, which will be coming in from socket io. Now we don't have the socket io installed in our project, and we already have an error here, which we are going to be fixing in a second. Now for now, I'm going to shut down the server, and we can say burn install socket.io like this to go on and run the installation. And once you have it installed, you can restart your application, burn run dev, and give this a reload as well. Okay, so now we are going to come down here, and we need to import server. Okay, and server will be coming in as socket io server, and this is going to be coming in from socket io like this. Now we have two socket imports. These are the socket imports, and we also have this. So I'm just going to get rid of one of them here, and everything should be fine. Okay, so we can come down to creating our own custom type, and the next type we want to change here is going to be an object. So we can have this object like this. We're going to have the server, and this server is going to be this net server like this. And we also want to change this object where we're going to have io, and io is going to be the socket io server. Hopefully you got everything and you didn't get everything tangled up. This is the type. You can just double check, and also double check that you have your imports correct. So I'm going to save this, and now we can come back to our io.ts, and right over here we need to have our response here. So let's bring it in. We called it socket io or socket io API response. If we don't have the export, we are exporting it here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in here and try to now import it like this. Then I'm going to rearrange the order of imports here. So what are we going to do? We are going to first have a check. We're going to say if there is no response.socket.server.io, In that case, we want to go on and have our response.socket.server.io is going to be equal to initialize socket server. Initialize socket server. Now this initialize socket server is a function that we need to create. So right here at the top, we are going to create this initialize socket server, which is going to be equal to this function. Now this function is going to take in the HTTP server. So here, let's expect the HTTP server, and this HTTP server is going to be of type net server, and net server should be imported from HTTP. So if you don't get the import, you can come right here and import server, and you can import it as net server. It's not going to be coming in from net, it's going to be coming in from HTTP like this. All right, and you can say this function is going to be returning a socket server. So let's map it here like this. And if you don't get this socket server, you also need to import it from socket.io. So here we need to import server as socket server, should come from socket.io. And we have an error because we are not returning anything yet from this function. So what we can say here in this function is to first get the path. So the path is going to be equal to API/WebSocket/IO like this. And then we want to come over here and return a new socket server like this. So return new socket server is taking the HTTP server that is passed into this function. And that is the first argument here. And then it needs the options. The option is the path, and it also has this add trailing slash, which is going to be equal to false. So that's what this function returns. And we have an error because we are not passing the HTTP server, which this function needs. So to pass the server, we are going to come here and say response.socket.server.io like this. And we can add Typescript and say, oh, this can work fine like this. And we are good to go. Or you can say as unknown if you want to explicit with Typescript. And then you can mark it as net server. Okay, so now we are going to have this, and if we don't enter here, then we need to res.end. And you can check your terminal at this point if you have any errors, and you see we definitely have some errors. And you see this error is there, and our WebSocket connection is also failing. So here, if you come over to your network tab, you will see this is currently failing. Now, by the time we have saved the changes to this file, we expect everything to be working as fine. And to be sure everything is working fine, you see now we are getting 200, and previously we were getting result of 500. This is to show that our WebSocket connection is now working fine. So now you see we are getting 200, and you should no longer be getting 500 anymore. All right, so cool. This makes so much sense. So please make sure that you're not having any errors at this point. If you're still having some errors because your connection is failing, the way to debug this is first, make sure you quit your server, make sure you bring it back up, make sure you don't have any typos here. And the way this is working in a nutshell is we come over here, our providers. So if you come over to your providers, we have this WebSocket provider that we created. And this WebSocket provider is wrapping our entire application, because if you come over to your main, and in your app, your main, your layout, you see that we are using this WebSocket provider here. Now, because we are using this WebSocket provider here, when your app starts, it comes into this file and then it tries to connect to the socket, because we have this in the use effect. So you see here, it is looking for connection to this path for this your site URL. And if it can't find this connection, then you're going to be having errors on connect. So what is going to happen next to fix an errors is come over to your API, your pages API WebSocket, create a path that looks like this. And here, this is it, pages API WebSocket, and we have this io.ts file. Now this file is going to help us with the WebSocket connection, and you should no longer be having errors. So make sure you copy and paste these files in case you missed something, and don't forget this type. And this type that we created here, we are going to also be making use of it here to emit. And that means we can also update this response. Now, if you come over to the app, we created this socket IO response. We can now update this response to be equal to that socket IO response. So let's bring it in, and then we can no longer make use of the next API response. Thank you. The next thing we want to do now in building out our application, make sure you don't have any errors. You can just double check. Everything is working fine. Check your network tab. Your connection to WebSocket is going fine. You have a status of 200. The next thing we are going to do is to make sure that we can now fetch messages. And then we are going to work on displaying the messages that we are fetching right in this component. Thank you. I am so excited to continue learning with you. Hello my friends, and welcome back. So the next step in application is to make sure that we can fetch the message that we are creating. Now we need to make some changes in order for everything to work fine, and also for our WebSocket connection to work fine. So come into your project. I'm going to zoom in a bit so it's clear for everyone to see. And remember, if you come over to the pages and the pages API WebSocket, we have our messages path here. And here in the index.ts file, we want to make sure that we are emitting to any connected device, any connected socket, the message that we send, and we have this placeholder here. So the message, whenever we save a new message, we want to make sure that we emit the message to the connected devices. And for that, right here where we had the placeholder, we are going to also send back a response. So we are going to be sending back a response dot socket, and this is going to have dot server, and we want to also go dot io like this, and then dot emit. And this emit is going to take a key, and then it's going to take a value. Now the value we are going to be emitting back is this value we have over here, and this is called data. And for the key, which is what we are going to have here, the key is going to be unique for all connected devices. So for that, we can use backtick and give it the name of channel and add the semicolon. And here we are going to insert the channel ID, and also we are going to insert, give it the name of channel -messages. So this is very important. So make sure you don't have any typo here, or we can also abstract this to a variable, whichever you like, but this is going to come in handy. And something else we want to do here, where we select and we return this, we also want to go on and have an order here. So we're going to order this by created at, and ascending is going to be true like this. So these are the changes. I'm going to zoom out, or I zoom in. I hope it's clear. So these are the changes, and we can continue building out our project. So up next, we need to come over to our pages, and here in our pages, so in our app main, and here we will have workspace, the workspace ID, and here we have channel ID, and the page.tsx. So we are going to be working here, and in this file we are going to be doing some changes. So the change we are going to do is to create a new component. So come over to the components folder and create a new file, and we can call this chat group file. Is going to come in handy, and chatgroup.tsx like this. And here we can bootstrap the React.js component and give it a name of chat group. Now obviously this is going to be used on the client, so let's have our use client directive right on the top like this, and save this. Now this chat group is going to be rendered here, and that means we are going to move all these code files that we have, we are going to move them into the chat group. So I'm going to zoom out, and all this code that we have over here that we have written is now going to be living right inside this chat group, and whatever this chat group needs, we are going to be passing it down as prob. So what's going to happen is, first I'm going to cut everything that we have here. So I'm going to cut this and just collapse these two, and then I'm going to cut like this, and sorry, I'm going to cut, come over to the chat group component, and then for now I'm just going to return these fragments and paste it in. Obviously we have errors, so we're going to be coming back to the errors that we face here, but here we can now bring in the chat group component, which should be imported from at components and chat group. So let's see the changes that we need to make here. We definitely need all of these to still be here, but then this chat group is going to be taking in some props. So right inside this chat group component, let's come right here and bring in FC. FC should be imported from React, and we can mark the type of props that we are going to be receiving here. So let's have this type, and we can call it chat group props, which is going to be equal to this function, and this is going to be taken in the type, and the type is going to be either channel or is going to be of type direct message. And let's just have a channel with an uppercase C right here, and we also need a socket URL. So let's bring in the socket URL. Sorry, just fix this typo. Socket URL is going to be of type string, and we also need the API URL, which is going to be of type string, and we need the header title, and the header title is going to be of type string. We also need the chat ID, and chat ID is going to be of type string. We need the socket query, and the socket query is going to be of type record, and a record which is going to take a string as a key and the string as a value. And then we need the param key, and the param key is going to be of type channel ID. So here we're going to have channel ID, or it's going to have a type of recipient ID like this, and this channel ID is going to be a smaller case c. So maybe I zoom in a bit so it's clearer for us. And then after the param key, next is going to be the param value, and the param value is going to be of type string. Now we can take this type and assign it over here, and what it means is that over here we can now destructure the different types: the API URL, the chat ID, the header title. We can also bring in the param key, then we can bring in the param value. We can also bring in the socket URL, bring in the socket URL, the socket query, the socket URL, and also the type. All right, so now we have all of these imports here. We are definitely going to be having error because we are not passing the types here. So let's come over to the page.tsx and make sure we are passing the correct type here. So here it needs the type, and the type we are going to pass here is going to be channel or direct message. So because we are in a channel, this is going to have the type of channel, and then it's also going to need the user data, and that is another type we didn't pass here, so we still have more. We need the user data. The user data is going to be of type user, and user should come from our app, and I'm just going to separate it from the React.js imports. And then we also need the current channel data. We also need the current workspace data, and this is going to be of type workspace, which should be imported from our app. And quickly, I'm just going to move this to the top and bring this below. Okay, so also let's bring in the current channel data, and the current channel data is going to be of type channel. Should come from our type, or it could be undefined in case of one-on-one conversation. And then we also need to bring in the user workspace data, and the user workspace data is going to be an array of workspace. And we also need the user channels data. So user channels data is going to be of type channels array. And lastly, we want to bring in the slug, and the slug is going to be of type string like this. All right, so this is a bunch of props that is taken in, and you're going to see where all of these are going to be used. So make sure you don't have any typos here. We're going to need it. And here we can now provide the type. So user data is going to be of type user data, which we have already somewhere here. We are getting from our get user data. And we also need the current channel data, and the current channel data is going to be equal to current channel data, which we also have defined right in here. And the next we can provide is the current workspace data, which is also going to be equal to the current workspace data. And next we need is the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to the slug. Actually, if we come right here, you see we have these params. We have the workspace ID, which is this value, and we have the channel ID, which is this value. So in this case, the slug is going to be the workspace ID. So here we should make sure we pass the workspace ID. And the next we are going to pass is the chat ID, and the chat ID is going to be equal to the channel ID. So the channel ID, and channel ID is this channel ID we have over here. And after that, we have the user workspace channels. So here user workspace channels, and this is going to be equal to the user workspace channels. And the next that we need is the socket URL. So the socket URL is going to be equal to the socket URL is going to be equal to /API/WebSocket/messages. Remember, this is our WebSocket URL. Again, this can be found when you come over to the pages, and here in the pages you have the API, you have the WebSocket, you have the messages, and this index.txt. So this is the route that we are defining over here. And if you name it differently, that is where you want to impute this. And next is the socket query. So let's have our socket query, and the socket query we know is an object. And this object is going to have the key of channel ID. So for the channel ID, we want to pass in the current channel data.id. And for the workspace ID, so here let's have our workspace ID. The value is going to be our string. The value is going to be our current workspace data.id. All right, so after that, we have our API URL, which is going to be /API/messages. So we're going to definitely be defining /API/messages, where we can fetch our messages. And now we need the header title, and the header title is going to be our current channel data.name. We also need our param key. The param key is going to be channel ID, and the param value is going to be channel ID. So we have defined a whole lot of types here. I don't think we have any errors. Let's see. The property user workspace data. Okay, user workspace data is missing in type channel. So yeah, I think we're missing the user workspace data, and the user workspace data should be equal to user workspace data. So it should be equal to user workspace data here. And let me get rid of this and see if we have any errors. Do we have any errors? Yep. So we're going to have this alias as an array of workspace, and every other thing here is fine. So we have all of these, so we can get rid of all these imports now. Okay, and these are now going to be used right inside the chat group component. Okay, so we have definitely so many errors in here. I hope you're still with me as we are working on this refactoring together. And here, let's bring in the sidebar component. The sidebar component should be imported. Let me see. This just somehow gets into the way. Okay, so I'll do it manually. Come over here and import the sidebar, which should be coming in from not one level up. I'm going to update it to come from as /components and then /sidebar. And we also want to bring in the works. Okay, can't find name. Okay, that's because we have more imports that we haven't brought in. So current workspace data, current workspace, current channel data, current workspace data. We also need to bring in the slug. We also need to bring in the user ID. We need to bring the current user workspace channels, and we also need to bring the user workspace data. And now all these are okay, and we can just bring in this type that we have here. And if it doesn't come in, we can bring it in ourselves. So we are going to bring in the user, and we are going to use the type over here, and everything's okay. So for the info section, let's also go on and bring in the info section. I'm going to update this to come from at /components/ info section, and everything is okay. And we're going to come to this because we are going to be making some changes right inside this info section. Okay, so for the chat header, let's also bring it in. The chat header is going to be coming in from at /components/ chat header. All right, so what else do we need? It needs the title, and the title is that this can be undefined. So what's going to happen is this title here is going to be equal to header title, and the chat ID, which it doesn't need yet, we are going to pass to it, is going to be equal to the chat ID, and it is also going to need the user data, and the user data is going to be equal to user data like this. And we also need our typography component, which should come from at /components/UI/typography, and What else? We need our text editor, which we should go on and bring in from so from here at /components/text editor like this. Now if we save this, let's see, we have obviously quite a lot we are not making use of for now, but if we save this and come back to application, sidebar is now defined. So let's give this a reload and check on our application. Hopefully it rebuilds without much errors. We definitely have some errors that we need to fix right in here. And fixing this error, I think is best we start from top to bottom. So let's start from our text editor. I'm going to come over to this component and we are going to be fixing the props here. And we have some errors because channel ID is not defined, and that is coming in from line 57. So let's quickly check that line 57, and it needs the channel ID from the info section. Okay, so we're going to come back to the info section just right after we fix the text editor component. So the text editor component, if we come over here, we have the API URL, we have the type, we have the channel, and we have all of these. Okay, so we're going to be changing this. The API URL is no longer going to be hard-coded. The API URL is going to be the socket URL. Okay, and again, please note the socket URL is this URL that we have over here. So /API/WebSocket/messages. And then we have the channel, and the channel is going to be equal to current channel data. Okay, and then we have the type, and the type is no longer going to be hard-coded. The type is going to be the type that we are going to be passing from this page, which you see right here. The type is channel like this. And after that, we obviously have errors. We need the API URL, which is this socket URL. We need the user data, which is this user data, and we need the workspace data, current workspace data. So that's all fine. And lastly, we need the recipient ID. So here we are going to pass the recipient ID, which is going to be dynamic based on the type. So recipient ID is going to be equal to, we say if the type is equal to direct message, then this is going to be chat ID. Otherwise, it's going to be undefined. All right, so with all these props defined, now let's come over to the text editor and fix the errors that we have over here. We're going to be updating this. It takes in the type, and the type it takes in has been updated. If you check, it's now type channel or type direct message, because that is the type that we defined right here, channel or direct message. So let's make sure we update the capitalization over here. And it takes in the API URL, it takes in the channel, it takes in the workspace data, and we also now need the recipient ID. Now channel can be undefined, so let's just say add this check over here, and we also need the recipient ID, and the recipient ID is optional and it's going to be a string like this. Okay, so let's bring in this new type here, the recipient ID, and what we can do, we need to change this. I'm just going to get rid of everything we have here. So the placeholder, we can say message like this, and then we're going to have our hashtag and $channel.name. If it's available, then make use of it. Otherwise, we need the recipient ID or the recipient name. So for now, we are also going to be hard coding this to be the username. Okay, so this is going to be the placeholder. We are going to be updating this, and every other thing here can remain the same, but we need to also change the handle send so that we know when we are sending a one-on-one message and when we are sending a message to the group. So this handle send is, we still have this check over here, and we need to update the payload. Okay, for now we have the payload to be this content. So right here we can change it and say const payload, and the payload is going to be equal to an object where we're going to have the contents, and we are also going to have the type. So right here we are also going to pass the type, and then this payload is what we can now be sending over here when we call axios.post. Axios.post needs the endpoint, and then it needs the payload. Okay, so what we're going to do, the endpoint is also going to be dynamic based on the type. So we're going to say let endpoint, and endpoint is going to be equal to the API URL, and then we have some check here, and then we're going to check if type is equal to, so if type is equal to channel, So if type is equal to channel, and then channel is true, so and channel, then in that case we want to go on and update the endpoint. Else, if we want to check if type is equal to direct message, and then we have recipient ID, in that case we want to go on and update the endpoint. I will double check this. I would not just take the code that we get from Copilot. I'll be updating this. So let's start with the case when it is of type channel. The endpoint is going to be equal to, so endpoint is going to be equal to, and then we have this backtick question mark. We're going to have the channel ID. Okay, channel ID. Please make sure there are no typos. Maybe I work with Copilot here. So channel ID is going to be channel.id, and the workspace ID is going to be workspace data.id. All right, so remember, endpoint is equal to API URL, and here the API URL, where is it, is equal to /API/messages. So we are just updating the endpoint right here by doing this. And if the type is equal to direct message, so endpoint is going to be, and this actually is not equal to, so endpoint plus equal to, like this, we are updating it. Okay, and everything should be fine. And here endpoint also plus equal to is going to take the recipient ID, which is going to be equal to recipient ID, and also workspace ID is going to be equal to workspace data.id. And once we are done with that, we want to post, and the endpoint is now going to be equal to the endpoint, and after which we have the payload, and then we set content to empty string, and everything is fine. So do we need to make some updates here? Here we have an error, and we have this chat file upload, which we also need to refactor. Okay, so I think we are done with refactoring this text editor. So let's go over to this chat file upload, and we would also need to update that, because at this point in time we are also going to be uploading our file for one-on-one conversation, and also uploading files for direct messaging. So let's come over to the text editor and see what we need to pass here: the user data, the workspace data, the channel, and the recipient ID. So here recipient ID is going to be equal to recipient ID. We definitely have an error, because you see channel, type channel undefined, it needs channel, but the reason channel can be undefined is the case where we are working with one-on-one conversation. In that case we don't have channel, in that case we have direct messaging, so it's totally fine. So right in here in the chat file upload, the first thing I would like us to update obviously is the props. So let's come right over to the top, and here it needs the user data, which is of type user. It needs the workspace data, and here we can just say channel like this, could be undefined. And let's also bring in the recipient ID, and the reason why we are bringing in the recipient ID is for a one-on-one conversation. Okay, and it also could be optional like this. All right, so what we're going to do now is to update the onSubmit. Let's take a look at the onSubmit function. So this is the handle upload. This, we have the unique ID, we have the file, and we have our Supabase client. We have our file prefix, and then we have the file name, which is chat, and all of these. And now we go on to upload from this. So at this point everything is okay once we have the file name, and we go on to run the upload. But here where we post the data, all of this is going to change, okay, because in that case we are going to be either creating a message from messages, or it could be from direct messages. Okay, so let's cut this, and we are going to first of all say let message insert error equal to null, or we could say undefined. And now we are going to have a check if we are working with recipients or if we are working with a channel. So we can say have a if clause here and say if recipient ID, did I bring it in? If recipient ID, let me verify if it actually came in. We are going to go on and post the message, else we are also going to go on and now just paste in what we had previously. Okay, so we're having an error, cannot find the recipient ID. Let's be sure we brought it right in here. This is where we define the props, and this is the component. So let's bring in the recipient ID, and then we can come down here. So if recipient ID, what we're going to do, we're going to copy this and paste it here, and then we're going to edit this for the case where we have recipient ID. Okay, and fixing this from messages, now it's going to be from direct underscore messages. So let's double check if we come over to our Supabase project and we come over to our table editor, you will see right here we have messages, but we don't have this yet for direct messages. So we need to work on our Supabase. Okay, so but let's continue. And let's say we have defined this direct messaging. It's going to need the file URL, and it's also going to need some other details which we don't have yet. Okay, so user is going to be userdata.id, and we also need user1, and user1 is going to be equal to the userdata.id, and we are also going to have user2, which is going to be the recipient ID. Now, in case we have error, we can come here and call this direct message data. And for error, we can call it our direct message error like this. And here we are going to have the data and the error. So why do we have this error? Channel is possibly undefined. So I think we have handled all of that. Okay, so after that, in case we have an error, we are just going to say that the message insert error is going to be equal to the direct message error. So let's zoom out a bit so we can see everything fully. And here channel, what do we have? This error is possibly undefined, so we know we're going to have channel here anyways, but we can just put the question mark here. Okay, and if we have any error just after this insert, we are going to say the message insert error is going to be equal to the message insert error, or we can update it to be CM error for channel message error, and here we can call this channel message data like this. All right, so that's about it. We have an error up top, and what's the error? Let's see, expected comma. So let's add it right in here and properly format our application. And at this point, everything is okay. And then we have this error where we return, and return we now log the correct error. And then we do all of these. Okay, so the upload should still be working very much fine for our channel, because here we have the message table in our Supabase, but we don't have the direct message. So definitely this is going to fail, but we are going to be fixing it once we go over to the direct messaging section. Okay, so let's come back to the chat group, because there we have an error. We have fixed the text editor. Next we are going to be fixing is the chat header. So if you have any errors, please just copy and paste my code. Just copy this, paste it in, copy this, paste it in. You're going to be having the complete code in GitHub. So please, I know the pace might be fast, but please just make sure you copy and paste my code if you have your application not behaving like my own application behaves just after this refactor. Okay, so with that out of the way, the next thing we're going to do is to be fixing our chat header component. So let's do that. Let's come over to our chat header component, which is this component here, and right in here the prop it takes in is the title. We need to update the prop. It also needs to take the chat ID, and the chat ID is going to be of type string, and we also need to take the user data, which is of type user, and user needs to be coming in from our types. Okay, and here we can now bring in these new types. We can bring the chat ID, and we can also bring in the user data. And with all of these brought in, we need to I think that fixes the error here for our chat header. Yep, it does. It fixes the error, and every other thing is okay. Now we are bringing in this type for the chat ID, and we are also bringing in this type for the user ID. It's going to come in pretty much handy right here where we have these texts. I think all of this is okay, and we are going to see if we actually use the chat ID and the user data. Okay, but for now it looks like we are not using it right inside the chat header component. And now we need to fix the error that we are getting from our info section. And to fix the error we're getting from our info section, it takes in this prop, the user data, the user workspace channels, and it needs a current channel ID and cannot find name channel ID. Okay, we're going to be updating this, and we're going to take it from the type and say if the type is equal to channel, in that case the ID is going to be the current channel data.id, otherwise it's going to be undefined. And that's going to give us an error because string or undefined is not assignable to type string, which is the type that the info section needs in our application. So that means we need to do some more work here. And here where we have the current channel ID, it is going to be of type string or undefined like this. So we are going to be making use of this type right here. Okay, so let's save this and let's see what we've got. So I believe everything should now, our application should reload. You see, everything shows up fine. So let's continue saying why we had to do that change. And that looks like the only change that we need to do in the info section. So I'm going to close to the right. And now after the refactor, which was quite a refactor, I have to say, we can now focus on getting all the messages, because right here for messages, which is the channel messages, I think we have posted some messages. You see here where we're testing everything out, we have some messages, and also for our file upload. All right, so let's make sure that we can now fetch those messages and display the messages. Create a new component for that. All right, so back to our chat group. This is the page. Okay, so this is our channels, channel ID, and the page. So this is our server page. But now we have moved everything to this chat group. The chat group is holding the sidebar, it's holding the info section, and we don't really see the gain for now because right here we are not using any state. So this could also be a server component, but we are going to be seeing in a second if we need to manage some states here, so we can also have this rendered on the server while we now make use of a client component right here. All right, so we need to work on a new component, which is going to be the chat messages component. So how do we do that? Right here after the chat header, we are going to be creating a new component. So it's going to be wrapped in a div. So let's have the div here, and for now we have this chat content is going to go. So we need to just come over here and get rid of this typography component, and actually we need to get rid of this div, and we can now make use of this to have the chat content because it was a placeholder that we left. So this content is going to be in a separate component which we are going to call chat messages. And to create this right here in the components, we can have chat messages.tsx like this and have the React component and call this chat messages like this. Get rid of the React.js import, save this file, and bring this file imported right in here. All right, this chat messages is going to be needing some props. Hence, we can mark this as a functional component and define the types we are going to need just right at the top here. So come to the top here and define a type which you can call chat messages props, and which is going to be equal to a function. And we can take these props and assign it right in here like this. And the properties that this is going to be taking is the user data, and this user data is going to be of type user, and user needs to be imported from our types/app. So I'm going to bring it in. It needs the name, okay, and this name is going to be of type string. It needs the chat ID. The chat ID is going to be of type string. It needs the API URL. The API URL is going to be of type string. It needs a socket URL, which is going to be a string. It needs a socket query. So the socket query is going to be a record where the key is a string, the value is a string. The param key is going to be of type channel ID or recipient ID. And the param value is going to be a string. We also need to pass a type. And the type we are going to pass here is going to be of type channel or direct messages. Then we have the workspace data, So workspace data is going to be of type workspace, and workspace should bring coming in from our app type. And lastly, we need the channel data, and the channel data is not going to be of type any, it's going to be of type channel like this, which will come in from our types. So let's bring in channel coming from our types. Now we're going to have an error, and we can just map this as undefined or optional, not always needed. So we're going to save this, and definitely we have an error in the chat group to provide the props. So the user data we're going to pass here is going to be equal to user data, which should be here already. And we need the name, and the name now is going to be dynamic based on if we have the current channel data dot name, then we're going to make use of it. Otherwise, in that case, for direct messages, we would need to pass the username or the email. We're going to come to that in a second. And then it needs the workspace data. The workspace data is going to be equal to the current workspace data. It needs the chat ID, which is going to be equal to chat ID. It needs the type, and the type is going to be equal to type. It needs the API URL, which is going to be equal to API URL. Same for the socket URL. And then it needs a socket query, and it needs a param key, and then it needs a param value. So here, let's have the param value, and the param value is going to be equal to the param value. So let's have it here. And lastly, we need the channel data, and the channel data is going to be equal to current channel data. All right, so that fixes the error, and now we are going to be working in the chat messages. So right in here, we should already have chat messages rendered here, and we do. So let's come here, and so right here, to fetch our messages, we're going to make use of a hook that is going to help us fetch our messages. So this is going to be equal to use chat. So we can call it use chat fetcher like this. And this hook, we are definitely going to have an error, but we need to define this hook. So what's going to happen is, let's come here and come over to our hooks, and right here in our hooks, we need to create a new hook. So this is going to be use chat fetcher.ts like this, not tsx, ts. And here we are going to export a const, which we are going to call use chat fetcher, and this is going to be equal to a React.js arrow function like this. And this use chat fetcher is going to be taking in some props. So right here, let's define the props. We can come here and say type the chat fetcher props, and the props, not post data, is going to be equal to this object, and it's going to need the query key. So here we have the query key, and the query key is going to be of string. We need the query value, which is going to be of type string, not the query value. We need the API URL. The API URL is going to be of type string. We also need the param key, not API like this, which is going to be of type not type string. It's going to be of type the channel ID or recipient ID. So it's a lowercase c and the lowercase r, but the API is going to be API URL. Okay, so we need two more, which is the param value. Param value is going to be a string, and lastly, we want to fetch this for limited page. So we're going to have a page size, which is going to be of type number. And then we can pass this prop type to this object like this, which now makes us to be aware of the API URL, the query key, the param key, the page size, the param key, and as well as the param value. And I just going to format this. Now we have this. Let's go on and fetch the messages. So the first thing we're going to do here is to have const is connected, which is going to be coming in from our WebSocket. So let's bring in our use socket hook, which we created. It should come in from the providers like this, and here we have access to is connected and our socket. So in this case, we want to make use of is connected, and then we're going to have the function, which is more like the fetcher. The function that is going to help us to fetch our messages. You see here, it's actually called the fetcher. Anything you call it is totally fine, but here we're going to have a function. So here we can call it the fetcher like this. Let me Okay, so we're going to have the fetcher like this, which is going to be equal to this async function. And this async function is going to take in some parameters. We're going to come to that in a second. So right in here, let's say this async function is going to take this object, which we are going to get the page param, and which is going to be equal to 0 like this. And here we can say this is going to be of type any. And this function itself, so I'm going to come outside here and say this is going to be written a promise. So we should have promise here, and the promise that is going to resolve to what value. Now this is going to resolve to this object where we're going to have a data key, and the value is going to be the message with user type, which we haven't defined yet. Now to show you, if we come over to our app, we have our API. You see here, we don't even have the API yet to fetch the messages, and this is going to fail. But if we come over to the page, you see here we define the API URL to be /API/messages. Okay, so we're going to be working on that in a second, but let's come over to our use chat fetcher and say, hey, we are expecting to have a data with this type. Now this type, we can come over to our app. So come over to your app TS, which is in your types app TS file over here, and we need to define a new type. And this type we are going to be defining is going to be of type, it's going to be message with user. Okay, and this is going to be a combination of messages, and we are going to have another object with the user key, and the value is going to be user like this. And everything here should be very much okay. We already have messages, I guess. Oh, we don't have the messages type here, so let's bring it in. Let's come over to our Supabase, and here you see we have this messages type here. So here, let's just copy this object. Okay, let's copy this object and come back to our app.ts, and here where we're still having this error because we don't have the type for messages, we can now export another type, call it messages, which is going to be equal to the object that we just copied here, and everything here should be fine. Okay, so let's continue with the type, and this type now is going to be of type message with user, and message with user, we just defined it right now, should be imported from our type. So now let's import this, which will be coming in from @app/types like this. Okay, so that's about it. We can go on to auto format. It's taking some time to load for me, but I'm sure once the IDE recovers, everything should be fine, and we can say obviously add an array like this. Okay, so now we are going to be making use of a hook to fetch the data, and this hook is going to be the Tanstack React query. So we need to install this right inside of our project. So I'm going to format this again, and here I'm going to save this file here, and here we still have the error. I think we can already import the type. Yep, we can already import the type right here while we fix it. So let's install the Tanstack React query. I'm going to quit this, and we can quickly install this with bourne. So bourne install at Tanstack/React-query like this. Make sure you don't have any typos, and this is the installation. And once the installation is complete, you can now run back your bourne run dev and just give your application a reload to fetch the current data. So we have this, it says it can't find this type, so I'm going to actually do the auto import so it can help me resolve the path. At types/app. Okay, so that's it, and we have an error because obviously we are not returning anything yet. But the fetcher aside, we are going to need this. Let's come here, and obviously this is a hook that is going to be returning something. Now it's going to be returning the useInfinite query. Now useInfinite query, this is a hook that needs to be imported from the package that we just installed. So right here at the top, I'm just going to move this right in here and import this hook, which will be coming in from @Tanstack/React-query. Okay, so this is the hook, and we don't return it like this. Here we are going to call it, and we're going to define the type of data that we expect to return. This is going to be of type data, which is this message with user array like this, and just right after here we obviously have error like this, and everything should be fine. So this is going to take in an object of options, and first it needs the query key. Now this query key is going to be a combination of the query key and the param value. It also needs the query function. The query function is this fetcher over here, which goes on to fetch, and now we also need this get next page param, which is going to be a function that takes the last page and takes all pages that we have. And here we can go on to return the last page dot data dot length, and we say if it is equal to the page size. Now if that is true, then we want to go on and return the all pages dot length. Otherwise we are going to be returning undefined, not this, undefined like this. Okay, we obviously have an error. Let's have the next, which is going to be this refetch interval, and this is going to say if we are connected, then do go on and say false. Otherwise you're going to refetch every 1000 like this milliseconds. And then we have this retry, and this retry is going to be, let's say, 3 times like this. And then we have this tail time, and this tail time is going to be equal to 5 times 60 times 1000 like this. And then we have this refetch on, you can also pass more, which is refetch on window focus. We can say give it a value of true, and next we can say refetch on, reconnect, and we can say true. And lastly, to get rid of the errors, we just need the initial page param, and this initial page param is going to have a value of 0. It didn't entirely get rid of all the error because we have the error in our fetcher, and that's because we're not returning anything. But first, let's have our URL. Now the URL is going to be a combination of the API URL, okay, and here we have the param key, and the param value will not just be like this. Okay, so what we are going to do for the param value, we are going to encode URI component, and this encode URI component is going to take in the param value, so we don't just have a plain object like that. And the page is going to be equal to the page param, and the size, not limit, is going to have size. We're going to be looking for this in the backend. We're going to fix it in a second. It's going to be equal to page size. And next we have is the data. So const data, and we need to go on and fetch the data. I don't know if we have Axios installed. It's going to be equal to await Axios. Do we have it? Yep. So import Axios from Axios, and Axios.get the URL. Now what is Axios going to be returning? Here we can define it and say, hey, you're going to be returning this message with user type like this. So message with user, and here we can now return data. Okay, and now why do we have the error? If we hover on this, data is missing but required. I actually say we're going to return this as any. Okay, so please just use this hack over here for Typescript to be happy, and say this is going to be returned as any. Then go on to save. Now this is our use fetcher hook. Hope we don't have any errors here. And now in these chat messages, we have an error because we need to pass one argument, which is this. If we come back here, you see this use chat fetcher. Where is it? It needs all these arguments here. We need to pass it to it. So for that, let's pass an object, and we're going to pass the query key, the API URL, the query key like this needs to be passed here, the param value, the page size, and we are lacking one. Where is the page size? So the page size is going to be equal to, let's hard code it to 10 like this. Actually we're in an object, so like this. And why do we have the error? We have this error because we are not bringing in all of these right here. So let's bring in the API URL, the chat ID, the name, the param key, the param value, the socket URL. Let's also bring in the socket's query URL. We need the type, we need the user data, We also need the WORKSPACE data. And lastly, we need the channel data. So I don't think we should have any other errors here. What is this? And the query key, actually, we need to define ourselves. So what we're going to do right here is to come right up the top and say the query key. The query key is going to depend on the type. So we're going to say if type. So if type is equal to channel, then the query key is going to be channel like this. And here we are going to have the chat ID. And for that, we need this to be backtick. So let's have the backtick here. So if type equal to, what am I doing? So I just need to cut this over here and have the question mark here and get rid of this. All right, so we're saying query key is equal to, and then we quickly have a check. If the type is equal to channel and channel needs to be this, okay, then we're going to have the chat ID, and we seem not to have the chat ID. Why? Okay, yeah, because it's chat ID like this. Otherwise, it's going to be direct underscore message. Okay, and then we are also going to have the chat ID. So also this needs to be backtick. So let's change it to backtick like this. Make sure you don't have any errors, please. This is just all we've done. We defined the hook, and this hook is going to give us back some helpful properties. You can see we actually have quite a whole lot. So, but we're going to need the data, we're going to need the status, we're going to need the fetch next page function, we're going to need this has next page boolean. It's a boolean, right? Let's see. Yep, it's of type boolean, and we are going to need the is fetching next page. So it's fetching next page like this. All right, if we save this and we log data to the console, it's definitely going to fail. So console.log data. And here we have the value. If we log this to the console, it's definitely going to fail because, let's give this a reload. We don't have API URL set for fetching data. Okay, so this is going to load. And why it loads is just for us to see here we have this API URL that this use chat fetcher is making use of this. So this API URL, you see, it had this URL that is used to, API URL that is used to form the URL. And this API URL is /API/messages. So this is definitely going to fail. So let's come back here, and we have an error because no query client set use. You see, it's even giving us a suggestion, use query client provider to set one. And this error makes sense because while we installed the Tanstack Query React, we forgot one important step. So let's actually close all that we need. I'm just going to close all to have more space. And then I'm going to come into the source folder. So right here in the source folder where we have a provider, we actually need one provider, and that is the query -provider like that. So let's bring it in, and this is going to be .tsx like this. Now let's export const query provider like this, and this is going to be taken in children, and children here we can define the type and say, hey, you're going to be an object with children, which is going to be of type react.react node like this. Okay, so that's it. And here we can now have our use state. Use state should be imported from React, and here in use state we have this function which is going to be returning a new query client like this. Query client should be imported from Tanstack React query, and everything should be okay. And that means from here we can now have access to the query client with a query client like this. Okay, we surely have an error because we are not returning anything from here, and let's fix it. Here we need to just return this. So the query client provider, and this query client provider needs to be imported here. We're not going to use it like this. It's going to be query client provider, should be imported from Tanstack React query, and that's what we should use over here. Now this is going to need a client. We can get rid of this value. It's going to need a client, and the client is going to be equal to this query client like this. And now we should no longer have an error. If we do, we can definitely get rid of this type that we have over here, and we no longer have an error. We can save this. Now this is just a file we created, and this query client provider needs to wrap our entire application. So come over to the pages, nope, to the app, main, layout, and here in the main layout, just right after the main content here, so I'm going to cut this children tag here. We are going to have our query client or query provider, which will come from our providers, and here we are going to wrap it in the children tag. So now if we save this and give this a reload, we should see our application not really failed, but in our console we shouldn't see any data. So data should be null or it should be undefined, but we shouldn't see any data because I said we haven't fixed in the URL, and we're having error because obviously it needs to be a client component. So quickly, sorry about that, we forgot to mark this with the use client directive. So let's have the use client directive right at the top, and now I actually don't expect to see the error anymore, and I just want to see our network request that's failing. So give this a second for it to reload, and once it is done reloading, let's just keep an eye on the console. And here we see not found. So you see the request that we sent to /API/messages, and you see data is now undefined. So you see /API/messages with the channel ID, and here we have the page. We actually have more. So if we click here, you can see the headers. You can see the /messages channel ID is equal to this channel ID, and the page is equal to 0, and the size is equal to 10. All right, so we have this error because we are not fetching, we don't have the route. So next we're going to do is to define the route where we can retrieve all our messages. So let's come over to our app. So come over to our hooks, and you see this use chat fetcher is sending the page, and it's also sending in the size. Okay, and these are the query parameters. We have other query parameters that we are fetching, and so let's define it. Come over to your where is it? Come over to your app, and your app, we have the API folder, and here we're going to be creating a new folder for messages like this. And in these messages, we are going to be creating a route. So here we're going to create a route.ts component or ts file for handling our request. So we're going to export async function, and this function is going to be called get. Okay, that's for the HTTP method. That's the way it works. And this get is going to take the request, which is of type request. So request is global. We don't need to import request. So here, let's have our try catch. And in case we have any errors, we are just going to console.log the error. So here we're going to have console, not like this, console.log. We are going to have a key, maybe server error, and then we have the error. And in that case, we can return a new response that says internal server error with a status code of 500. Now, because we're going to be handling some pagination, let's outsource this to another function, which is going to help us to get pagination. And this is going to be taking in the page. The page is going to be of type number, and it's also going to take the size, which is going to be of type number. And here we can have the function body. We need some constants. Limit is going to be equals to size. If we have size, do go on and make use of it. Otherwise, we are going to be using 10. And we also need from. So const from is going to be equal to page. It's going to be equal to page. Then we say page times the limit. Otherwise, we are going to just use 0. And lastly, we need 2, and 2 is going to be equal to, we also check page. If it's available, then we're going to say from plus limit minus 1. Otherwise, we are going to say limit minus 1 like this. And now we're going to just return from and to from this. Now, this get pagination is going to come in super handy, but now we're going to focus more on this getter that we have over here. So the first thing we need is our Supabase client, and Supabase is going to be equal to our await, and we can use Supabase server client, which we defined earlier in the course. So let's bring it in, and next we need our user data, and also we need to await our get user data, which will be coming in from our actions get user data like this, and it doesn't need any of these as argument. It is totally okay like this. And then we can get the search params from the URL. So const search params, and search params is going to be, actually we need to just go on and destructure it, so that is we don't have to declare so many times, and this is going to be equal to new URL request.url, and we can get the channel ID. So const channel ID, not channel like this, channel ID is going to be, and it's not underscore, so like this channel ID, because if you inspect our filling network request, you would see the params that we are passing here. So come over to the network tab, you would see maybe we've lost it. Yeah, so you see the params, we have the channel ID like this, and we have the page like this. We also have the size like that. Okay, so we're going to be getting it, and we're going to be getting it by this key of channel ID like this. So let's have some check in case we don't have any user data. So in case there is no user data, what do we do in that case? We don't want the user to continue because user is not authorized. So we can just return a new response that said unauthorized with a response of 41. And what if the user doesn't have is not passing the URL, the channel ID? So we're going to also say channel ID is required, which says auth 400, or we can just say bad request. So right here, let's say bad request like this. And in case we have the channel ID and the user data, we want to get the page, and the page is going to be a number. We are going to change it to be a number type because it's coming from the search params.get page. We just saw it not quite long, and the same for the size. And we also need the from and the to, which we are going to be getting from our helper function, which is get pagination, which is going to be returning the from and the to. And now we can go on to make our API call. So this is going to be equal to await the Supabase client, and we want to from messages. I'm just going to bring in everything. So from messages, do go on and select everything like this. And remember, we gave it the name of messages with user. So we also need to get the user. And from the user, we map it to user like this. We're going to say user underscore ID. And what do we want? We don't just want to get the avatar, we want to get everything. So for that, we're going to use parentheses and add the star like this and close the parentheses right in here. And the next we're doing is we have this matcher, or yeah, I can call it matcher, where it's equal a where clause, where the channel underscore ID is equal to channel ID, and the range is the from and the to. And we also just want to have an order where we are going to order from created at and ascending true. So here we are going to get our data. We can get error, and what if we get an error? We always want to handle the error case, right? So in case we get an error, in that case, we are going to log it to the console, and we are going to return a new response, internal server error. We say it was 500. Actually, at this point, I'm going to say 400. And rather than internal server error, we can just say bad request. Okay. And here we're just going to console.log the messages error. And finally, we're going to be returning a new response. So we're going to return next response .json, and this is going to take in the object with the data key. So this data key, let's see what's going on in our application. Come over to the hooks, and if you come over to your hooks, the use chat fetcher, you see we are expecting an array, and this array is in the data object like this, and here this is where we get the data object. Now we have something not going on fine because we didn't write all of these in our try blocks. I'm going to cut this. Okay, and here where we have our const Supabase, where do we have it? Yeah, so I think right here from the top, everything should be in the try block, and here we have the catch block. Okay, so Now, if we save this and come out to application, actually I expect to see the messages. Okay, so come over to your console, you see messages undefined. Now you see we have messages because we have messages that we defined earlier. The API call is no longer failing. We have the pages right here. We have data, and you see we have data of 4, which are these messages that we are seeing over here. We are correctly fetching them. Some null because then, yeah, is the file URL that's null, but the content isn't null. So it's either we have a file URL or we have a content. That's the way our application works. And also, if you come over here to the not in the use chat fetcher, if you come over to the chat messages right here in the components, you have the chat messages. You see here, that's where we make it of this use chat fetcher. And let's just change this page size from 10 to 2. Now, if we come back, this is performing a fast refresh. And once it's done, we should see the updated data. Okay, I think it's done. So, yep, let's see the updated data, pages, and you see we just have an array of 2. So you see, this is up to you for your pagination, but in this case, I'm going to set it to 10. You can set it to anything you want. Now we are fetching our data, super beautiful. Let's now make sure we are displaying this data right over here in this component. All right, welcome back. Let's make sure that we can display our data. And to do that, we need to, just going to get rid of this console.log that we have over here, because you see we have all of these. It's not every time we are going to have data, right? Sometimes the status could be pending, not actual loading. You see here we already have an error because status is equal to error pending success. So the status could be pending. In that case, we want to just show a spinner. Let's quickly create one. And I'm going to call this animated loader.tsx like this. Bring in the React component animated loader. Get rid of this React.js import, and this is just going to be making use of some Tailwind CSS class names. So this div, I'm going to give it a class name of flex, give it a space x of 2, give it a justify center. Also give it items center like this, and right in here we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have a class name just for screen readers only, not dr, sr only, and just say loading ... like this. And right after this we are going to have 3 divs which are self-closing divs. So let's have the first one, second, and the third. And for this first one, I think we can just type on all at once and change what changes in all of them. So here we're going to give this a class name, and the class name is going to be h4, give it a w of 4, here's a bg of gray, why am I making a mistake, bg gray of 900. And on the dark mode we want to give this bg gray, where is it on the dark variant, not data. On the dark, we want to give this a bg gray of just 100. Okay, give this a rounded full, give this animate bounce like this. Where do we have it? Yeah, animate bounce. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of it. And now we're no longer going to type anything on this last div. We just need to type on this first div, which is going to be the animate. So we just have here animation hyphen delay, and it's going to have a value of 0.36 like this. And we just need to copy this and paste it right on the next one. And what changes is the time, so sorry, and this is going to be 0.15s. All right, so let's save this, come back here to application and say, hey, if you're loading, please do go on and display our animated loader like this. And quickly give me a second, let me update this to come from @/components. Where are you? Components. Okay, and if we save this, let's give this a first-hand trial and just give this a reload. And for a second where it loads, I expect us to see our .animated loader. Okay, so Give this a second. 1, 2, 3, go. Let's make use of it. And now we see our dot animated spinner. It was quite fast. And now we see chat messages. And yeah, we can definitely have an error. So in that case, we need to also, now I'm not going to be creating a component for that or anything. We can just say error occurred. And yeah, so now we are going to render our messages. And to render our messages, we are going to make use of a function that we are going to be defining right up here. So let's have our const render messages, which is going to be equal to this function. And this function is just going to explicitly go on and have our data and dot pages, not page params, dot map, where we are going to get each page. And what do we want to return? We want to return the page.data.map because it's an array. Please make sure you log in between if you're not sure of the data you are looking at every point in time. Okay, and now we need to return a chat item component, but for now, just going to put it in a div, and this div just going to throw in the message. Okay, and you see message.content, message.fileURL. So in this case, I'm just going to say message.content, which could be null. Okay, or we can just say message.content. If you are available, then do go on and show the content. We're gonna show message. Otherwise, we're just trying this out. Okay, show this, and this needs a key, obviously, and the key in this case is going to be the message. Every message has an ID, message.id, like this, and everything is fine. So this div is hard coded for now. It's going to change. We can just say file URL just for now. So it's going to change, but for now we are going to be working with this. Okay, and here we are going to render. Messages. And where do we do that? We are going to come right to the top where we have chat messages. Let's style this. The first thing I'm going to do for the overall div, let's give it a class name of flex1, give it a flex call like this, give it a py of 4, give it a overflow y of auto like this. And here we are just going to now display our render messages, but it's also going to be inside another div. So let's have it here, and right here I'm going to give this a class name of flex, give this a flex called reverse, and then give some margin to the top of auto like this, and that should be all. Okay, so now if we save this, we come back, it should load for a while if everything is correct, and here you see our messages, so paragraph, and for these, which are the file URL, we see them displaying here, which is super beautiful. Okay, so take a break, come back to it. Let's now work on this component which we are hard coding right in here. So this div, let's edit it and make sure we are displaying the chat item component. I am excited to continue learning with you. If you're not subscribed, please go hit on that subscription bell. I'm excited to have you here. Drop your suggestions right in the messaging. I look forward to all of them, and I'll be definitely replying. Hello everyone, welcome back. So I'm going to close this and also close this, because now we are going to be creating a new component, and this is going to be what we're going to call this chat item.tsx. You can give this any name of your choice. Let's bootstrap the component chat item, get rid of the React.js import, and this chat item already, let's define the props that it is going to need. So let's bring in fc from React, and right at the top we are going to define a type for our chat item props. And hey, this is going to take in an ID which is going to be of type string. It's also going to need a content. The content is going to be of type string. We also have the user. The user is going to be of type user, and user should be imported from our types. It's also going to need the timestamp, and timestamp is going to be of type string. We have the file URL, which is optional. Okay, so the file URL is an optional string, and we have the deleted. Deleted is a boolean. Okay, so we're going to bring it in. And what do we need next? The current user is quite a lot. The current user is going to be of type user, is updated, because we want to know if we have updated the message. So here we have is updated. And this is going to be of type boolean. We need the socket URL. Socket URL is a string. The socket query. The socket query is of type record like this. And lastly, we need the channel data, and the channel data is optional of type channel, which should also be imported from our types. And quickly, I'm going to rearrange the order of imports here, and then take this chat item props, pass it right over here. And then we're going to do the destructuring, just bringing everything that we defined right up the top in here. Okay, so I'm just going to bring in all the properties that this chat item is going to need, so which are all of these over here. So you can just take a break, pause it. These are all the types. All right, and now let's continue working on our chat item. Now this chat item is going to help us do a whole lot. It's going to help us to edit the text. It's going to help us to update the text. And for now, we are just going to concern ourselves to make sure that we can display the text, right? And then we can now bother ourselves about updating and also deleting the text. So for now, let's give this a class name, and the class name we are going to be providing here is relative, and give this a group like this. And the reason why I'm giving it a group is because we are going to style or the visibility of some items when we hover on this. Okay, and we give it the flex, give it the item center. On hover, we're going to give this a bg black, and then /5. We are going to give this a px of 1, give this a py of 2, give this rounded, give this transition, and we are going to give this with full. Sorry. All right, so in here we're going to get rid of this chat item. We're going to have another div. Oops. And this div is going to have a class name of flex. Give it a gap x of 2, and here we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have a class name of cursor pointer. On hover, we are going to give it a drop shadow md, give this transition like this, and right inside this div, let's bring in our avatar components. So our avatar, I'm going to quickly go right over to the top and update this. Import should come from @components/ui/avatar, and this is going to take in the avatar image and the avatar fallback. So not image, so avatar image should come from our components, and self-closing. Okay, so this is going to take the source, and the source is the user. Okay, so user.avatar_URL. How about the alt? The alt, the user might have a name or not, right? So we can say user.name. If you're available, use it. Otherwise, use user.email like this. And now we need a class name. The class name is going to be object cover like this, and it's also going to need a width full and the height full like this. And after the avatar image, we can have our avatar fallback. Should be brought in from our components, and the fallback is going to make use of our typography component. So let's bring in our typography component. Should be imported from, I will quickly update as you guessed, so should come in from components. And here we have some class names that was automatically provided to us and not needed, and the variant is going to be paragraph like this. And this typography needs the text, and the text is straight up going to be our user.name, and then we just call .slice to take the first 2 characters like this. All right, so why are we having an error? Because it could be undefined. Okay. Otherwise, this is gonna work. Yeah, so otherwise we are going to say un maybe for username. Okay, so this is fine, and let's start this fallback quickly. Give it some class names. The class name is going to be bg neutral 700. All right, so now we have defined some props. Before we go further, to make sure that we are doing everything correctly, let's make use of this chat item component right inside this chat messages. So how were we doing it previously? Here we had this div, and we can get rid of everything here and just render our chat item like this, and we need to import it right in here. So chat item should come from @components I always have to do it, I'm sorry, UI, and then we have the chat item, and here it is. So the first thing we're going to pass here is the key, and the key we are going to give this is the message ID. That's what we're passing to the div, and format this. And next we can pass the current user, right? And the current user is going to be the user data, okay? And what else do we need? We need the user, and the user is going to be equal to the message.user. And what else do we need? We need the content, not constructor, and the content is going to be message.content, so message.content. And now we have more good formatting. We need the file URL. File URL is going to be equal to message.file URL. We need the deleted, which is going to be equal to message.isDeleted. All right, so let me quickly update this to be message.isDeleted. Now, why am I having these errors for content? String or null? How about for file URL? Okay, so we're going to be updating that, okay? And next is the ID, and the ID is going to be message.id, and it needs a timestamp. So for the timestamp, we actually need a library, okay? A library that is going to help us format the timestamp, okay? So to not quit our server, I'm just going to split this into two, and this library is date-fns. So born install, I'm going to zoom out, date-fns. So that's the library. So run the installation, and I'm just going to right click and kill the server terminal, and we still have our application up and running. So now this is going to take formats, okay? So we need to import format, and format should come in from the new library or package that we just installed. If you don't have the auto import, we can import format, and format is going to be coming in from date-fns, the library that we just installed right now. And this format is going to, we need to call it, right? And then we're going to pass new date, not view, new date, not data. And this is going to be message.created at, okay? And next it needs the timestamp or the date format. So we don't have it defined. We're going to define it right at the top. And here, just right here, before we define our component, we can have our const date format, which is going to be equal to day. I'm just going to have one D, month, year, have three of these, and just get rid of this and say HH and then MM like this. And the date format is used right in here. And next is updated is going to be a check. Okay, it's not message.isUpdated. So we're going to have message.updated at. Okay, if that's not equal to the time that the message was created, then we know that the message has been updated, right? So if it's not equal to message.created at like this, then we know that, hey, that message has been updated. The socket URL is equal to socket URL. The socket query equals to socket query, and this channel data is equal to channel data. Now we have some errors because of some Typescript types for the chat item. Let's quickly fix it. And this is coming in from the content and the file URL. So the content here is of type string, or we can say or null, okay? And the same for the file URL. It could be a string or null, okay? So let's save this, and that means I think we can get rid of this and everything is okay. So if we save this, at least we should see our avatar, right? Because that's what we have. And here we see our avatar because we have 4 messages. Super cool. Let's continue on with it. And right outside this div that covers the avatar URL, but still inside this flex gap. So right outside this div, we are going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, and it's going to have flex call, not flex instruction, flex call, and it's going to have a full width. And right inside this div, we are going to have another div with a class name of flex items center, and then it's going to have a gap x of 2 like this. Now inside this div, we are going to have our typography component, and this typography component is going to have a variant. The variant is going to be equal to paragraph, and then it's going to have a text, and the text is going to be the username. So here user.name, and right in here we are going to have some class names. So let's provide the class name. The class name is going to be font-semi-bold, and we are going to have the text small. We are going to have a hover, we want to give it on the line. We are going to have our cursor pointer like this, and we have an error because the username can be undefined. In that case, let's display the user.email. Okay, and outside this typographic component, we want to go on and show some icons that more like a badge. So just after this, we are going to have a badge, and after the badge, actually we're going to have two badges, but one component we are going to have is to show when it is edited. So for that, let's have a span tag, and the span tag that we are just going to display the text of edited like this, and inside here we are going to give this some class name because we want the text to be we can say text extra small like this, but this is going to be showed conditionally, right? And for the badge, we also want to display the badge conditionally, right? So for now, let's bring in this md outline admin panel settings. Give us a class name, and the class name we are going to give this is width of 5 and a height of 5. Okay, with this span, and we also want to display the timestamp just right after this. So let's have another span tag, and here in brackets we are going to display the timestamp like this. And yeah, so this should take us, not all, but at least it should get us started. And if we come here, now we see the username, we see the status, we always see edited, we always see the time. And right in here, we're going to be creating some components. We're going to display if we have a file URL, if we have a dialog delete, if we have an editable content. Now, all of these are going to be their own separate component. So let's quickly define them. So right here, we are going to have a const, which we call file preview. And this is going to be equal to this arrow function like this. And right in here, what are we going to be returning? Actually, we can return explicitly, right? So here we're just going to be returning this fragment, and inside this fragment we want to know if we are taking a look at an image. If that is true, we want to know if it's a PDF, right? So how are we going to do that? What we're going to do is just come here right to the top. Before we continue, please, let's have some variables that is going to help us. So right in here, we are going to const is super admin, and the super admin is going to be the current user.id, not .role. So let's take this off, current user.id, if that is equal to the channel data.id. So the channel data.id, because remember, if we quickly come back to our Supabase, we have the ID. Okay, so messages, sorry, not the messages. If we come back to channels, you see here the channel has the ID and it has the user ID. Okay, and this user ID is the user that created the channel, automatically is the admin of that channel, right? So, or you can use the workspace. So if we come over to workspace, here you also have the, where is it, super admin. So it depends if you want to make use of the super admin or if you want to make use of this user ID here. So in our case, we are making use of the channel data, not the ID, is going to be .user_ID. So if this is equal, that means this is the super admin for this channel. And we also want to know if this user is if we have regulators. So here is regulator, and this regulator is going to be equal to, now we have our channel data, and channel data, which is optional, we have the, channel data dot what, we have dot regulators. The regulators is actually an array, so we're just going to have this check and check if it includes the current user.id. Otherwise, we are going to go, set it to a value of false. And after that, for its regulator, we want to also check if it's owner, and its owner is going to be equal to the current user.id. If that is equal to the user.id, then I know that, hey, I'm the one that created this message, right? And the next is to know if this user can delete message. So const can delete message is going to be equal to, first, if the message isn't deleted. So here, and we have this deleted coming from the top if the message isn't deleted, and if this message is the owner, a super admin, or is a regulator. Okay, if it's the owner, super admin, or a regulator, then you can go on to have the ability to delete the message. And for you to be able to edit the message, so const can edit message, you just need to, if for one the message is not deleted and is the owner of the message, then you can delete. Or we're not going to have this or here, so it's only the message owner that can delete. But the other check we're going to have if that is not a file. Okay, so and is file URL is false. So here, then we can go on to edit the message. We also want to know if it's PDF, so const is PDF, and its PDF is going to be equal to the file URL not .includes if the file. So here we're going to have the file type, and we don't have this defined yet, okay, but we're going to fix it in a second. If the file type is equal to PDF, okay, and also we have the file URL like this. All right, and next we want to know if it's image. So if the file type is equal to image, and we have file URL, and lastly is loading. Loading is going to be equal to a form state, which we don't have yet. So I'm just going to comment this out for now. Now, how do we get this file type that is causing us some errors? And for us to get this file type, we need to create another custom hook, which is going to help us to get the file type. So this is going to be a hook which we can call use chat file.ts like this. All right, so here let's have our export const use chat file components. So here use chat file, and this use chat file is going to take the file URL as Copilot suggested, or we can update it to be the file path. And for this we need some states. We need the public URL, so const, this is going to be equal to use state, and use state should come from React, and that means we can quickly update this to be a client component, bringing in the use client directive right from the top. Now from here we are going to take the public URL, we are going to take the function to update the public set public URL, and this is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be an empty string. Now continuing, we are going to have the file type, so const file type. I thought I got, yeah, okay, and then yeah, set file type is going to be equal to use state like this. We also need to handle the loading state, so const is loading, set is loading. I'm actually going to call it loading, and set is loading, and use state of true. And the next is going to be error, so let's also handle the error. Is going to be null initially, so use state and the default value of null. So let's have our Supabase client, so const Supabase, and you know we are doing this on the browser, on the client, so which is going to be equal to our Supabase browser client, which will be coming in from our Supabase client. All right, we have the Supabase browser client. We can bring in use effect from React, and this is our effect and our dependency array. And what we want to do in our use effect, we want to go and make sure that we fetch the file, and for that we are going to, let me see this fetch file function. Okay, so this fetch file, which is async, and the first thing we want to get is to have our try catch. Okay, I just brought in the Copilot suggestions, and we can go through it together. So here we have const and data. I'm going to get rid of error, and this data we can update it to we can take from it and take the public URL. Now what is this is doesn't exist of type this, and that's because from chat files get public URL, the file path, I think this is okay. Okay, and that's because this is not URL like this, you see, it's URL like this. Okay, so now we have the public URL, and what we want to do next, we just want to have a check. I'm going to get rid of this and say if public URL. In that case, we can now continue to do everything that we are doing. So I'm going to copy all of these and put it right in here. Sorry, I'm going to cut all of you and put them right in here. So if we have public URL, I'm going to set public URL to the public URL. So here, public URL. Okay, and then we need to determine the file. We need to determine the file name based on the prefix, and that's because if you come here to our messages, the way we set up our file name, you see here, this is having img for image, and if you are to be a PDF, it's going to have it's going to start with PDF. Okay, so here chat/PDF like that. Now we can make use of that to determine the file type. Okay, so we're going to have another if right in here. So I'm just going to get rid of everything here and have this if, and here we're going to say if the file path dot starts with, if it starts with chat/img, then we know we are making or taking a look at an image. So in that case, we are going to set our file type to image. Then we can have our else if block here, else if the file type starts with chat/PDF, and let's also add the hyphen because they're all gonna have the hyphen. In that case, we know we are looking at the PDF, and we set the file type to PDF. And next we are going to set our error to error like this, and finally we are going to set loading to false. Okay, so that's about it. And here we just define this function to fetch the file. We are not actually doing the main fetching. So after this, we want to check first, hey, did you provide a file path? If you did, then we want to go on and fetch the file. All right, and here we need to return the file path. We need to return the file path. We also need to return the Supabase, not really return, sorry. We need to add them to our dependency array. But right here, that's where we go on to return. We are returning the public URL, the file type, loading, and also error. Okay, so this is our use chat file. Yep, we are going to be making use of it right here so that we can effectively determine the file that we are looking at. And right here at the top, we can make use of it. So here I'm going to const the structure of these, which will be coming in from our use chat file, and this is going to take the file URL. And why do we have this error? Because it's of type string or null. But hey, let's add the exclamation mark for TypeScript to relax. So here, let's bring in the types that we need. Actually, we just need a public URL, and we also need a file type like this to know when we are taking a look at a PDF or when we are taking a look at an image. So now we can continue with our file preview components, which we were laying off, and now we can determine if is image. Okay, now we can determine if it's image from this, if the file type is equal to image. So in that case, if it is true, then we just want to display a link. Now this link should come from next link, and it's gonna be a self-closing, or actually let it not be a self-closing. Okay, and this link, we can have the href, and the href is going to be the public URL, okay, which is the one we get back from our hook. And after that, we are going to have the target, and the target is going to be underscore blank so that it can open up in a new window. And then we can have this rel, which is just for security purposes. So the rel is going to be no opener and no referrer like this. And right inside this link, we definitely have some class names. So quickly, let's provide the class name. Give the class name of relative, and give it a class name of aspect square. Give it a class name of rounded MD. Give it a class name of margin top of 2. Also, give it a class name of overflow hidden. Give it a class name of border. Give it a class name of flex. Give it a class name of items center. Give it a class name of BG secondary, and a height of 28 and a width of 48. All right, and that's what we have here. And what we want to display inside this link is the image component, and image should come from next/image. And this is definitely going to be self-closing, and this image is going to take the source, and the source is going to be the public URL, and the alt is going to be content. So let's have content here, or in that case, if there is no content, we can just set it to an empty string. And here we're going to have fuel, and here we can have class name, and class name is going to be equal to object cover, like this, object cover. All right, so this is what we are going to be displaying. In the case where we have an image, we are going to display this link, and this is one, and we can go on to handle another case where we have a PDF. So just write after this is image, we can have another for is PDF, and I'm just going to bring in everything we have here and close it up here. So if we have a PDF, what we want to show, we don't want to show this link and image. So maybe all that Copilot gave me, I'm going to let go of it, and we can start from scratch here. Give this div a class name of flex call, give it a class name of item start, give it a class name of justify center, gap of 2, also give it a class name of px of 2, give it a class name of py of 1, border, give it a class name of rounded md, shadow, just give it shadow, give it bg white, give it on dark variant, give it a bg gray of 800, like this. And right inside this div, what do we want to display? We want to display our typographic component. So let's bring our typographic component, and here we want to give this typographic component a variant of this. The text is not going to be content, so the text is just going to say shared file. And for the class name, text LG, not SM, so they give the text of LG, font semi bold, give the text gray of 700, text gray of 700, and on dark give it a text 700, not 7, and on dark give it a text gray of 200, like this. And right after this typography, all we just need to show now is the link component, should be brought in here, and the href is going to be equal to the public URL, and the target is going to be, target also is going to be underscore blank, and we have this rel which we can just copy from here and reuse here. And lastly, what do we have? We have some class names that we need to provide, and the class name we need here is text blue, give it a text blue of 600, give it a hover, on hover like this, give it a text blue of 800, give it on hover again on the line, give it a transition colors, okay, and give this a duration of 300, and also provide is in out, like this. And that's it for the class name. And right in this link, which is not going to be self-closing, so let's cover it up here, we just want to have the text of view PDF. Now we're not going to make use of our typographic component here, we're just going to say view PDF, like this. And now we have our file preview component. We want to display this file preview component, and that is definitely when we only have the URL. You can assource this to its own file, but it's just here. And right after this, so just inside this div with this flexco with full, so right here we want to have our file preview component. All right, so let's save this, come back to our application, and let's see what we are going to have right here. Now we have this because no errors, it's just the host name that hasn't been configured in our application because of the image that we want to display, which is coming in from our Supabase. So let's give this a second for it to load. We see the error, and now we just need to take this. So take this, this is the host name as you see over here, and we need to update our next.config.ts file. So come here, next.config, is it .mjs? Yep, that's what we work with. I'm going to duplicate this, and the host name just needs to update to this. Okay, so with that update, we need to restart our application and also restart over here. Now, while that is restarting, I'm going to come back to the use chat file, sorry, to the chat item. We no longer need this use chat file. And so let's come back to the application. It's actually reloading, and the next thing we're going to be working on is to show our content, right? And the content is going to be somewhere here, and we're just going to say if there is no file URL. That means we are taking a look, in this case, we are taking a look at a content. So here, let's have this editable content, which we are going to be displaying. It's another component that we are going to be defining right at the top. So I'm just going to take this and here, just obviously collapse these. So here we can have another component, editable content, which is going to be equal to this. And here we're going to say is editing. And to display this, we need to store a value in our state, okay? And the value we're going to store in our state is to know if we are editing or not. So const here, we are going to say is editing, not is deleted, is editing, set is editing, which is going to have a useState, a default value of false. Okay, now we can make use of this value in our editable component. And first of all, check, hey, if are we editing? If we are editing, then we want to show a form, and that form should come in from our UI form. I'm going to definitely be updating that. And otherwise, we want to show our content, and our content is just going to be a self-closing div like this. Now, this form is going to give us some errors, which we are going to fix in a second. But this div, I'm quickly going to give it a class name, and the class name of this div is going to be equal to, it's going to be dynamic. So let's bring in cn, which will come in from our libs utils. And here we can give this a text sm, and then we need objects to set some values. Okay, so we're going to set these values. So this is the text extra small. We're going to set this opacity of 90, and then we're going to set this italic, and this is going to be set, where is it, on the value, and the value is going to be deleted like this. And now how about the content? The content is going to be dangerously set in a HTML, where we are going to be displaying the content like this. Okay, so we don't need this, and or we just put it there, but we know that we always have a content because of the checks that we are running over there. And this form is going to throw some errors, and it won't allow us to have a first preview. So quickly, I'm just going to define our form right at the top. So this form is going to be defined at the top here. So let's quickly, where do we define it? I think we can define it here, and let's bring in useState from React. And here we can say const form, and this form is going to be equal to the use form, should be brought in from React hook form. And we know that this is going to take in a resolver and maybe some default values. And this time around, we definitely need the default value because we want to edit the content. Sorry about that. So let's define the schema. We're going to import z from Zod, and we're going to say, hey, z.infer. And this infer is going to be the type of our form schema, which we don't have yet. So this is going to be type of form schema. And that means we need to define a schema, which is more like how our form is going to look like. And we can define the schema here, just outside the component. This can go into its own file. Okay, that's for best practices. In bigger companies, form schemas will definitely live in a separate file. And here we can say this content is going to be a string, and rather than non-empty, we are going to say .main, and the main is going to be 1, could be 2. Okay, because I think we should go with 2 because we shouldn't have a content that is not up to 2 anyways. And that should get rid of the error that we have over here. Now, if we are still having an error, that's because we need to provide a form. So right in here, let's have our HTML form. Okay, and it's not going to have any action. And here we didn't provide the 2 values that we needed to. So where is our form? Here we didn't provide the resolver, which is this Zod resolver here, and Zod resolver needs to be imported from hook form resolver Zod. And the default value this is going to take is definitely going to be our content. So for default values, we can come here and pass our content, not like this, our content. Okay, so let's save this and we can quickly have a preview now. I think everything should be fine, and this is it. This is what we have so far, and you see here we are displaying our content, which is the first message, a feast message. We are going to be updating this soon. We always show the edited flag, which is in the case. And if you click on this, you see we load another tab where we display the image. and this is also where we display the image, which is making sense. We can switch over to our preferences, come over to the light mode, and we still see our images here, which makes so much sense. Now, what we are working on in terms of building this form is to make sure that we have a way of updating the messages, right? So here, where we have this HTML form, we need to have an onSubmit and a field set. So const, let's start with the onSubmit, not const. So this is going to have an onSubmit, and this onSubmit is going to have a form dot handle submit, and this is going to take an onSubmit. So let's define the onSubmit right at the top. Yeah, we can define it here. So const onSubmit, and we just log the data to the console, at least for now. Okay, so let's continue. And here inside the form, we are going to have a field set, and this field set is going to contain our inputs and our button. All right, let's start the field set. I'm going to give this a class name. The class name is going to be flex items center. Give it a width full, give it a gap x of 2, and give this a padding to the top of 2. Sweet. And inside this field set, we also have this disabled, and we want to disable if we are submitting, right, or if it's loading. So here we can say if it's loading, and we don't have this yet. Okay, we don't have this is loading yet. So let's come over to the top and define it. And to know when it is loading, that's what we are defining right here. So now we have our form. We can say form.formState.isSubmitting is going to give us access, or access to the form when it is loading. So in our field set, we are going to have a form field. So here, let's have a form field. Form field will be brought in from our component UI form, and the form field is self-closing. We have a control, and the control is going to be form.control. We also have the name, and the name of this is going to be equal to content. And what do we have? We have a render function, and this render function is going to be a function. Okay, so here let's define the function, and here we need to return form item. So let's bring in form item. Should come from our components UI form, and it's not going to be a self-closing tag. So from this render function, we can destructure the field. So let's bring in the field, and this form item is going to have some class names. We can give this a class name of flex-1, and right in here we are going to have not here. Yep, we are going to have our form control. Now, form control also needs to be imported, and we bring it in. And lastly, we are going to have our inputs. So input component should come from UI input like this, self-closing. Give this some class names of P2, give it a border of none, give this a BG transparent, give this a border of 0. Also give this a focus visible on the focus state. So focus visible, want to give you a ring of 0, and focus visible again. We want to give this a ring offset of 0, and it needs a placeholder. I'm not sure we're going to see this placeholder, right? I'll just give the placeholder of edited message, because whenever this shows, it should show with the content, right? And now let's just spread the field right in here, and we need a button to obviously submit the form. So right after this form field, let's have our button, and the button needs to be imported from our components UI button, and this button is going to have a text of save, or you can give it a text of update, whatever you want, and the size is going to be the smallest size, so we can give the size of SM. And just outside the form, we want to have another span, and this span is just going to, hey, press escape, anything, press escape to get copilot, to cancel, like I say, enter to save, anything like that. And this span tag is going to have some class name, and the class name is going to be equal to 10 pixels for the text, so that is just really tiny. Now we're going to save this, and automatically it's not gonna be in effect, because we just display the messages, but that's for the case where we are updating the message. Now you see we don't have any username here. That's why we just display the email. In cases where we authenticate via maybe the email provider or some other provider where we have the user email, we definitely will be displaying the user name over here. But now we just have the user email to display, which is my email. All right, so this looks good, but we need to update some things. We need to update this badge, which is always hard coded, and we also need to update this edited text, which is definitely always hard coded. And let's start with the edited. It looks pretty much straightforward. I'm going to cut this and I say, hey, if it isn't updated, if that is true, and also is not deleted, if that is true, then to go and display this edited text. Now in this case, the edited should go and we should be left with the badge. So the edited text is gone and we are left with, and come over to the badge. We already have the user roles in here. If you're a super admin, if you're a regulator, we already have the badge there. So what can we do? We can come here for this first badge. We only want to show if you're a super admin. So we say if it's super admin. If that is true, then to go and display this badge, and then we can duplicate this. Okay, now this is for the regulators. So if it's regulator, if that is true, then to go and show this other badge, which is this MD outline assist assistant photo like this, and that is for the regulator badge. Okay, but that's not all. We want to also show when we hover on this, we want to show an edit icon so that we can edit the messages, and we also want to show a delete icon so that we can delete the message. Okay, so let's work on that next, and working on that is just going to be just outside this div. So this div that we have here, so we have, if we collapse it, we have a structure, a HTML3 that looks like this. So I'm saying outside this div, so that is somewhere here. I'm just going to collapse it back. You see, we already get this autocomplete. If you can edit the message, can delete message. So let's come here and say, hey, can you delete message? And we wrote out the condition for you to be able to delete a message. You should be able to, the message shouldn't be deleted, and you should be an owner, a super admin, or a regulator. And if you can edit the message, it's not deleted, and you're an owner, and it's not a file, then you can edit the message. All right, so let's do that here. Can delete message is going to have this div, and and this div is going to have a class name of hidden. It's going to have absolute. It's going to have on group, not like this, on group hyphen hover. We want to go on and display a flex role and give this a gap of 2. We also want to give this a border, white, and on the dark mode I want to give this a border of black. Actually it's not going to be the border, so I'm going to give you a BG white, okay, like this, and on dark mode I'm going to give you a BG black like this. And what else? Give this a dark mode. Let's give it a text white, and let's have a text black by default. Okay, so what else? Rounded MD. Also give us a padding of 2 and give us a top of 0. And because we want to translate it, let's give it translate. Translate, I don't know what suggestion it was given, but translate Y, and then we can say 1/3, which I think is 30, minus 33%, and let it start from the right. So give it a right of 0 like this, and right in here we want to show a delete dialog. So delete dialog, which we haven't defined yet, so we're going to define it in a second. And if you can edit message, you just want to show the edit icon, which is going to set editing to true. So this is pretty much straightforward. Can edit message. In that case, we just want to say if it's true. Then what we want to show? We want to show an edit icon. Let's bring in the edit icon that will be coming in from Lucid React. I think we can use that. It's self-closing. And here we want to have words. We want to give this a class name, and the class name is just going to be cursor pointer, and give this a size of 20. Let it have a size of 20, and on click we are going to have the arrow function, which is going to set is editing to true, and it's totally okay. So this delete dialog, for now, let's just have a div so that we can have a quick preview. Delete dialog. So I'm just going to have this delete dialog here, and we can quickly have a preview. And once we are done with the preview, we can now work on our delete dialog. So come back to your application, to the browser, and now we see our delete dialog. But actually we just want to show an icon, and we see the delete dialog because, hey, we are looking at a PDF, we don't see the edit. I'm sorry, we are looking at images. Obviously we had PDFs, we would see, but here now you see our edit, and if we click on this, you see the message, you see the save. If you click on save and you come back to the terminal, you see this object, and this object you see over here should have the content, and you see it has the content. Super cool. Okay, and press escape to cancel. It doesn't work now because we haven't set up the use effect for that. So we're going to set the use effect, and yeah, we can work on our delete dialog. Okay, so let's first of all have our use effects. I'm going to collapse this editable content, this file preview. We have our on submit, and right before all of these, we can bring in use effect from React. And here we are going to have our effect callback and have this, and then I'll just duplicate this. Okay, so duplicating this, the first thing I want to do is to reset our form. So here form.reset, and the reset, I'm going to just have the content like this. So I want to reset it back to the content, and here it needs the content and it needs the form. All right, so this is where we do the magic for the escape functionality, and it's pretty much straightforward. We can just, I think I can bring in the Copilot suggestion, handle key down, which is going to be equal to this function. It's going to take in the event, which is the keyboard event, and that we can just say if the e.key is equal to escape, then we want to set editing to false like this. Totally fine. And then we're going to have a window dot add event listener, which is going to listen to the key down event and call this handle key down. Now we have this error. Why? Because you cannot find name E. I think it can, but for explicitly sake, I'm just going to call this event and use it right in here. So event.key is equal to escape, then set is editing to false. We have this window.add event listener, and for cleanup, we can just come here and return window.remove event listener, the key down event, and the key down. So why do we have this error? Cannot find name E. I think it's just a false alarm. And here we have an error. Why? Because string or null. So here, I'm going to set it to content. So here we're going to do like this: content, not constructor, or otherwise just set an empty string. But we know that we'll most likely be having content here, and that should be it. Okay, so while we wait for VS Code, you see the errors are gone. And why do we have this? Event is deprecated. Key doesn't exist on type event. Yeah. So that's because we didn't have this right inside here. And with these inside here now, inside the function, I believe everything should be fine. So give this a save. There are no more errors, and our application should be working well. Now, while it is building up, I think it's done. If we click on the edit right now, hey, we see the edit. If we press escape, it goes. Okay, so super cool. Now we are going to be working on the next component, which is the delete dialog. Okay, so let's fix that. Right here we're going to have a const delete dialog, which is going to be equal to this function where we're going to be returning a dialog component. So a dialog should come in from our UI dialog, I know I have to update quite a lot of imports, and here rather than have delete dialog, we can have the delete dialog component here. All right, so here we're going to have our dialog, which is going to need two states for opening and also for closing. So first we're going to have is on open change, and we're going to have on open. Okay, so right at the top, let's define the two states that we are going to need. So const we are going to need on, we can call it open delete dialog, and set open delete dialog. Now we have these two states, we can use it right in here, and on open change is going to be equal to this function that is going to set open delete dialog and give it a value of false. Sorry, and I need to brighten up my screen. And for open is going to be equal to for open delete dialog. All right, and here we need a trigger, right? So this is where we have the other icon. So delete, sorry, not delete dialog trigger should come from our UI, and this dialog trigger is just going to simply be a trash. So here let's bring in trash, and I think this should come from Lucid React, right? And this is going to have a size. So here let's have the size, and the size of this is just going to be 20. I think 20 is okay. Now if we save this and come back to application, we should no longer see, now we see just this, okay? And now we see our trash icon, super cool, and we see our trash and delete. All right, let's continue. And now after the trigger, we are going to have our dialog content, and the dialog content should come in from our UI, and then we're going to have our dialog header should also come in from our components UI dialog, and then in the header we're going to have our dialog title should come from our this and components UI, and it's not going to be self-closing like this. Yeah, it's going to be like this. And here we can have the text, are you sure you want to delete this message? Now it could be a PDF or whatever, so I'm just going to say, are you sure you want to delete, or are you absolutely sure? Any text of your choice, obviously. I want to give it a description. Okay, so here we're going to have a dialog description, and this dialog description should come from our UI. And what text do we give here? This action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete the message. Cool. I think that makes sense. And now we can close the dialog. Dialog description. Now we are going to show the actual preview, right? We're going to have a message to send, but we want to have a preview. And for that, I'm just going to bring this in. Now, the reason why I'm copying and pasting this is because it's most likely it's coming from here. So where is it? Where do we have? If it's PDF, sorry, it is here, file preview, image, PDF. Okay, so this is just me copying this so that the user can also have a preview of the document before the document is deleted. Okay, but I'm copying it just in case I made a change so that I don't have to start debugging with you. And I just advise you to also do the same. Go back to the GitHub and just copy and paste in the code. Make sure you're following so that your application is working as it is with my own. And in case where it is not working, please do let me know. So this is the preview for PDF. You can also pause your application to just your player to just take a look at it. This is all we have. And the next thing we have is for file URL. I'm just also going to paste this in. Okay. And for the content, which can be undefined, I'm just going to add the empty string. I know the content is always going to be there, but this is what we have. And the last we have is for if it is an image. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and bump this right in here, and then scroll all the way to the top to the end so that you see the different class names. You can parse it, or you can take it right from the GitHub. All right, and for the content where we have could be undefined, I'm just going to set it as an empty string, and that's about it. And here we close the div, we have the dialog header, and last thing we are missing up is the button that will obviously cancel or submit, right? So let's fix it just outside this header, but still inside the content. We are going to have another div, And this div is going to have a class name. We're going to give this div a class name of flex column. We're also going to give it a gap of 2, and right inside this div we are going to have a button, and so closing like this. The button is going to have an onClick, and the onClick of this button is going to be this function where we are going to set open delete dialog, give it a value of false. Okay, and what else? Let's give it some class names. I'm going to give this a class name of with full, and also give this a variant, and the variant is going to be equal to secondary. Okay, we don't need the curly braces for this. Okay, and here what do we want to show? We want to show no cancel, or no. And after this we want to show yes delete. Okay, so let's just have this no comma cancel right here, and then we can duplicate this, and this is going to onClick is going to call handle delete, which we don't have yet. So let's have this handle delete, give this a class name. The variant is going to be destructive, and yes, we are going to have delete here. So the user is sure the user want to delete, so here we have yes delete. All right, so let's quickly define this handle delete. It's just going to be a function that we are going to use to update. Okay, so where do we define it? We can define it maybe somewhere here. So const handle delete is going to just be this async function that does nothing for now, and we call the handle delete here. Where is it? Here. All right, my friends, let's save this, have a preview, come out to application, wait for this to load up. We obviously are not doing any delete. We will click on the delete icon now. Has it loaded? Let's see. Okay, nothing seems to work, and I don't think we have connected it to, where is it, to the delete icon. So here I think it will come up on its own, right? Because this has the trigger, the dialog trigger and the dialog content. So let's try again. Perhaps it didn't load fully, or we need to refresh our application. Now while it's refreshing, let's keep an eye on the terminal. There are no errors, and I feel it should work this time around. Okay, so let's see. Let's click on delete, and for some reason the dialog doesn't show up. The edit works, but the delete doesn't work. Okay, so let me debug that. And the reason is because we had the typo here. Okay, so we always want to set it to open dialog, open delete dialog. Okay, we don't want to set it to false, and that's why it never showed up. Okay, so now let's try it again. Click here. Yes, we see our dialog is asking us, I wish I want to delete, and if we click here, we see our preview. Okay, so that's what we set up, which I think is good user experience. We want to show the user the preview. The user can go through the documents one more time, or through the message. In this case, if it's this, we want to delete, we see this, the user sees the content, and the user can say, nope, I don't want to delete, or you press escape, and it goes up. And in case of yes, nothing happens for now, but we are going to be working on this. Okay, so we have this. The next thing we're going to be working on is our socket. We have our socket connection in place, and if we add a new message, the message goes into our database. So let's try it out, a new message, and we click on send. The message goes into our database. You know, we did some refactoring, and we actually see our message emitted here, and that makes sense because yeah, we did set it up. So if you come over to the chat messages right here, you see we had the query key, which is this channel ID, and here in the use chat fetcher, if we come over here, you see we have the query key. Where is it? Query key here, and this is used right here for the query key and the query the param value. And the reason actually why it works is because of our WebSocket connection, not because we have set it up for sending a new message, which actually we did. Because if you come over to pages, you have messages index. Here you will see that we are actually emitting you see we are emitting the data. Okay, and the data is being used. But now we are going to make sure that it works for real-time messaging. We are going to make sure we set up our WebSocket connection for the messages, so that it can also work for edit, because edit doesn't even work I don't think it works. You just have save, nothing happens. Okay, so edit obviously doesn't work. We're going to make sure that our WebSocket works for edit and our WebSocket also works for delete. I'm enjoying the course. If you're learning anything new, please give it a thumbs up. If you have any queries, please type it in the chat. And we have some error here. I will just refresh to fix it. And we're going to be fixing this when next we see. Hello my friends, welcome back. Let's make sure now we can edit messages as well as update messages, because we have this functionality yet, but we obviously cannot send the message, the data to update the message. Okay, but we have this if we come back to the chat item component, we have this on submit, and we also have this handle delete, which works for deleting, and the on submit, if we check, it's for our form that we use to edit our item over here. So this form where we have the button to save. Okay, so those are the two functionalities we are going to be working on, and we need to first of all have the route where we can submit, because then we are going to also have our WebSocket for these two operations. And for that, we can come back to our pages, and in our pages right here where we have API, here where we have messages, API, here we have our WebSocket, and here we have messages. Now we need another route, and this is going to be for our message ID. So right here, rather than have this messages section that we have here, where we have the index, we are going to be creating a new route path, and this is going to be message ID and .ts. Okay, so sorry, not like this is not going to be it's not going to be a folder, it's going to be a file. So sorry about that. Create a file like this. So this means any request coming to /pages /API /WebSocket /messages is going to be coming right into this file. Obviously /messages, and then /any unique key is going to be coming right in here. So this is going to be our handler. So we're going to be exporting this as a default function, which we are going to call handler. Okay, now this is going to be taken in the request, and for better TypeScript, this is going to be for our next API request, and for the response is going to be our socket API socket what do we call it, socket IO API response. Okay, and I'm going to reorder these two like this. So here we want to handle the request, so we're going to first of all check, because if we want to handle only requests that contains delete and also patch. So here we're going to catch all of them at once by having this check, and we're going to say if this array includes request.method like this. Now this isn't just going to work like this. We need to check if it doesn't include any of the method that we are going to be handling over here. Now what are these methods? And here we have actually the request.method like this, and here what do we have? We can just have this exclamation mark like this, and I think everything should be fine. All right, so this should be an array and here we should also have this exclamation mark like this, and we want to handle for the case of delete, and we also want to handle for the case of patch. So we are going to have a comma and like this. So this is the syntax, and this is saying, hey, actually this is request, this is response. Yeah, so this is it. And why are we having this error? Protein method doesn't exist on type, and we know it exists, so I don't know why we are having the error. Anyways, I'll come back to it. So here we are going to be returning a rest.status of 45.json to say that the method is not allowed. And now I see where we're having the error. This is not next API response, because this is the request. So this should be next API request, not response. Should be request like this. Should be imported from next, and we can now get rid of the response. And I don't know if we still need this exclamation mark. We're going to see if we have the errors. Yep, then we're going to add it back and we are okay. So then let's have our try catch block, and yep, so in the catch block, in case of any error, let's quickly handle that. We are going to console.log, and then we are going to say give it a key. Let's say message ID error or anything like that. anything that we can just use to recognize it. And we're going to log the error to the console, and we also want to go on and make sure we are returning a res.status and give this a status code of 500 like this .json, and where we have the object with the error key, and we're going to say internal server error like this. All right, so we are going to be working now on our try block, and in the try block, the first thing we want to do over here is to make sure we have the user data. So const user data is going to be our way to get user data pages, and this is going to be taken in the request and is also going to be taken in the response. Now you see we don't have this get user data pages, so we need to import this. So right up here we are going to be importing this, and it's going to be coming in from @actions, and in our actions we have the get -user -data. So that's where this is going to be coming in from. Now we have this error here because this isn't async, so don't forget to mark your function as an asynchronous function. All right, so now we have the user data. The first thing we want to also check is, in case we don't have the user data, then we're going to be returning this response. Now we want to get some things from the request.query, and I'm going to bring in the message ID, but we also need to pass way more than that. We need to pass the channel ID, and we also need to pass the workspace ID. And this will be coming in from the request.query. If you need better TypeScript completion, you can just say as a record like this, and then you can add your string here and string here, so whichever is totally fine. And then you can come here and we need the content. Now the content is going to be coming in from the request body, so right here we can just have this check. Okay, so we can have this check, and here then we can get the content. So const, we are going to be getting content, and the content is going to be coming in from request.body. All right, so now we have all of these. It's time for us to perform the actual updates. Okay, so const Supabase is going to be equal to Supabase. So remember, we have our Supabase server client pages, and this is going to need a request, and it's also going to be needing the response. Okay, now we have our Supabase client. Let's be sure the import is correct. So right here we have the Supabase client. We want to go on and update. So this is now going to be equal to, we need to await the Supabase, and here we can say supabase.from, and then from messages, what do we want to go on and do? We want to go on and select everything like this, select star, and we also need, sorry, this should be in quotes, so we want to go on and select star, and here we also want to get the user, so we're going to have a comma here, and here we are going to have a user key, and this is going to be user underscore ID like this, and we are going to select everything from here like this. All right, so we need our where clause, and this is going to be equals to what, where the ID is going to be equal to image ID, that is the ID we want to fetch. And to make sure we get an object, we are going to say .single. Okay, we already have .single right here for us. So now this is going to give us our data, and we can rename this to be message data, and we're going to have a comma here, and we are also most likely going to have an error. And right here let's have some checks. So right here we're going to check if there's an error and we don't have message data. In that case, we want to return a response.status 400, where we're going to say the message not found, or you can say bad request. So we now need some props here, because we want to know if this message that we are getting from this message data, we want to know if this message is the owner of the message, and then we want to find out if this update operation is happening by an admin or a regulator, because it's going to be used for both our update and also for our delete. Okay, so we want to know, because we just want to make sure that only the user can edit the message, but an admin, a regulator, the user can definitely delete a message. So how do we do that? We're going to have some constants here. We're going to say is message owner, and this is message owner is going to be if the message dot user id, so message data dot user id, the message that we get here, if it's equal to the user data dot id, then we know it is the message owner. So we also want to find out if it's admin, and its admin is going to be if the user data. Now this user data, if we come back to our Supabase project, you would see here that our users right over here, give this a second, our users have a type. So you see here the user have a type, and you remember, if you come over to our SQL editor, and here we have our user data table, you see here that we have this check, so role. So give me a second, I'm just going to bring this down, and here we have this type over here where the user can be of these three types, so a user, an admin, or a regulator. So that's what we are checking over here. So I'm just going to paste this right in here, and then we are saying if the user data dot type, okay, if the type is equal to admin, then we know that, hey, this user is an admin. I'm just going to get rid of this so that it's not, or maybe I take it to the top, so it's, sorry, so it's not in our face all the time. So but we just have this functionality here for the user type to know if the user is an admin. And const is regulator, and the regulator is going to be equal to if the user data type is equal to regulator. Okay, so here the user type, then you're going to know if it's a regulator or if the user is an admin. So then let's have our const here can edit message, and to edit a message is either you're the message owner, or in that case you are the message is not deleted. Okay, then you can go on to edit the message, and if you cannot edit the message, we are going to return this says forbidden. And now we want to handle the case where the request is for patch and the case where the request is for delete. So we're going to be checking that for the request.method, and if the request.method is equal to patch, in that case we want to do an operation, and here we're going to have another clause for the else case. So else if, and we want to check if the request.method is equal to delete, and in that case we want to do something else. All right, so let's quickly handle the patch case. And here, if there is no message owner, okay, if there's no message owner, then we want to also go and return a 4.3 which says forbidden, and we're going to have a function that is going to help us to update the message content and to also delete. So let's define those two helpful functions here. We're going to call this async, not as, yeah, so async function, we can call it update message content. And what is this going to need? It's going to be needing the Supabase, and the Supabase client is, we're going to say subtype any. It's also going to need a message ID. So here let's have the message ID, and the message ID is going to be of type string, and then it's going to have the content, and the content itself is also going to be of type string. And now we can have the body, and inside this function body we want to await our Supabase, and we want to call say dot from messages, it's a string. We want to run the update operation, so dot update, and this update, it needs this object. So what do we want to update? We want to pass the content. We want to also update the updated at property, so the updated underscore at, which is going to be the new date like this, and we can call to ISO string over here. And we also, I think that's okay for updating the messages. And the clause for this update operation is going to be where it is equal, where the ID is equal to the message ID. And what else is going to be, we want to also retrieve it. So after that, we want to chain.select, and we want to select again everything, but we are going to be adding the user, and here we're going to say where the user ID, and then take everything, and lastly we can call dot single like this. All right, so quickly let me check if we can hover on this Supabase, and it's of type Supabase client. So maybe that can give us better TypeScript completion. So here I'm going to say Supabase client. So Let's bring it in, and now everything should work. Let me quickly double check. Dot equal. Yeah, so everything is fine and we don't get any errors. All right, so that's it for the update message. You can see we're not returning anything here, and the same for delete. I'm just going to be duplicating this, and here is going to be delete message. And what do we need here? We also need the Supabase client, and we need the message ID. We don't need the content here. And this is going to say from messages, do go on and run update. And the content, we are going to be updating it manually and say this message has been deleted. The updated that is going to remain the same. And what else is going to be the file URL? The file URL, let's call URL. Okay, in case we also updated the file, we're going to set it to null, and we also want to update is related to true. So this file URL, let's double check if it is file underscore URL. Come over to our messages, and right here in our messages we can see it's file underscore URL. So the delete operation should work just fine, and that is it for the delete. So I'm going to save this, and now it's time for us to call these two functions that we just defined inside this page. So let's start with the update. Just right here, after we verify it is the message owner that wants to run this delete operation, we can now come back here and we can call our await update message, give it Supabase, give it the message ID as well as the content. And if we want to run the delete operation, then we're just going to await delete, pass Supabase and the message ID. What we're going to do next after this, before we can go on to emit our WebSocket, is to come over here and have this object where we're going to await Supabase client and Supabase like this. We can call from messages, we want to get the message that we just updated, right? So from messages like this, let's go on and select. So this should give us the fresh or the updated message. Go on and select everything, and here we have we also want to make sure we have the user. So here we're going to have the user, which we're going to map to user, map here. We're going to take the user ID, everything, and here we have our where clause, and where the not channel ID, where the message ID is going to be equal to the message ID. Now that's not all. As we select, we also want to order, and we are going to be ordering this by created at ascending, and ascending is going to be true. And what else do we need? Everything is fine like this. Now this can give us our data. So here let's have our data, which is going to be our updated message. Or we can have an error, and the error is also could be a message error. We are trying to just rename it over here. Now right here, let's say if we have a message error or the message is null, the updated message is null, what do you want to do in that case? You just want to return message not found, or you say fetch to failed to fetch updated message. But then we want to go on and return response the status of 200 with the JSON. And this JSON, please, we are going to keep it in the key. It's important that we have this object here with the key of message. We are going to be using this on the front end to update our pages, our messages, once the update has been done. But that's not all. We also want to return res.socket, and then we can have this .server, and we have this .io, and we want to go on and .emit. And what we want to emit needs EV, a key, an event. Okay, so the event, so I'm going to come back to it, but then you have a comma, and next it needs the ax, which is the data, and the data is going to be the updated message that we are going to be emitting, so the fresh message. So for this key is going to be dynamic. So here we have channel, and after channel we are going to embed the channel ID. And after that, we are going to also have the semicolon where we're going to have channel -messages, and this is for updates like this. All right, so this is the key. You can assign this to another variable. Make sure you don't have any typos, because this is going to be super useful on the front end. So now we have the back end ready for this update. And delete is a soft delete. We are not actually running the delete. If you see over here, we are just updating it, updating the content, and setting is delete to true. All right, so we have this. Now we are going to come back to our chat messages, and we are going to then update this to functions. Where do we have it? Sorry, this to, yeah, so in the chat item, the on submit and also the handle delete. So for the on submit, which is for the update, we are going to come here, and we know that data, we saw it has the content key. So here we're going to get content, and on this on submit, what we are going to do first, let's have the URL. The URL is going to be equal to the socket URL. And remember the socket URL, if we come over to the pages, not here, in the app, main, workspace, channels, the channel ID page, you will see that the socket URL is /API/WebSocket/messages, which is going to be looking into /API/WebSocket/messages. But now we need to append, because here we have this message ID. So to target that route, we have the socket URL and then the ID. Now this ID is going to make it to come inside here, inside that route, and we need the query parameters. And this is going to be just right here like this, new URL, search params, and here we're going to have the socket query. Now also you can check the socket query. Where do we have it? The channel ID and the workspace ID, and right over here, that's what we are trying to retrieve. So where do we have it? So right here at the top, you would see here we are trying to receive the channel ID, the workspace ID, which are these two queries that we are passing here. Now you might be wondering, how about the message ID? The message ID is from this file. It's the way we name our file, and automatically this message underscore, if you name this separately, you need to update the name you use right here. So that is passed automatically, and the value for this is going to be this ID right here in the URL. So this dynamic ID that comes right inside here. I hope it actually makes some sense. So let's run the update. So we are going to be awaiting Axios.patch operation. So we have imported Axios. The IDE helped me with the imports, the URL, and the content. And after that, let's reset our form. So we are going to set it is editing to false, and we're going to call the form form.reset, and we are just going to reset it empty like this. Okay, so let's save this. Everything should be fine for the update. Now let's work on the delete. Now for the delete, almost the same. We get the URL. The URL is the socket URL, the ID, new URL set params, socket query, and then we await Axios.delete, and then we close back our model. So let's update this, make sure that everything is saved here. I'm just going to reload our application. I know we are going to be solving this overlapping header in a second. I'm going to reload the application, and now we can give it a trial, and hopefully everything works and we have done everything correctly. So let's try to update this new message. I'm going to click here and just, a new MSG. So where is it? A new MSG like this. Hit on enter, give this a second, and so we see the update, a new MSG, and here we see edited, super cool. And let's also try to delete this. I'm going to click on this delete here, and we see it's asking us if we are sure we want to delete this new message. I'm going to say yes. Let's run the delete. We don't have any loading indication, and now we see this message has been deleted. Super cool. Now this button, where is it? Where is our model? Is actually not this one. Yeah, so the delete dialog here, where we have the buttons. So here it should be disabled if we are deleting. Okay, so let's quickly handle that in our state. Just right here, I'm going to say const is deleting, and then set is deleting, and right here after the delete operation, because this is for handle delete, we don't just want to await, and once we are done, once we start, we are going to set is deleting to true, and once we are done, we need to update set is deleting back to false. And now we can make use of it right here for the two buttons and make sure they are disabled if we are deleting. So disabled and disabled is equal to if we are deleting. Sorry, not for the cancel. I think we can leave it for the cancel. It doesn't hurt, right? And most importantly, we need it here, yes, for the delete. All right, so let's save this. and that should help us update our form. And lastly, where is it? Yeah, so that's about it. And now we have this. We want to make sure that we have our WebSocket that is listening to event for our updates and as well for our delete. Okay, so let's work on that next. Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's work on our WebSocket connection for updating and also deleting. So I'm going to close all this and we're going to be focusing not really on these chat messages, but it's going to be on this component where we are going to be making use of a new hook. Okay, so right here at the top, just here we have the use chat fetcher. Okay, so right here I think it's a good place for us to have our use chat socket connection like this, and this is going to be a function that we can close up here. Okay, it's a hook after all. So here we are going to need some arguments and we are going to need to pass the query key. We also need to pass the add key. We will also need to pass the, I'm going to fix all of these, the update key, and we also need to pass the param value like this. All right, so definitely we have an error for this use chat use chat socket connection hook. Let's create it. So I'm going to copy the name and come over to our hooks, and right here in our hooks we need to create this use chat sockets hyphen connection.ts file. Okay, so let's paste, not just now, I'm going to export const and paste this in, which is going to be equal to this function. We're going to require some arguments, and here we have the function body, and here let's define the props. So right here I'm going to say type, and the type is going to be our use chat connection props, which is going to be equal to an object. It needs the add key. The add key is going to be of type string. The update key, query key is going to be of type string, the update key is going to be of type string, and lastly the param value is going to be of type string. Now we can take this and pass it as a type to this object, and here we can now destructure the values, which is the add key. We can also bring in the param value, we can also bring in the update key, and lastly we can bring in the query key. Okay, so what do we need here? First we need our socket, right? So let's get access to our socket, which is going to be coming in from our use socket hook, which is going to be coming in from our providers, and this is going to give us access to our socket like this. And we also need our query client. So let's bring our query client. So const query client, and this query client is going to be coming in from the use query client, which should be imported from Tanstack React query like this. And now we need two functions. The function that is going to help us to handle our updates, and the other function that is going to help us to handle our deletes, and that's where pretty much majority of the work in this hook is going to be done. So const handle updates message, and please make sure you log in between. You might not see me log because I have done this off screen, so I know what values I'm getting. I did have to log the previous. I also had to log the new data, stuff like that. So please make sure you log in between. So I'm gonna bring in all this code and we can modify it together, or maybe I just take it off because. So query client, and the query client is dot set query data, and set query data is going to take this array where we have the query key, and we are going to pass the param value. Okay, now it's very much important. You see this query key and the param value that we set in here. If we come over to chat messages, we have this use chat fetcher. You will see here that we have this query key. So the query key and the param value, so it has to match. If you don't use the same, you're going to get unwanted behavior. So it has to be the same query key and also the same query value, just like that as an array, and that's what we're using over here. So this is going to give us the previous data, which is going to be of type any. And here, just to make it easy on ourselves, for Typescript, we're going to have some check if there's no previous, or there is no previous dot pages. So let's have our, make sure you have your bank operator there. And here we also want to, we also want to check if there is no previous dot pages dot length. In that case, we want to go on and return previous. So I'm just going to remove this and we can return previous. So in the case where we have new data, we can say const new data, and new data is going to be equals to previous.pages.map like this. And why do we have this error? Because we need to cover up here. Okay, yeah. So previous is going to be this pages.map, and here we need to return a new object, which is what we are doing here. So we are returning an object like this. Otherwise you can cut this, have the function body, and then you also have your return like this. So anyone is going to work. I'm just going to revert to what I had previously, and right in here we need to spread out the page. Okay, now you might be wondering, where is this page coming from? Now this page is this page right here in the map. Okay, and also the new data, the data is going to be the page.data.map, and this is going to give us data like this, and this data we know is going to be of type message with user, and this type should be imported from our types. And with that, we want to first of all check if the data.id is equal to the message.id, then we want to return the message. Otherwise we can just come right here and return the data. And after this, so after this new data that we have here, let's go on and return pages new data, but we shouldn't forget to spread the previous data that we had. All right, so I'm going to check at the top. Yep, everything is imported. I'm going to quickly sort the order of imports right over here. We are not making use of the add key yet. Now we're making use of the update key, but we are going to be making use of this in a second. You're going to see where it's needed. So this is the handle update message for update operations. Now what if we want to have a new so I'm going to collapse this, and right over here we're going to have a new function that is going to help us to handle a new message. So const handle new message is going to be taken in the message, which is of type message with user, and here we are going to have our query client dot set query, going to set it to this key. Again, please make sure it's this key. We are going to have the previous data, and then we have our check if there's no previous or previous.pages or previous.pages.length. You can revert this and say if it is equal to 0. In that case, then you want to go on and return previous. Okay, and then we're going to have so I'm going to delete everything we have here, everything that we got from Copilot, to make sure we don't have any errors. And then we're going to have here const new pages, and new pages is going to be this array where we are going to spread the previous.pages like this. And now we can say new pages, the first one we can say is going to equal to this object where we are going to spread out the new pages, and I can just remove one, spread out the new pages like this, and then data message new pages, the first one, and then .data. And just after all of this we can go on to return previous pages and new pages. So these are the two functions. You can see we're not making use of them yet. You can copy and paste my code if I was too fast or if you missed it at some point. But after these two functions, then we can go have our use effect, which is going to handle all the magic. So here we're going to have our callback and our dependency array. We're going to be providing some dependencies in a second. So here, if there is no socket, then there's no need for us to continue. In that case, we just want to go on and return. But in the case where we have our socket connection, we're going to be listening for update, and this is going to take the update key, so socket.on. And here socket is possibly null, and here we want to check if there is no socket, right? So socket.on, we have our update key, which is going to be coming in here, and then it's going to call this function. When the socket, this update key is triggered, this update key needs to match what we are watching for on our API folder pages that we just worked on for the update and also for the delete, and so also socket for on the add key, call handle new message, which is this function that we called over here. All right, so that's not all. We can also do some cleanup. So here we're going to return socket.off update key. We're going to call it and off. So this is just some cleanup over here, and we can provide the dependency arrays that we need. We need the add key, we need the update key, we need the query client. So I'm going to bring in the query client. I'm not going to be using these two functions. So query client like this, and we also need we have the add key, we have the update key, and we also need a query key. So here, let's bring in the query key like this. All right, so you can leave out the rest of the dependencies. These are the dependencies that we need. And now we can come over to our chat messages, and in these chat messages we need to pass in the different values that it needs. We have an error because first we need to bring this in, so let's bring it in right from the top. Yep. And here, let's see, we have the query key, we have the add key, and the add key is not just going to be this add message. First, we're going to check the type, okay? Because remember, we have one-on-one conversation, and we also have for direct messaging channels. So if the type is equal to channel, in that case, we want to have this backtick where we're going to have the dollar sign, and then we're going to have the query key, and we're going to have channel dash messages like this. Otherwise, we are going to have something else for our one-on-one messages. So this is going to be direct messages, direct underscore messages, post like this. Okay, and that's about it. For the update key, we can get rid of this again because we need a type. So here, let's check if the type is equal to channel. So in that case, we want to have the query key, and the update is going to be channel hyphen messages update. Okay, otherwise it's going to be direct message update like this, and then we have the param value. Now it's important, quickly, if you come over to the, where is it, to our pages, messages, message ID, here where we have the key, you would see this key here. We are not making use of the admin or regulator, we should see, but here you will see just right here where we are emitting this. Okay, so channel ID, channel messages update. I'm actually going to copy this and come back here, and I will just paste it here so we can compare. So you can see this is the key. It should be channel and channel ID, but here you see that for the update, the query key, and if you come right up, you see the query key is channel and hyphen channel ID, which matches this. So channel and then semicolon channel ID, which is what we have here. So this is dynamic. Channel ID is the chat ID in this case, but it's the same. And then you have channel messages update. So make sure you don't have any typos here, else it's not going to work as expected. And the same for the add key. You can come here, messages in the index.ts. You see here that we are also emitting this. So I'm going to copy this and come back here so that you can quickly compare. And in case you have an error, you know where to debug the error from. And you see here channel and then channel ID, channel messages, and this is for our add key like this, and you see it matches. So please make sure you don't have any typos, else it's not going to work for you as expected. So I'm going to save this, and also you can quit your terminal, restart your terminal if everything is not working fine, and you can try it here. So thank you. We're going to continue, and before we leave, I want to fix this overlap that we are having here. And for us to fix it, let's come back to our application, and I'm going to close everything. So now in this case, we need to come over to our app, and in our app, we need to come over to our main workspace channels page, and then we need to visit the chat group component. And in this chat group component, we need to come over to the chat header component, and right here in the chat header component, you would see that this has a position absolute. So let's give it a Z index of 20 like this, which is just going to help it move right over to the top, and every other thing here should be fine. So let's save this, and with that fix, it should help us update. It should help us fix this. So now it fixes it already. Super cool. Now this is the perfect time because our conversation is working, but I want to try this with another account, right? I want to bring another user into the mix. So this is the perfect time for us to come over here, and you see we have this key. Let's work on our invite right now. All right, so let's go on and work on our invite, and we might need to make some changes here. So if we come over to the chat group, right here we have the sidebar, and this sidebar has this other component which is the sidebar navigation. And if we come over to the sidebar navigation component, that is a component that is in charge of switching between workspaces. All right, so let's look for where we render the workspace name. So here in this avatar where we render the workspace name, now we have this div which then goes on to show the invite code. But I think we can now update it. Rather than just show the invite code to the user, let's update this text. And this text is going to say, it's going to be this string where we're going to tell the user to copy invite link. So here, let's have this copy invite link. And the class name is going to remain the same. The variant remains the same. And here we can now wrap this in a div actually. So let's wrap this in a div. I'm going to paste this in here, and I want to give this div, so class name of flex, give it items center, and give this a gap x of 2, just like this. And right in here, let's have this copy, and this copy needs to be imported. It's an icon, maybe we use from the Lucid React, and it's going to be self-closing. Now we're not going to have this text to Google. We're going to have an onClick function, which is going to take a callback function that we haven't defined yet. So maybe we call this function, or give this function a name of copy invite link, and this is going to be taking the workspace.invite code. Okay, so let's have it here, workspace.invite code. You can see the invite code is of type string or null, but hey, it's actually going to be of type string. Okay, and we have an error because we don't have that defined yet. And let's also give this a size of 18. Now, to make sure we don't have the error anymore, let's come over here. I'm just going to copy this function and come over here right to the top, maybe somewhere around here, and we can have this function which is going to take the invite code, which is of type string. Now with this, if we come out to application, this should now update. Rather than see the invite code here, I want to see the text, and I also want to make sure, yeah, I see this. So copy invite link, and this is very much okay. Now I think it's okay. And the click functionality is actually on this button over here. So there are two things I want to do. What I want to do is whenever we switch in workspace, so where do we have this switch workspace function? Let's see where it's called. It's just called here. Now, because we now have the functionality to copy, we don't just want to copy one or only copy if we have a particular workspace. Now, how can we know if the workspace we are on is the active one? We already have this check, which helps us with that. So we're just going to say, hey, if you're on code, just go and check if it's active. Then if it's active, you can go on to call this function. Otherwise, you're not going to do anything. Okay, so now before, if we click on the workspace, we'll be able to navigate, but now we are not just going to be able to navigate. Now we want to have the current domain, so const current domain, and the current domain is going to be equal to window.location.origin. And now we can make use of the navigator.clipboard.write text, and the text we want to write is the current domain / we're going to go over to create hyphen workspace like this, and then / the invite code. Okay, and then we can just show a toast notification. So we can import toast from Sonar, and we can say, hey, toast.success, and success invite link, copy it to clipboard, and cool. So we are going to be going to a new route, as you see here, our domain / current workspace / invite code. Now let's try it out already. If we click on the copy functionality here, we actually copy and it tries to switch to the workspace, and that's the behavior that I was trying to avoid. So let's see where we have this switch workspace is active. If active is true, then go on and call this switch workspace. Okay, maybe we might have to refresh our application, but now we are in a new channel. We're just going to come back to the code with lari. Let me try to click here. It actually copies, and then it navigates us to the channel where we were at previously. So it's totally fine. Anyways, let's open a new tab. I'm going to paste this in, and you see here it's actually copied / create workspace, and then the workspace invite link. Now we need to create that new route that we just saw right now. Otherwise, it's definitely going to break because we don't have a route. Now, the route is our domain / create workspace and then the invite code. So creating the workspace, let's come back to our app. And in our app, we need to come over to this create workspace. And this invite code is going to be a catch-all route, going to be dynamic, obviously. So here we're going to have the square brackets where we're going to have this invite like this. And in here, we're going to have our page.ts. Cool. So /app create workspace invite page.ts. And let's have our JSX, which is going to be invite page, anything like that. Get rid of the React.js import, and I think everything should be fine. We have an error because this should not be TS. This should be TSX like this. All right, so this is going to be equal to async function. And in this async function, we are going to be getting params, and we know that params is going to be an object with the params key, where the params is props is going to be an object with params key, where params is an object where we have invite, and invite is going to be of type string. And here we can destructure params, and from params we can also go on level and destructure invite like this, which is going to be the invite code. All right, and here what we want to do, we want to go on and call this await workspace invite, which is a function which we haven't created. So we are going to be creating this await workspace invite, and this is going to be taken in, not this, going to be taken in the invite like this, which is our invite code. I think we should rename this to invite code. So here we can call this invite code like this and make use of the value right in here. Now, that's that aside, we need to create this action, which is workspace invite, and let's do that right in here. Come over to our actions, and in our actions, we need to create a new action. So here we are going to add this workspace. I think we already have one for our workspaces.ts. So this is for our workspaces. And I think it's okay for it to live inside here because it's part of the workspace. It's actually a workspace invite. So let's export const workspace invite, which is going to be equal to an async function like this that takes in the invite code, and it's going to need Supabase, which is going to be our Supabase server client. It's also going to need user data, and user data is going to be equal to, not this, is going to be equal to our await get user data, and get user data, not this. This needs to be called like this. Okay, now let's update. We want to add this user to our Supabase workspace. First of all, we want to go on and get the workspace that has that invite code, right? So const, we are going to get this, which is going to be equal to awaiting Supabase, and we can say from workspaces, not invite, workspaces. Let's go on and select everything where the invite code is equal to this invite code, and to make sure we have a single object, we can call .single on it, and this is going to give us data, or it's going to give us some error, and we should watch out for both. And this get user data needs to be imported inside here, and we can update this to come from @actions and get user data. All right, so here where we're going to get we can check for error. If we have an error, I wouldn't just return, I just also want to log this to the console and not return the error. I want to come here and console.log the, so we know where the error comes from, right? So we're going to console.log error fetching workspace invite, and let's also have the error for debugging purposes here. And in case where we don't have any error, we now want to check if the user is a member, because if the user is a member, there's no need for us to run the update. Okay, so const is user member, and this is going to be equal to data like this, data.members, and because this is a workspace and we know workspace has members, right? Dot includes, and we want to check if it includes the user data.id, and here the user data is possibly null, so we can quickly add the check. We know definitely we would have a user for us to be here. All right, so if there's a user member, we can now say, hey, this user is already a member of this workspace, and then we just return. We don't want to run the update, but in the case where the user isn't a member, we also want to check if the user is an admin, right? So if data.super_admin, I'm coming because there's an error. This should be data.super_admin and not const. It should be if. So if data.super_admin, and if this is because we're taking a look at a workspace, and quickly in Supabase, workspaces, let's give this a second. You see here we have this super admin, so that's what we're actually checking. So if this is going to be equal to our user data.id, then we log this to the console. And lastly, we want to then go on, and after this to check, we want to add the user to workspace. So we're going to await the add member to workspace. Remember, this is an action that we have used in the past, and this is going to be taking the user data.id and also the data.id. Now this can be undefined, so we're going to say, hey, it's always going to be there. And we also want to go on and update the user workspace, update user workspace. These are the two actions we defined in the past. So these two actions, and I'm just going to be updating the import of both like this. So let's save this, and we can already bring in this workspace invite. If you don't get it, that the auto completes. All right, so let's see if we are we actually have an error here. And why is that? User data has any type because it doesn't have an annotation. So why do we have this error here? User data, let me visit get user data. And why is this giving me an error? I actually think now is a false alarm from Visual Studio Code. Okay, because here and this workspace invite doesn't import, right? No worries, we can import this ourselves. So let's import the workspace invite, which isn't going to be coming from here. It's going to be coming in from @actions, and this is going to be our workspaces like this, and everything should be fine. So do we still have the error? We still have that same error. All right, so we have it here. I believe it's a false alarm from VS Code, and we obviously need to have our await, right? So const, we are going to, or we cannot call const, we could just go on and await because it's not returning any data. Okay, and actually that's why we're having the error. So this had to be await workspace invite. If we come here, do we still have the error? No, we don't. Everything is happy. And right here we can then go on and get our Supabase client. So here const Supabase, and Supabase is going to be equal to await our Supabase server client, which should be imported from our Supabase server. And after that, what else do we need? We want to go on and get the data, the workspace. So const, we are going to get the data, and this is going to be equal to await Supabase, and then we can call dot from workspaces. Go on and select everything where it equal to this invite code dot single, and then this gives us the data. And what do we want to say right here? We want to say if there is data, then we want to redirect the user to that workspace. So if data, not go on and redirect the user to the workspace. Otherwise, we are going to redirect the user to, hey, to go on and create your workspace. So redirect should come from next navigation, and want to redirect the user to /create -workspace like this. And if there is data, let's go on and redirect the user to workspace data.id. And we don't even need to return JSX here. And that means this can just be page.ts without the X because we are not returning JSX here. All right, so this makes us, we need to actually come over here. So let's come over to our main page.tsx. So here, page.tsx. Let's be sure we have everything here. So everything is here. And if we come over to our, let's come over to our main, our workspace, and here in the workspace, we want to come over to the page. And I want us to comment this out, because what is this doing? Whenever we come to this page, it checks if we have a channel. and automatically we redirect the user to that channel. Okay, now okay, so I'm just going to comment this out so that we don't have unexpected behavior when the user is most likely coming here from the invite. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay, so I think this is the perfect time for us to try this out. So I'm going to close all here, and then we are going to come over to our create workspace, the invite, and this page.tsx. So let's try this out. And for us to try it out, I need to open up another browser. And now I'm going to come here and let's try to invite a user to this channel. Okay, so we are here and we'll copy this invite link. Okay, so we've copied the invite link and I did paste the invite link over here, and then let's try it out. Let's see if everything goes fine. So now the user has been redirected to our workspace, and actually this user is already the user has already created an account. I don't think so, because now we are redirected to /auth. Before we proceed, let's quickly check the users we have, because I might have registered. So we just have one user, super cool. All right, so let's sign in with Google. Let's authenticate this app, and it asks me to authenticate. I'm going to click on continue. And now we are inside the application, because obviously we had to be authenticated. And now it is taking us to our home page, and now it's telling me to create a workspace. Okay, but I don't want to create a workspace. I want to be invited to a workspace. I'm going to repaste in the invite, and now we have the invite here. Let's try to see if this works. So it looks like we are trying to go to /workspace and the workspace ID. And if everything is correct, if we have done everything right, we have an error because of something from next image. Now it's so cool that we have this error. It doesn't mean our application was failing. So it just needed this host name. So I'm just going to copy this host name for us to also configure the Google host name in our application, and come over to our next config. Now obviously we did it before, so we need to quit our server, duplicate one of these, and I'm just going to paste in this host name here, and then our application should be up and running. You restart your application. Make sure you save before restarting your application, and I'm going to reload the browser again for it to rebuild. And let's see if this time around it fails to redirect us to the application. And now it's loading up, so let's give this a second. And this is super cool. So you see that we are now welcome to the Code with Lari workspace. Everything worked fine. You see right here that we have the Code with Lari invite link. We didn't have to create this workspace, and we have it. But you see, we're not seeing the channels. But if we come over here, hey, this workspace has some channels. So why are we not able to fetch the channels that belongs to another workspace? All right, so come over to your Supabase, and you want to come over to the channels section, and let's see the auth policy that we have here. And let's take out the auth policy for this. Can view all user data, and you see that it works only for if the authenticated user ID is equal to the user ID. And the user ID is definitely the user that created this channel. Now we want other users to be able to see into this channel, so we're going to update this policy to true. And everything for now can remain as it is. And also, if we come over to your table editor, workspaces, auth policies, and here where only the super admin can update. Now we know this doesn't make sense anymore because regulators can update and super admins can also update. So I'm going to save this to true and save this. Now with these new policies, let's see if our application, I'm going to reload this. I'm going to reload this, and let's see if our application now updates so that this new user can see the other channels that was created by the other user, right? So let's give this a reload and wait for application to build. All right, and the fact we are not seeing the channel here actually makes sense. Let's see how the invite is working. So this is the invite page. Okay, this is the page the user comes to with the invite code. And right here, I want us to see where this workspace invite, this action. And you see here, this action is doing two things. It's adding the user to workspace and it's updating the user workspace. So let's do that. Now, if we come over to our Slack, we come over to workspaces, we want to see two users in the members. And here, let's take a look at the code with lari, take a look at the members, and you see we actually will have just one member for this code with lari. Okay, so the members is meant to double if this is the so this is the code with lari workspace, which is this workspace over here. Now the members didn't update, so that's something we should check. Add member to workspace, and we also want to update the user workspace. So let's come here and add member to workspace failed, as you can see right here. And if add member to workspace failed, then how come the user is showing here? So how come the workspace shows for this user? Now let's come over to the user side, and here on the user side, let's take a look at the user workspaces. So we see here the user is actually a part of this workspace, and the workspace didn't update. Now that was part of what we just changed, because only superadmin were able to update previously, but now authenticated users, you said we just have this with check true, using true, so any user should be able to update. Now let's give it another try. I'm going to come over to the SQL editor, to the table editor, and for users, I'm going to be deleting this user that we have, so we just get rid of this user, and we should try it again. So let's come over here. First, I'm going to come over to authentication and come over to users, and this user just signed up. So I am going to, we actually have this user, okay, this for test@test.com. I'm going to delete this user, which is this new user that we just have. Okay, and it failed to delete. I'm quickly going to reload. And if it fails to delete, let's come over to the SQL editor, to the table editor, and right here on the users, I'm first going to be deleting this user right here. So I'm going to click on this and click on delete one row. So once that's deleted successfully, now we can come back to authentication. And here in authentication, I will try to delete this user. So here, delete user, and let's see if the user gets deleted now, and it's been successfully deleted. And I'll also delete this test user, and successfully deleted. So let's give this another shot. I'm going to copy this workspace. So come here, copy this workspace, and yep, invite link copied to clipboard, and I'm going to paste in the invite link here, and let's see what happens. So give this a second for it to load up, and now we are coming to the workspace ID. Because we deleted the user, we are now redirected back to /auth. So let's go on to authenticate ourselves into the application. So I'm going to authenticate myself with Google, and give this a second, and now we should be redirected to create a workspace. Now while that loads up, I'm going to come back here to the main application. We already see the user here, and then I'm going to copy the invite link one more time, and I'm going to paste in the invite link here. And now let's see what happens if we fetch the channels that belongs to this user, so that belongs to this workspace. So here we have it, and we are directly here, but still we don't see the channel. So let's inspect. I'm going to come back here and come back to the table editor, and here let's come over to workspace, and let's see if we have two members. So here, and we have two members, so this is super cool. And now if we come over to the SQL editor, the table editor, and now we come over to users, we should see two users here, sweet, and this is the second user, and this user should have the workspaces. Cool, so this is workspaces, and the channel for this, because the user hasn't created any channel, is null. All right, so now let's make sure that we are fetching these channels generally, not just for a specific user, but for all users, and make sure that we are passing the correct props here. And for that, let's come over to our workspace. Where is it? Come over to our app, and here in our app we want to come over to the main, and here in main we want to come over to workspace. We want to come over to the channels, and here in not channel, yep, we want to come over to channel workspace ID, and here workspace ID we want to come over to the page. Okay, yeah, so we want to come over here, and here actually let's come over here, so to the channel ID, to this page, and here we want to take a look at this get correct workspace data. Now this workspace data, if we see here, it is just returning this data, but in this case we also want to make sure that we fetch the channels, because here we are just fetching the workspaces. Okay, so let's update this to make sure we include the channels, and this channels is going to have this star here. We want to fetch everything, and here let's make sure that in workspace, just come here and we have these channels just to double check. So here we have these channels, okay, which is an array of string, where each string is it's an ID that belongs to a channel. Okay, so here we are just returning data and error, so we are going to be updating that. The first thing we want to check is the case where we have an error. So if we have an error, if we have an error, in that case we want to go on and we're just going to return null for data and return the error. And now we can go on and get the members, because we know we are going to get the members that belong to the channel, to the workspace in this data, and we know that members is an array, so we can get each member details, and this is going to be equal to awaiting promise and dot all, and here we can have the values function, and this is going to take in each members, and we can call members.map the async function, and this function we are going to get each member ID, which is of type string, and this is our function body. So here we want to go and get our data, and data is going to be the user data, and we can also get error. And for error, we want to say or map it to user error. Okay, and this is now going to be equal to await Supabase, and we can say dot from users to go on and select everything, where the ID is now equal to this member ID, and we call dot single. So you know, we are in a map, so we need to return something if we have a user error. In that case, what we want to do, we want to go and return null, but let's also console.log error fetching user data, and I'm just going to be explicit so that we can know for which user this is failing. So error fetching user data, and now we can say for member and attach the $, and here the member ID. Okay, and then we're going to return null, but if everything is good and everything is fine, then we want to go on and return the user data. Now we're going to have the member details, and here is going to be a list just right here. We want to go on and say the data.members is going to member details, and we want to go on and make sure we filter. I want to filter which is going to give us each item. We can rename it to member, and we're going to return any member that is not null, and then we can go on to return data. All right, so let's save this, and before we return this data, let's be sure that now we have the workspace. This is useful to make sure that we are fetching the user data from the workspaces, and you see we are also fetching the channels. Okay, and so I'm going to save this and open the terminal over here, and once this is open, you can see now that we have the different channels right here. Okay, so let's see if this user over here is able to see the channels. And yes, obviously it makes sense that we don't see the channels, but this user definitely has the ability to create their own channel. And here we can see the direct messages and these direct messages, they are still hard coded, obviously. All right, but there is something that a logic that happens that makes the user not to see the channels that this other that belongs to this workspace. So this code with lari workspace, and that's because the user explicitly has to be invited into this channel so that the user can then load the messages and be able to send new messages right in here. And for us to work on that, we need a search bar component. So let's come over to, I'm just going to collapse everything. So here, I'm going to close all the tabs that we have. So we need to come right into the workspace channels component, which is this route over here. And here where we have the chat group, we need to customize it more. And this time around is for having a search bar right on the top here. So how it's going to work is here we have our sidebar, and here we have our info section. So we need to add the search bar just right here. So here we're going to have a new component which we haven't created yet, which is the search bar component. So let's make sure that we create this component. We are going to come into the components folder, and here we're going to have our search bar.tsx file, and I'm going to bootstrap the React component like this and get rid of the React.js imports. And now in our chat group, we can now import the search bar component, and we have some imports that we don't use, like the typography import, and we can also import this coming from @/components, and the search bar can also come from @/components like this. And now in the search bar component, what props are we gonna need? So let's bring in fc, and we are gonna say that this type, our search bar props, is gonna be equal to this object, where we're going to be needing our user workspace or workspace data, and this is going to be an array of workspace, and this needs to be brought in from our types, and I will reorder the imports. Now apart from that, we also need to bring in our current workspace data. We also need to bring in our user data, and we can bring in and this user data is of type user, and we can bring in the slug, or we can bring in the ID. Now in our case is the ID, but I'm just going to name it slug like this, which is going to be of type string. Now we have these props. We can pass the props in here, which is going to give us an error in this other component. So to make sure that we don't have these errors, we can come back to the search chat group, and right here in the search bar component, we can give it the current workspace data, which is going to be the current workspace data like this. And we can also pass the and actually we need the current workspace data, but some of these props we don't need. So I'm going to get rid of current workspace data, and this current workspace data is of workspace, and we also need the current channel data, which is going to be of type channel, not of type user. So let's bring in the channel type, which will come from our types, and this is going to be optional. And what else do we need to bring? We need to bring in logged in user, and the logged in user is going to be of the logged in user ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay, and now we can pass the appropriate props here. We pass the current workspace data. We also need to pass the current channel data, which is going to be equal to the current channel data. And lastly, we need the logged in user, which is going to be equal to the user data.id. Now we can focus on building the search bar component, and I'll get rid of the user import right from the top. And from here, I'm going to bring in all of these props that we passing there. So what do we need in this component? The first thing we need is our color. Remember our use color preferences hook. So from here we need to bring in color, which will be coming in from our use color preferences hook like this, and it needs to be imported from our providers. And what do we need? We just need to bring in our color like this, and we also need to bring in another hook, which is the router hook. So const router is going to be equal to use router, and router should be brought in from next/navigation. Okay, and with these imports we can now have our background color. So here let's have our background color, and our background color, the default is going to be somewhat different. So bg, and here we're going to have hashtag 7a4a7f. okay, and this is going to be the default, and it's going to be different on the dark theme. So on dark we want to give it a different background. So here like this we are going to give it a bg of hashtag 311834 like this, and that's for the background color. And then we're going to check if color, as we've done before, if color and it has a value of green, so like this, in that case we want to update the background color. So background color is going to be equal to, but bg, not this hex code, is going to be bg green 200, and on the dark theme is going to be bg green 900. So bg green -900, and else if, so here we have else if color is equal to blue, then we are going to come here and give it the bg blue of 200, and on the dark mode give it a bg blue of 900. So we're going to need some helpful functions right here, which is going to help us to find out if the user is a channel member. So we're going to have this function, and this is going to be taken in the member ID, which is of type string like this, and this function is going to help us to return if the current channel data dot members, we want to check if it includes, and then we want to check if it includes the member ID. Otherwise we are going to give it a value of false like this. So this is one function we need. We also need two more helpful functions, and next is regulator like this, and its regulator is going to take also the member ID, and here we want to check if the current channel data dot regulators dot includes, if it includes the member ID. Otherwise we give it a value of false. Okay, and next we also want to find if is owner or if is channel creator. So here we're going to give it the name of if is channel creator like this. This is going to take in the member ID, and it's going to return the current channel data, not dot creator, dot user underscore ID, if it's equal to the member ID that is passed here. All right, so now we need to define two functions, and we are going to come to that later, but now we can focus more on building out the JSX. So this search bar component is going to have a class name, and for that's dynamic. So for that we need to bring in our cn coming in from our libs utils, and we want to give it value of absolute. We also want to give it a height of 10. We want to give it a width that is fixed for now, so a width of 500 pixels, a padding to the x-axis of 3, and a top 2 like this, and let's give it rounded MD. And what is the condition we want to have here? The next condition is going to be our background color. All right, and now we are going to have a popover because we want to have a div which is going to have a text, and when we click on it we want to show the list of members. So let's bring in popover, which will come from our UI popover, and quickly I'm going to update this to come from @/components UI popover, and this popover needs a popover trigger. So here let's have the popover trigger, which should come from our components, and this trigger is going to have a class name. And right here I'm going to give it a class name of flex, give it items center like this, and give it a space x of 2, and give it a width full and the height full over here. And here we are going to have search. Search should be, it's an icon that should come in from Lucid React. And this search is going to have a size of 20 and is going to have a class name where we are going to give it a text black, and we are going to give it on dark theme. We're going to give it a text of white like this. And just right after this search, we are going to have a span, and this span is going to have text of search, and then we're going to have hashtag. And this hashtag, we are going to now input the current channel data dot name. Otherwise, we are just going to say set channel like this. And let's give this span some styling. We're going to give it a class name of text sm. We are going to give it a text black. We are also going to give it on dark mode. It should have a text white like this. And now, before we have the popover content, if we save this and come back to our application, this search bar should be right at the top here. So let's give it a second, and we don't see the search bar actually. So let's take a look at why we don't see the search bar. Yeah, so here's the search bar. It actually took some time to come up. Now we see the search bar. It says search phone, and in the case where we navigate to another channel, you see here it says search hangout. Super cool. Now let's be in this channel where we have some messages and continue building up the project. And the next thing we're going to have is the popover content. So let's bring in a popover content from our components, and this popover content is going to have a class name where it's going to have a width to match the width of this 500 pixel that we gave to this div over here. So it's going to have a width of 500 pixels, and then we want to use a scroll area because this could Shadcn UI. So let's come over to the browser, over to Shadcn UI, and I'm going to go over to the dark mode and come over to document components, and we want to search for scroll area, which should be right about here. And this is just what it is in case we have a long list. And here we need to install this into our application, and so let's do it. I'm going to split the terminal to add the installation, and then we can copy the usage here, just the import. So come back to your application. The installation is done or is not done yet, and I'm just going to come right to the top and bring in this from our components UI scroll area here. So, and then I'm going to close this other terminal and close this here, and you can see the data that we are logging to the console. I can't remember where we log this to the console, but here you can see the data with the workspaces and the members and all of that. These members was the member details that we added, and here we need to bring in the scroll area, which we have done. And this scroll area, we can close it like this and give it some class names. And the class name we are going to give it is rounded MD. And since it's a scroll area that works with height, we want to tell it, hey, have a maximum height of 96 like this. And now we can define the content of the scroll area. So what we're going to define here is our current workspace data, and then we want to get the members, which we just saw in the console not quite long, and then we want to map this where we are going to have each member like this. And from here we want to go on and return the JSX. So what do we want to return? We want to return a div. So here let's have the HTML div tag, give it some class names. So here I'm going to give this a class name of flex items center, give it a margin y of 2, and a justify between like this. And we're having an error because we need to provide a key, and the key here is going to be the member.id, and we still have an error because we are in a map, and obviously we need to return. So here let's have our return keyword, and we don't have any errors. Now why are we having an error for the ID? Because member is a string. But if we open this up and we take a look at our terminal, you would see here that member, where is it? So members is actually an array of objects and not a string. So that means we need to update our TypeScript types, and Let's look at where we have the console.log. I can't remember, not here. We obviously have so many files, and here we should have the yep, so here is it. And here I'm just going to get rid of this, and this is returning members, which is an array of any. And here we can fix this ourselves, right? So what we can say, member, we can define the type for member here and say that member is going to be of type user. Okay, so member is of type user because here each member is of type user, as we have seen. So this object here with all of these values. Okay, so do we still have an error? Yes, we do. And why? Let me see. Okay, if we have an error, it's totally okay. All we have to do is to come here where we have the current workspace data as of type workspace. If we come over to this type, and here we see member is a string array, we can just update it here to be an array of user, and that also fixes the error over here. So now TypeScript is in sync with our application. What else do we need to fix? And after this, we can have another div right here. And what do we want to display inside this div? We want to go on and display more like the name, the member name, and also the badge. Okay, so I'm going to give this a class name of flex, give it items center, and give it a padding of 2. And right inside this div, we can have a span tag, and this span is going to have the class name of margin left of 2, and give it a text SM like this, and give it a text black, and also give it on dark mode. We want to have a text white like this. And inside this span, we are going to display the member.name, and after that, so here we want to check if it's a regulator, and then we're going to give it a member ID. In that case, let's display our MD outline assistant photo like this, and this is going to have a class name. So here let's provide the class name of width w/5 and also a height /5. So this is the full code over here. And after this, we also want to check if it's an admin. An admin is the channel owner like this, or channel creator. And then in that case, we want to display the MD outline admin panel settings like this. So now if we save this should display the 2 users that we have. Okay, so when we come here to the application and click on this, we don't see any content. We just see this badge and we don't see the username. So I'm going to just give it a reload to be sure everything is fine. And if we don't have the member.name, so in this case we have the name, and we just have how many members here? We just see where is it? 1 member. Okay, so so we just see the badge. We are going to double check in a second why we only see the badge. But right after this div, then center justify between, this is the first div. So here we are going to have another div, and this div we are going to give it a class name, and the class name of flex, give it a gap x of 2 like this. And this div is going to hold 2 buttons. One is going to help us to assign moderator, and the next is going to help us assign a member to a channel. So how do we know when to assign someone as a moderator? The first one, we want to check if the if the logged in user, so logged in user ID is not equal to the member.id. The member that we are currently is not a regulator. So in that case, we want to also not go on and assign the user as a regulator. And the next, we want to check if the user is a channel member already, and if that is true, then if all these conditions are true, then we want to go on and assign the user as a regulator. So what do we do next? We want to display our button, and the button should be imported from our UI button component like this. So these are the 3 conditions And this condition is giving us an error. And why is it giving us an error? Because let's see, and string have no overlap. Okay, so the logged in user ID and the member.id. So it looks like logged in user ID. What's the type for logged in user ID? It is of type string, and member.id. Yeah, so we actually have the error because of this operator over here, and that's why we had the error. So this is the button, and we are going to give it the text of assign regulator like this. Okay, and inside this button, let's give it some class name. So we're going to give it a class name of text, just a small text sm. We are going to give it a size, and the size of this button is going to be small. So here we're going to give it a size of sm. We are also going to give it a variant, and the variant here is going to be equal to destructive. And after that, we want to give it an onClick. So we have here the onClick, and onClick, we're going to have a function that is going to make the user a regulator. So for now, let's write it in here, make user regulator like this. And this is going to need two things. It's going to need the member ID, and it's also need the current channel data, because we want to make the user a regulator for a specific channel. So the current channel data .id like this, and here is possibly undefined. So we're going to say, hey, this exists like this. Okay, so we have an error because we don't have this function, so it's totally fine. And after this button, let's have right here another button, and this button is going to help us to add the user to the workspace. So here we are going to say add to channel, not workspace, sorry. And here we can now close the button component. So this is the two components we are gonna need. This has this class name, and the variant here is we can get rid of the variant, so we make use of the default. And we have an error, and the error, let me see. Yeah, so this check, I'm gonna cut it. This check should just be for this assign regulator, and we should no longer have any error. So this onClick should not be remove user from channel. Is actually add user to channel like this, and we are going to be providing the member ID and the current channel data.id. So now if we save this, before I have a preview, let's just define these to have it. This is make user regulator, and right here we can define the const make user or add user to channel just like this. And lastly, we can also define make user regulator over here and give this a save. And now we don't have any more errors here. So I'm just going to expand everything and scroll slowly so you can see the JSX that I currently have. Okay, so now let's come back to the application and click here. We can see add to channel, and we don't even see the member name. Okay, so now we are going to do some debugging. I'm just going to get rid of this user. I'm just going to come here and take a look at the current workspace data. And once I'm able to find what's wrong, then I will be back, so I don't waste your time debugging to know why the code isn't working. And you see we have an error that it cannot fetch the user data for this member. So that's why we currently having the error. So I'll fix it and then I'll be back. Taking a deeper look at the error that we are currently facing, where we have where we're not able to fetch data for another member. Now this is due to the our options. So if our row level security, our arrayless policies that we have for the users table. Now we are in this case trying to fetch the details. So here you see can view all user data, and in this case it's only possible for the authenticated user to fetch for themselves, and that's why it currently fails. So we need to update this and just have using true over here. And here we can rather say can view all user data. You can just update it to can view user data like this, and everything is okay. And here it also updates the text, so all it had to do was this rename operation here. So now let's save this policy, and the policy has been updated. And now I'm just going to give this a reload so that we can have a view and see if we still experience that error. Now in this case, we are not seeing any error that is showing up over here. And if we come back to application, we see everything reloads. There are no errors anymore. And if we try to load this, now we see this user name, and we see this user to add to channel, and we see also this member which doesn't have a name. So let's inspect that. Let's go back to our SQL editor, our table editor, and here if we come over to the workspace, and let's see the workspace members for this channel. This channel is the code with lari channel. So let's look for this is the channel, and here we want to see this is the workspace, and we want to see the members of this workspace. So here we have 2 members, and if we come over here, those are the 2 members that we are displaying. And one of the users, so one of the members, if we come over to users, you see it doesn't have a name, which is my own user, and the name we're seeing is for the other user. So we just need to update this, and rather than have, if we come back to the search bar component, and I'm just going to get rid of this, and here in the search bar component where we display member.name, so right here I'm just going to add this check, or we can use the member.email. So member.email like this, so member.email like this. So now if we save this, for this other user, we now expect to see the email, and now we see the badge for this user to show that, hey, this user is an admin. And we are missing something because this should be margin right of 2 to push this just somewhere further here, and this makes sense. So you see the admin, and this user is already in this channel. So in that case, we don't want to see this add to channel button. We only want to see the button here, and this button should also be disabled if the user is already in this channel. So what we're going to do now is to make sure that the user that's currently on logged in should not see this add to channel button. So let's take a look at our conditions, and what we're going to do is to come right here, and this is the add to channel button. This also assign regulator button is here, and these 2 buttons, the button for add to channel, now we need to give it a disabled property, and it's going to be disabled if the user is already a member of the channel. Okay, then we don't want to show this add to channel, or we can say if the user is already a channel member like this, then we don't want to show the button. Okay, so if the user, just going to cut this and then add this bang operator. So if this user is not a channel member, if it's true, then in that case just show this add to channel, and this condition also disables it. So now we come back, you see we no longer see the add to channel button for this user with this email, which is the user that is currently in this channel, and we see the button to add this user. Now clicking on this button now does nothing, because for now right here we just have these 2 functions to add the user to channel and to make the user regulator, but they are doing nothing. So that's what we are going to be fixing next. So in order for us to add channel to user, we need a function, which is this function, and we need other functions that's going to help us. So the first thing we want to do is I'll update channel members. Okay, and this function is going to help us to update the channel members, and this is going to be taking the member ID, and it's also going to be taking the channel ID. Now this member ID is the user ID, whichever way you want to map it, and we don't have this function yet. So this is the idea. We are going to add the user to channel, And after adding the user to channel, we are going to have this other function that is going to add the channel to the user's channel. Okay, and here we are going to await this add channel to user like this. And this is going to take the user ID and also the channel ID. And once we are done with that, we can call our router dot refresh. And after which we can also have a toast. So let's import toast from Sonar, and we can say toast.success, where we say user added to channel. And to make the user a regulator, we are going to come here and await another function which is going to update channel regulators. And this is going to take the user ID and the channel ID, and after which we want to call router.refresh. And I want to say, hey, the user is now a regulator. If we save this, come back to application, definitely we're going to have errors as we don't have all these functions mapped out yet. So let's start with the update channel members. So I'm going to copy this name, and then we are going to come over to the actions. So here we have actions, and let's see for our channel. Yeah, so here we have actions for our channel. And here we already have this update the user update channel members function. So I think it makes sense that we already use this update channel members. So here in the search bar, we have this, what did I call it before? Update channel members. Let's make sure that we import this. So here I'm going to come right over to the top, and I'm going to move most of these. Sorry, give me a second. Let me move the Sonar and the React icons and also the search from the seed React right over to the top, so it's easy and more organized. So we want to import these update channel members, which will be coming in from @/actions, and from the actions is going to come from the channels like this. And this is the update channel members. Sorry, let's see, update channel members, which we don't have. Are we exporting? Oh, we are not exporting. So let's do well to export this update channel members here, and so that we no longer have the error from here. Okay, so now we have this. Next is the function that is going to help us to add the channel to user. Okay, so we don't have this, we need to create it. So let's come back to our channels, or this one actually I feel is for the user. So in our actions, do we have any one for the user? We don't. We can create one for the user, but right here in the channels, I think it can also stay here. So let's export const. We're going to call it add channel to user, which is going to be equal to this async function. So now we're going to call Supabase, and I'm just going to bring in all of these, and then we can go through it. So here we have const Supabase, we await our Supabase client, and the next thing we want to do is to update the user channel. So here we're going to get data, or we can get error, and we need to make an RPC call and give it this name, update user channels. We're going to pass the user ID and the channel ID. And then we're returning this. Okay, so why do we have this error? Oh, I feel we have it already. So here, let's see. Oh, we already have the add channel to user. So that means we can get rid of this. Sorry about that. And if we come here, we have the add channel to user, and all we need to do is to export from here and save this. So if we come back to this search bar, we can now import this add channel to user action. I didn't know we had those actions from previously, and we no longer have any errors. But one RPC call we don't have, obviously, is this update channel members. And that RPC is one that we need to create. So I'm going to copy this, save this, and now I'm going to be doing this update channel regulators is also going to be inside the channel. So right here, let's have this const that we're going to call update channel regulators, which is going to be equal to this async function like this. And we also need to export this. So right here, we are going to be exporting this. Now, this is going to be taking into action to arguments which are the user ID. The user ID is of type string, and we also need the channel ID, and the channel ID is of type string. So the first one we need is our Supabase client. So here we're going to call our Supabase client, and we can get the data or error. It's another RPC, and this is going to be update channel regulators, which is going to take in the new regulator and the channel ID as argument. Super cool. So let's save this, and let's bring in this import from our action, and we can now save this. Now, making a user a regulator is going to fail, and the reason why it's going to fail is because we don't have this RPC to update the channel regulators quite yet. So that is definitely going to fail, and to fix that, let's quickly come back to our application, come over to our Supabase, and now we're going to come over to the SQL editor. And I'm just going to copy this, so maybe it looks like this, and we can update this. And I'm going to create a new query where I paste this in. So the first thing I want to copy, I'm just going to zoom in so you can see it so clearly. And the first thing I'm going to do is to copy the name from here and update the name. So create or replace, the name is update channel regulators, and the first argument is going to take is the new regulator. So here we're going to pass in the new regulator. And the type, I think, is a type text. Okay, we're going to double check, but let's just work with text. And then it needs a channel ID, and the channel ID in this case I now feel will be of type UUID. And this is going to be returning void as this, and this is going to be not update users. This is going to be update channels, and here in update channels we want to set the regulators, which is going to be equal to the current regulator's value. And now we are going to take this new regulator and update this here, and we're going to say where the ID is going to be equal to this channel ID, and this is all we need. So now let's just bring this right up, run this query, and see if it's successful. No rows returned. So I'm going to copy this SQL and come back to our application and open up our sql.txt, and I will paste this here, and this is the update. And what do we call it? Update channel regulators. Okay, so this is the SQL, and then we can come back here. The SQL is for the purpose of you, so you can just copy and paste it. And yeah, that should be it. Let's just verify that for channels, regulators is of type text. So I'm going to come back to the table editor and come over to channels, and here we should see that regulator should be a list, so a text array. Super cool. So then let's come back to our project, and we can now we're already at 100% over here. So now is the time for us to try it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to stop our terminal and restart it, because we have made lots of changes, and also restart our application. Now what do we expect to happen? I'm just going to close orders. Now what we expect to happen is when we add the user to channel, we want this user to be a member of the channel, and then we can also assign this user as a regulator, just for us to test out the application that we have built together. So currently this user is a regulator. This user can delete any message, but cannot edit any message that doesn't belong to the user, can only delete. So then this new user, so we can obviously refresh from this side. So when the user gets added to the channel, this also user here as well is going to be able to have the preview, and then this user can post messages, and we want to see the messages here in real time. So I'm going to minimize this to quickly off screen so that we can test out the application. All right, so I've been able to place both side by side. This is the main user that created this channel, and this user over here isn't able to see the channel, and the channel is this phone channel. So the first thing we are going to do now is to search here. So this is the user, this other user over here with this name. You can see the username. Here we have the username. Let's click on add the user to channel. I'm going to click here, give this a second, and we see user added to channel. And I don't know if it was successful, but now let's reload from this side and see if the user was actually added to the channel. And if not, then we can debug to see. So give this a second, and while it loads, we can obviously check our Supabase here. I'm just gonna zoom out to 100, and here where we have, okay, I'm not really able to scroll. All right, so I need more space to see. So here you can see that the user wasn't actually added to the channel. So in that case, if we come back to our application, so this definitely failed. So updating the user, the channel members, and we don't know which one which that failed, whether it's updating the channel members or updating from the user's side. So let's see. I'm going to bring this now to be full screen so that we can debug. And one way to know quickly is when you come over to the channels, and here you want to see the members. So here where we have this members, and this is the code with lari WORKSPACE. Let me verify, sorry, the font. So this name here, the third one, if we see the members, you see we have one member. And over here, updating the channel members failed. And quickly, let's know why it failed. If we come over to the auth policy, so you see can update own user data for channel. So let's click here, edit policy, and you see this is just for the authenticated user. So that's why it was failing. So in that case, we should just update this to true. Okay, and then we can save this policy over here. Now that's one, and the next thing we want to check, if we come back to the function, you see is to add channel to the user. So now let's come over to the table editor. I want to come over to the users section, and here in the users section, we want to take a look at the user channel, which is this user right up the top. Let's set the channels, and the channel didn't also update. Let's check the auth policy, can update own user data. Now we want to update it, and we're just going to say true here. Okay, so these are the changes, and then we can say can update user data like this, and we can save this policy. Now we're going to give this another trial. So I'm going to come here, give this a reload, and also give this another reload and place them side by side. So give me a second, let me do that. Head to paste both applications side by side so that we can give this another trial. So we're going to wait for this to load, and this asks me to authenticate myself quickly. I'm going to authenticate myself back into the application, and this right here, which is the main application we have been, or the main browser we have been testing from so far, has already loaded up. So once this loads, we can try it. I'm gonna give it a second. So how do we test it? Let's click on this search bar here, and now we have this user. Let's click on add to channel, and now we see user added to channel. And the way we can verify again is for us to just reload over here, and if this was successful, then we want to see the user in this channel. So let's give this a second for it to load up, and now it loads up. We still don't see the user. And click again. If we inspect our Supabase project and we come over to the users section over here, you would see that for this user over here in the channels, you see the user got added to the channel. Now I'm gonna I'm gonna revert this back to null, and the reason is because for the workspaces, and this not workspaces, sorry, for the channels, which is this font channel we are currently looking at, you will see here that the members didn't update. Okay, so and the reason why the members didn't update is from this code. So update the channel members, and if you hover on this, you see it needs the channel ID and it needs the user ID. So in this case, we actually flipped the order by passing the user ID first, and now we have. So now with this change, I've gone ahead to put the application side by side to each other. I'm just going to give both of them a reload to make sure that we are working with the current updated data, updated version of our application, which everything should be saved. Okay, so come back to the application, and here where we have the font channel, I'm going to click on here again. And let's give this another try. Click on add to channel, give this a second. We get the user added to channel, and you see that we now get the button to assign this user as a regulator. So now let's give this a reload so that we see if the user is part of this fun channel, and give this a second, and now we see the user is part of this fun channel, which makes super sense. And the user can come into this fun channel and load up the messages. As you see, these are the messages that we have over here. And this user, because this user is a regular user, the user doesn't have the ability to delete any of these messages. So let's say hello, and this user sends his own message over here. And you see in real time, give this a second, this message gets emitted right over here for this user, and this message also gets emitted right over here for this user. And you can see this user can delete the message or can edit, because this message was from this user. And this user, being an admin, can delete this user message. And I'm gonna delete the message here, and you can see yes, delete, and immediately this gets deleted here, and hey, this user deletes. So you can say I deleted the message, and is going to get emitted for both users. And you can obviously add an emoji just to spice up the chat and send this. You see here the message pops. We're going to add the scroll event to always push it down, and you see the message pops here for this user. Super cool. Now let's also give this user the ability to delete other people's messages, and by that we just need to come over here and assign this user as a regulator. Now once this user is now a regulator, hopefully everything works fine. We're just going to give this a reload over here for this user to be sure that this user now has the update. And you can see over here this user, which is this user over here, now has this regulator badge, which indicates that this user now has regulator privileges. And you see now the user can now delete this other message. Now these other messages can be deleted because hey, they have already been deleted, but you see the user can now delete other user messages. Now how about this new user creating a new channel? Let's say is creating a channel for just the admins of this workspace. Now you see the channel has been created successfully. We have this admin channel over here, but this user, even if we reload, this user isn't going to be part of this admin channel over here. There's no chat header or anything like that, but this user can say hello everyone, and this message is going to be posted right into this channel, and the other user doesn't have access to this channel, so this user isn't part of this conversation. And you can see this user is an admin of this, but this user can come over here, and you see this other user, brightalaribe2@gmail, which is this user over here. This user can now be added to the channel. We see user added to the channel. We see now the user can be assigned as regulator. This user just has to refresh their own browser, and they would see that hey, I am now part of the admins. Let's say it's a channel for the admins, and you see now this user has this admin channel. The user can definitely navigate into this channel and see this hello everyone over here, which was posted, and the user doesn't have the privileges to edit this. Super cool. This is the state of our application, which is pretty much exciting to me. But before we close this channels section, I just want us to do some updates. I want us to make sure when we post a new message, we scroll to the end, that we can fetch new messages, that we can fetch new messages with our pagination, because we don't have the ability to load new messages. Then we're going to finish up our video section, and then we can go into our direct messaging section. So are you excited? I am definitely excited, and I wish you continue this journey with me. So far, we have made tremendous progress in building out our Slack application. At this point, I would want us to do some optimization behavior in this project. Now, talking about optimization, we don't have pagination yet in this application so that we can load new data, and I would also love us to have some intro banner right here. Now, for us to get started with this, we are going to come over to the chat messages component, because this is where we have our chat item, and just right here we have this function that helps us to render messages. So we want to also have an intro banner component. So let's bring in the intro banner, which we don't have yet, and it's definitely going to cause us errors. So let's create this component, and for that I'm going to create a new file here, which I would call intro banner.tsx. Then I'm going to bootstrap this and call it intro banner like this. So let me get rid of the React.js import, and now I can import intro banner right inside here. Now this intro banner is going to need some props. It's going to need a type prop, so let's already pass the type, and the type is going to be equal to type. It's also going to need a name. The name is going to be equal to name, and it's going to need a creation date, and the creation date is going to be equal to the workspace that we are currently looking at, so the workspace data, and then it has the created at, which was the day, the time that this workspace got created. All right, so let's go on and bootstrap and fill this intro banner with live. First, we are going to need FC. FC should come from React, and then we are going to map out the type here. So let's have the type intro banner props. This is going to need a type, and the type is going to be of type channel or direct message. It's also going to have a name, which is a string, and lastly it's going to have the creation date, and the creation date is going to be of type string. So I'm going to take this and pass it here, and that means now we can destructure all these types from here like this. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this space I have here. Now we want to have a message. Okay, so we want to have a message, so let's have a const here. We can call it channel message, or we can just call it yeah, let's call it channel message, and this channel message is going to be equal to, let's say we have a creation date. Okay, if we have a creation date, we would want to say something like you created this channel on, and then we need to format it, right? So then we need to bring in format, and format should come from the library that we just installed, which is the date fns library. And this library is going to, we call it as a function, and then we are going to pass the new date. I'm just going to bring in everything and let's take a look at it. So format, new date, and then the creation date, and then this format is going to work fine. So you created this channel on this day, and we can add more. You can say this is the very beginning of the, and then we want to add the name of the name, and then channel. You can, obviously this text is for anything that you like. So you can say this channel is for everything, and then hashtag and the name. Then we can say hold meetings, share docs, and make decisions together. Just any text of your choice, and make decisions together like this. Okay, quite a long text, but and then otherwise we are going to say, just say empty string, right? They just have empty string. Okay, so this is channel message, and we should have one for direct message. So we can have const direct message, and direct message is going to just be equal to, this is the, you can just say this is the beginning of your direct message history with, you know, anything. Okay, anything, you can customize it anyhow you wish, and I just update this to be message. Okay, so now let's style this. We're going to give this a class name of px of 2, margin bottom of 5, and here we are going to say if the type is equal to channel. If the type is equal to channel, in that case we just want to display this paragraph. Okay, so paragraph, and this paragraph is going to then hold the channel message like this. And here we can have another check. If the type is equal to direct message, Then we want to style this differently, okay? And here we're going to give this a class name of text zinc of 600, and we're going to give it on dark mode. It's going to have a text zinc of 400, and lastly it's going to have a text sm. So this is the component, okay? There's an introduction intro banner, and now we can give this a first preview. Come back to our browser, and you see we have the banner right over here, okay, correctly styled. And this is where you would always see the banner. Now I'm just leaving this so that we can have a preview of our video call together. So I'm just, or maybe I just yeah, I'm just gonna zoom, make this big, and then minimize this, at least for now, until we get into the video call. Then we can have them side by side. Okay, so this is the full text, and after this we don't always want to display this. We want to display this if we have the next page, okay? So what's going to happen is I'm going to cut this like this and have a check. If we don't have has next page, if that is true, then let's go on and display this intro banner like this. And after that, we want to go on and show another component that we can now use to fetch the next page. So let's do that. Here we're going to say if it has next page, if that is true, then in that case let's display this div. Now this div is going to have a class name of flex justify center like this. And here we are going to say if we are fetching next page, so it's fetching next page. If that is true, then please show the dot animated loader like this. Otherwise it's going to be showing a button component, and the button component should come from our components UI button. So let's bring in the button there, and now this button is going to take some props. The first we are going to pass is a variant, and the variant is going to give it a variant of link. And after that we are going to give this a text, and the text is going to be load previous messages, okay, any text of your choice. And finally let's give it an onClick, and onClick we are going to call a function which is going to be the fetch next page function. So fetch next page function, this function over here. So remember, all these came from our query. Where is it? Did I pass it? From our hook, sorry. So it's fetching next page. Yeah, so this from our use chat query hook. That's where we have all of these coming from. All right, so we can save this. And now for and if we come back to the application, we are not going to see it right at the top because we don't have up to the number of messages yet for us to send one. So you can go on and spam this, send more messages. So send more messages until you have up to 10, and then you can see the preview to go on and fetch more messages. So did I click? I'm just going to re-click, and then let's have the message right here. And now we have the message, and I think this is the best time for us to also work on the scroll behavior we want. So whenever we send a new message, we automatically scroll to the bottom. So I'm gonna do that right now, and then we can test the both functionality together. So let's come back to our application, and for us to do that, we would need to we would need to create new refs that we're going to need. So just right here, I think here I'm going to create the two refs, and this is going to be the chat ref, and the chat ref is going to be equal to the use ref hook. Use ref should be imported from React, and this is going to be the element ref, and the element ref of what. So here we're going to then pass a div like this, and here we're going to give it an initial value of null. Now element ref needs to be imported, so let's import element ref from React, and then you can bring this one more time and just change the name of this to be bottom ref like this. Now we have this chat ref, we have this bottom ref. We are going to be connecting it right here where we render our application. Here, just here, we're going to have another div, and this div can be self-closing as it doesn't wrap any other elements. We just needed the ref, and the ref we are going to be passing here is the bottom ref. So please make sure you're still with me, you're not mixing things up. And then this other div that we have at the top, it can now already be our chat ref like this. Now having these references passed here isn't going to do anything for us. We would need to create a new hook, just as we have these other hooks here. So right here I'm going to have this use chat scroll handler, and this use chat scroll handler is a ref. We're going to pass an object of configuration to it. We're going to come to that in a second. All right, so we're going to come over here to our hooks section, and we're going to create this new hook. So here, create a new file. This is going to be the use chat not user, this is going to be the use chat scroll handler.ts. Okay, so here let's have the export const, the use chat scroll handler is going to be equal to this function. Now, as always, we can start by defining the type of props that this is going to need, and we can pass the reference right here like this. And now the props we're expecting is to have a chat ref, and this chat ref is going to be of type ref object. Now ref object needs to be imported from React, and this is for HTML div elements, and we also need the same for the bottom ref. And lastly, we need a count, and this count is going to be a number type, and that means we can come over here and we can destructure the chat ref, we can destructure the bottom ref, and we can also destructure the count. With all these brought in, now let's have a bottom div variable here. So bottom div, and bottom div is going to be equal to the bottom ref.current. It could be unavailable, so we just have this check here, and we can duplicate or have the same thing for the top div. And here top div is going to be equal to the chat ref.current. Again, if you verify right here, you have the chat ref being our top div and the bottom ref being our bottom div, and that's what we have here. Now we are going to have a state value, so let's quickly have it, which is going to be equal to useState. useState should be imported from React, and the value initially is going to be false. Now, what value do we want to have a state? We want to know if this has been initialized. So here we're going to have initialized, and then set has initialized is going to have a value of false. Now, these actually should be inside a use effect. So let's cut them, have our use effect. And our use effect is going to have the effect callback and the array of dependencies. Now here we have our top and we have our bottom div, and we want to have a function that is going to help us to scroll. Okay, so we're going to call this should auto scroll, which is going to be equal to this function. Now if we can say if it hasn't been initialized, so if it hasn't been initialized, has initialized, okay, and there is a bottom div, okay, in that case we want to set has initialized to true, not like this. We want to set has initialized to true, and we also want to go on and return true. Now if there is no bottom div, so here we can say if there is no top div, in that case we want to just come here and return false like this. Okay, so now we want to know the distance from the bottom, so const distance from bottom, and the distance from bottom, give me a second, is going to be equal to the top div dot scroll, not like this, the top div dot scroll height, okay, minus the top div dot scroll height minus the top div dot client height, top div client height, like this. All right, so this is going to give us a number. Okay, and now we want to come right here, and this function, okay, is going to return the distance from bottom when it is less than or equal to 100, like this. Okay, So we have our function, and now we are going to make use of it right inside the use effect. Just right here, we want to check if we should auto scroll is true. So I'm going to get rid of you. In that case, we want to make use of the use set timeout function, which is going to have the callback function like this, and then the time in milliseconds, which we are going to say 100. And right in here, we are going to call our button, where is it, button div, not bottom div, our bottom ref, and we want to call dot current, and we want to have the scroll into view function method, which is going to take these options where we can pass the behavior and say the behavior we expect is smooth like this, just to make sure that it comes in so smooth. And here for the props, for the dependency array, we need the bottom ref, we need the chat ref, we need has initialized, and we also need to make use of counts. Okay, now so that's it, and perhaps we don't even need to make use of the counts. Let's see, we don't need to make use of the count, so I'm going to get rid of it here, and I'm also going to get rid of it here and get rid of the count here. All right, so let's save this. Let's come back to our chat messages, and here in our chat messages we can now pass the appropriate props that we need to pass to the use chat scroll handler. And the first is the chat ref, and we also need to pass the bottom ref like this. And also we need to make sure that we import this coming right up from our hook. And also quickly, I'm going to be updating this to come from @components, and do the same thing for the button to come from @components. Now if we save this, let's see, our application should take some time to build, and once it builds, we should now try to send a new message. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come back to the browser, scroll over to the top, and check if the scroll works. And now I'm going to forward this message and give it a second for it to post, and once it posts, it doesn't actually scroll us to the bottom. So you see, we had a message, but it doesn't scroll us to the bottom. So let's double check why is that. And that is because we actually needed to make use of our count. Okay, so what's going to happen is we can come back to the use chat scroll handler, and right here let's bring in our count, and our count is going to be of type number as it was previously, and then we can bring in the count here, and we can add it right here to our dependency array, so we can have the count right here. So I'm going to save this, and here you might be wondering, okay, so what is the value for this count? This count is going to be our page, so data.pages.length like this. It could be null. If you hover on this, you can see it's a number undefined, so let's just add this extra checks to guide ourselves. And the pages, we want to take the data.pages like this. We want to have access to the first page, and then dot like this dot data, and then we want to check the length. Okay, if it's available, then we want to use it, otherwise we want to use the length of 0. So let's double check. So this is data.pages, and then we forgot to add our dots here like this, pages.data.length, otherwise we are going to set it to 0. Now with this change, and I'm just you see, now we got scrolled to the bottom. Super cool. We can try this again. I'm just going to come here and try again and send this, and let's see if we get scrolled to the bottom. Give this a second, and yeah, beautiful, now it works. Let's give it one more try, and you see we now see our button to load a previous message, because we have been able to now have up to 10 messages. And if we come over here, you see that yeah, you see the messages are also on this other browser. Our application still works fine. You see the load previous messages, and we can also give a shout out to our other user by sending hey, and you know, just adding some emoji to spice things up. And once we forward the message, you see right here it scrolls to the bottom, or it doesn't scroll to the bottom for this user. So let's reload this browser to know why we had the behavior. But right here we see the message that was emitted from the other user, and we can try again. So try scrolling, and we send this message, give it a second for it to send, and once it sends, it scrolls all. It doesn't actually scroll us to the bottom. Okay, it doesn't. So again, let's reload from this side, and now we can come here and phone. This is a phone channel after all, right? So let's just test in our application, send this message, and it doesn't scroll to the bottom. And let's try to load the previous messages actually. So we send again, and we forward, and let's see. Yeah, it doesn't scroll us to the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna see or mark that behavior, but it's worked at some point here, and works here. We send, and it doesn't. Okay, so it might have to do with our pagination. It's something that if I have the time, I will take a look at to know why it doesn't scroll to the bottom. But hey, we can go on to load the previous messages, and we see the banner, and we see all the messages that we send in and that this user sends as well. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go over and continue building our application, and I am super excited because this is the point where we go out to build the video call section of the application. Okay everyone, welcome back. In this section, we are going to be using LiveKit for our video call and also our live call, and also to share our screen. So come over to livekit.io, or you can just Google LiveKit just as I did here, and you would come over to the application, and now you want to come over to this try LiveKit section. So click on that. I'm going to just collapse this, and you should come over here and authenticate yourself. Now I'm going to be authenticating myself with Google. You can use any of the authentication providers that you see the options you have. Authenticate yourself. Do go on and create an account, sign up if you haven't, and then you would come over to the project. Now here we need to you see, get started, choose a client or server platform to integrate with. So in our case, we want to integrate this with Next.js. You click over to this Next.js section, and this is going to take you to another section. Now you need to install these dependencies, and you need to add the keys and configuration, and then you need to create a token endpoint, and you see you need to make a page. This is how easy it is for us to get started with LiveKit. All right, so I'm going to copy this that we need to install, and then open up the terminal. Then I'm going to shut the terminal for now and paste this in. So in our case, we are using Born. So Born install. Okay, and then we want to install the LiveKit server SDK LiveKit at livekit/components-react and at livekit/components-stars. So run the installation. While the installation is going on, let's come back to the guide, and the next thing we need is the keys and configuration. Okay, so you see now I have my next public LiveKit URL, which is this. In case you see it, you can come over here. You see the project. You might be have to create a new project. So in that case, you can come here, come over to your dashboard, and let's give this a second. Let's see if we see the. Okay, so this is what we have yet, and here you can come over to settings, and in the settings section, you would see your project here. This is the name of my project, Slack clone. This is the project URL. This is the SIP URI, and you will see all of these options here. You can also delete the project if you wish. And once you're done, you can come over to the keys section, and here in the keys section, you would see the Next.js key, which I generated, and this other key, which was also auto-generated. And now you can add a new key. Okay, so we're going to come back to that. You can also see the webhooks section, and you need to add a new endpoint. So in our case, we need to add our keys and configuration. So I'm going to copy this, and you see this to also reveal API key and secrets. I'm also going to click there, and you see the API keys and secrets. So I'm going to copy all of them and make sure I don't have any typos, and Born run dev your application to have your application back up and running, and we want to open our .env file, and then we want to paste in the keys. So we have our LiveKit API URL, the LiveKit API secrets, and these are the keys. So make sure you use your own keys, because I will definitely be shutting down this project after the tutorial. Okay, then I'm going to exit from this, and let's come back to the documentation. And the next thing we need to do is to create a token endpoint. Okay, so this is it, our app API get participants token and route.ts. Okay, so let's do that. Let's come over to our application, and here in our application we can come over to the to the app API, and here we need to create a new API route, and this is going to be for a LiveKit like this, and here we are going to have our route.ts. Okay, so with this, all we are going to do is to come back to the documentation, and now in the documentation we are just going to copy this. Okay, just copy this and paste this in here. Now let's go through it together. You see this is a get request, so this is a get request, and the room is going to be coming from the search params. So in the search params we need the room, and we also need this username. So now we just have some checks in case we don't have any room, and in case we don't have any username, then these error messages would go back. And now the API keys that we just had in our env, you can see it here. So I'm just going to open up the .env to make sure that everything is in sync. Keep this side by side just to double check. You see the first one is our LiveKit API URL, which is this, and then the next is LiveKit API secret, and then the next public LiveKit URL. You see, it has to be the same, so make sure there are no typos, and this is just an extra check. And now it has this constant where it needs to add grant the room. You see it has this join room true and all of these. Okay, so once you have these, you can go on and save this file. We are not going to be coming here except we want to debug, but hopefully everything goes fine. And then we want to come back here, and the next thing we have to do is to make a page in our web page, okay, in our web app, where we are going to be handling the video call. So in this case, you can see we can just copy all of these, super straightforward. We are going to come over to our components, and in our components we want to create a new file, and this file is going to be for our video chat.tsx like this, or because it could be video, it could be called any one of choice, but I'm just going to give it a name of video chat. So let's have this component where we're going to call this video chat, and we can get rid of the React.js import. Now we can have the type for this, and the type video chat props, which we are going to take and pass right in here like this. And why do I have this error? Yep, because I didn't bring in FC has to come in from React, and now we can get the props that we need. So the two props we need is the chat ID, and the chat ID is of type string, and the next is the user data, and the user data is going to be of type user, and user needs to come in from our types. So let me quickly reorder the imports here, and here I can bring in the chat ID as well as the user data. Okay, so now let's continue, and the next thing we want to do is to, if we come over here, you can actually copy and paste this. So you see here, we just need to get the room, the name, as we saw that the backend needs this, and then the token. Okay, so but I'm not going to copy and paste this because there might be some changes that we might make. Okay, so here we can have our token, and then set token, which is going to be equal to useState, and useState needs to come in from React. So let's bring in useState from React, and after that we are going to need our use effect. So here let's have our use effect. Use effect needs to come in from not effect, use effect. Use effect needs to come in from React, and here we're going to have our effect callback, and we're going to have our array. All right, so the first thing we need is our name. So const name is going to be what? Now I'm going to make use of the user data.name, but we know some users might not have a name in our application. That's where our application works. In that case, I'm going to go with email. And now we can just copy and paste this function that we have over here. Is just straightforward the same, and then we can change the URL. So the URL is going to change because ours is API/LiveKit. That's the name. I can't find it here, but that was the name we gave our API URL. And the room, now we need to also create the room, and the room in this case we are going to be using is the chat ID. So let's pass the chat ID here, and the username is going to be equal to name. Now we are going to have our response, then we await the response.data, and then we set the token, and then in case of errors we pass it here. Now for our dependency array, we just need to pass the chat ID and the user data.email. All right, so that's all we had to do here. Now where do we use the token? We can come here and say if we don't have any token, then we know that we are loading, right? So here, if there is no token, then if token, or we can say if token is going to be equal to an empty string, which is the default, in that case we want to just return our loader. So here let's bring in our .animated loader, which will come from our components .animated loader. Okay, so now we want to go on and return the live room component function. So let's bring it in, the live kit room, and live kit room needs to be imported. Does it come in? Do I get the auto? Nope, I don't get the suggestion, so we need to import it ourselves. So let's come right at the top, and now we are importing this. We shouldn't also forget to import the styles, else our application is going to look somewhat differently. So we install the styles, which is at livekit/component/styles. We need to bring it in, and now we also need to bring in some components from the livekit components React. Okay, so livekit, and this is livekit/components React like this. And what do we need? We need the livekit room. We also need the room for the video conference, and lastly we need the room for the room audio renderer like this, and that's all we need. Now we are going to make use of this import here, and the props that this livekit room takes, is the, why do we still have the error? Okay, I think the error would go because we haven't passed the necessary configurations. The first we need to pass is video. We want to make it a video, so video is going to be true. Audio is also going to be equal to true, but the user would have the ability to turn it up. And then most importantly, we need the token, and the token is going to be equal to token that we are storing in state. And then we need the connect, and connect is going to be equal to true. And what else do we need? Let's see, we need the server URL. And the server URL is going to be coming in from our next public livekit URL. Okay, so this URL, double check with in your env, is going to be matching this here. So make sure you don't have any typos there. And what else do we need from the server URL? We can just add this data lk team, and this data lk team is going to be equal to the default. Okay, and there are way more. You can check the documentation customizing this to your needs, but here we need to pass the video conference and also the room renderer. So this video conference, it's a custom component with basic video conferencing functionality, and the room audio takes care of room wide audio for us. You can also pass the control bar. You know, there's a whole lot of configuration you can pass. Now we have this video chat component. Where do we render it in our application? So we are going to come over. I'm just going to close all the tabs that we have, close others. Now we are going to come over to our chat group. So right at the top where we have our chat group is a group of our chats. Where do we have it? So just right after, let me see. So here we have our chat bar, and here we have this div, and just outside here, so just here we want to check if we are in a video call. So how can we verify if we are in a video call or not? For that we need to make use of state, and you see so far make use of a client component we haven't even had any need, but this is why I had to do the refactoring, because right here we are going to make use of state, and we couldn't make use of state in our page, okay, because that is the server page. So this is video call, and then we're going to have set is video call is going to be equal to useState. useState should come in from React. And now we want to also get a value from the search params. So const search params, and search params is going to be equal to use search params hook. So we also need to bring in the use search params hook from next navigation. and we call it. And one other hook we need is the use effect, so that we can update the value of the is video call boolean that we have in our state. So let me quickly verify those imports. So the use navigation should be right at the top here. All right, so let's continue. And now in our use effect, we want to have our call param. So const call param is going to be equal to search params.get call. And we have this error because it could be undefined. So I'm just going to have this like this. And here we can say set is video call is going to be equal to, and call param is equal to true. Okay, so with this we need to props here, so I'm going to update it to search params and also update this to chat ID like this. Okay, so that's about it. Okay, so yes, so let's continue building out our application. We can now come right at the bottom here, and just right here we want to have some checks if we are in a video call or not. So right here we don't want to display this our chat messages if we are in a video call. So here we're going to say if we are not in a video call, if this is false and it is true that is false, then let's go on to display the chat messages. And where do we render our video call itself? So our video call is going to display right here. And so we're going to have the check if we are in a video call. Then now let's render our video call component, which is going to be, our video chat component. So we named it video chat. So let's bring in our video chat component, and like this. So it's angry because it needs some props. The first prop it needs is the chat ID, and the chat ID is going to be equal to type. We're going to check if our type is equal to channel. In that case, it has to be a string and an uppercase C. Yeah, if type is equal to channel, then we're going to use our current channel data.id, and you know that this can be undefined. Yep, we have the check there. Otherwise, we are going to make use of the chat ID. The chat ID is going to be coming for the one-on-one conversation. So we have this error because this could be undefined, but hey, is it that we have this or we have this and it's going to work. And lastly, we always need the user data. So user data is going to be equal to user data. So now let's save this. And another thing we can add is for this text editor, we might also want to hide it when we are in a video call. So let's say if video call is true, we want to show this when it is false, like this. All right, so that's the change. I'm gonna just quit the development server and restart it because we have made quite a lot of changes. Then I'm going to also make sure I reload this, and also come back here, make sure I reload this. So while it's loading up, we can have a brief chat on what's going on. So the first thing we did, or the first thing that happens, is when this video chat component loads, this API call is going to go on to the route that we created, get the token and update the token. And we are actually missing out a very important part of this, because then we need to always have the video call at some point, right? So that is missing, and then we need to be doing this in the chat header. So we come over to the chat group, we have this chat header component, and this chat header component has this headset. Okay, this is what we want to use to trigger the video call. Okay, so let's do that. Here we are going to have an onClick, and the onClick is going to be handle call. That's what we're going to call this. And right here we can now define the function. Sorry about that. So what happens, we're going to call handle call, and handle call is going to be equal to this function right here. Now if you come over to the chat group, when does the video call set to true, you see it tried to get call from the param. So once it's able to get this, it sets the video call to true. So that's what we need to do here. We need to set the call to true. And how can we do that? So we want to get access to the current params. And how do we get the current params? We need the search params. So here, let's first of all have our router. So router is going to be equal to the use router hook. Use router needs to come in from next navigation, and after which we also need to have access to the search params. So const search params is going to be equal to the use search params hook. So let's bring in the use search params hook, should come from next navigation like this. And now we can check if the current params, so if current params. Where is it? We don't have our current params. We can store it in a variable here. So const current params, and current params is going to be equal to the new. So we can new URL search params, and we want to say search params dot to string like this. Is going to give us the current params, and now we want to check if this current params if it has the value of call, then in that case we want to go on and call the current params dot delete call. Okay, but if it doesn't have, then we want to set. Okay, so it's more like a toggle. Okay, so we want to set current params call with the value of true, and once we do that, we want to have our router dot push and quite a lot. So router dot push, and want to push the user. We just want to concatenate this query parameter where we have the current params. So I'm going to quickly do current params dot to string like this. So this is all we need to do. So it's a toggle. Anytime we click on this handle call, if we have this value, then it's deleted. If it doesn't have it, if we don't have it, then it's current params not append. It's going to be current params dot send. If we don't have it, then it goes on to set. Okay, not send, set like this. All right, so we have this. It's the moment of truth, where we can go on to test all our hard work to see if the video call has been implemented. So I'm going to minimize this and place this side by side. Give me a second. Now we have the two browsers side by side to each other. This is the browser with this name, Lari Bright, and this is another browser with a totally different user, Bright Lari 2, so different emails. So I'm gonna click on this now, so we try it out. And one thing we can update there is the cursor pointer, so we're gonna do it in a second. We see our loading, which is super cool. Let's give this a second, and we see it's connecting. It asks us to give access to our microphone. I'm gonna say yes. I don't know how it's gonna work because I'm currently recording, so hopefully it doesn't mess up with the call, but I'm gonna say allow, and also allow for my camera. And now you can see me here with my email address. I'm just going to mute myself so it doesn't interfere. And let's try to connect from this other browser. So I'm going to click on this other browser over here. Maybe I click again, give this a second to see if it connects. It's connecting. And here we also see me. So I had to mute myself here. So now you can see me, and I can turn off my camera from one browser and it reflects from both. And one thing we can also do is to also chat. So I can click on this chat and say hello. We don't see it fully, the CSS power, but if we just going to get this full screen and zoom this in back to 100%. You can see the other user here, and here we can also type a message in the chat. We can say hello, and we can send this message, and the message is going to be here. Where is it? Hello. And if we come back to the other browser, you see now we have a notification that we have a message in the chat, and the user can view the chat and see the message. And once you're out of it, you can see this, which is super cool. So I'm going to exit from the message. Where is it? I'm going to exit from the message, and we can see now another functionality that we have is the ability where we can go on to present our screen. So it's something that we can try right about now. So I'm going to come right over here and click on this share screen section, and I'm going to share my entire screen, my screen 2 over here. And once I share it, you can now see my other screen. You can see my monitor here. This is the share screen functionality, and you can also turn off your camera or turn it back on. So this is it. And to leave, you can just leave here, or you can click here. Remember the toggle that we discussed, and once we click here, you see the video is gone. And for this other user, is now the only participant in this, and this other user can also come over here and end the call, and the user should leave. And now we leave. Okay, I am super happy with the progress that we've made with our application. And for now, we can just minimize this other browser since we have been able to test out the functionality. I'm gonna see you next, and the next functionality we are going to be working on is the functionality where we can now have a one-on-one conversation. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. At this point, we have made great progress with the video call functionality. The first thing I want us to do is to come over to the chat header and quickly just give this a class name where it's going to have the cursor pointer. So it's for our video call toggle. All right. So we are going to be coming over to our chat group component, and right here in our chat group component, we want to look for our info section. So the info section is this section over here in the application, this section, and here we have these direct messages. So the first thing I want us to do is to make sure that we are not just displaying those hard-coded data, that we are displaying the correct data. So what's going to happen is this is for the channel, and now we have this for direct messages. So this is the trigger, and now we have the content, which are all these. So I'm going to delete two of them and just leave one, which is going to be for our loop. Okay, so what is going to happen is right here, let's go on and cut this. We want to map through the current workspace data members. So we have our current workspace data, and then we have the members, and now we want to map through each member. So we're going to say .map, where we're going to have each member and what we want to return. We're gonna have the function body, so that here we can now have the return keyword and return this typography. Okay, so I'm just going to have another extra check here, and now we want to go on and have a key, and the key is going to be the member.id, and the text is also going to be different. The text is going to be the member.name, and in the case the member doesn't have a name, we are going to make use of the email. So member.name, or we can use the member.email. And now we have this class name, which is totally okay. At least we are going to see if we have to change it, and on click we want to call a function that is going to help us to navigate to direct message, and definitely we don't have the route yet, and this function we need to call it like this. And here we are going to pass the member ID right to this function. So let's go right out to the top and define this function. I'm going to copy this, come over to the top here, and we're going to have this const. I don't know if I think we should duplicate this that we have for navigate to channel. Please do go on and duplicate. And I'm going to update the name to be navigate to direct message. This is going to be taken in the user ID or the member ID, which is of type string. And the URL is /workspace, the workspace ID, and then we are just going to update this to be direct-message, and then we're going to pass the member ID. Okay, and then router.push, we try to push the user to that specific route. All right, so we don't have this route yet, which is definitely going to give us errors. But one thing we can check is if we have two members, because yes, we have two, and this is super cool. So now we see the two members that we have here, and we can have a direct conversation with the users. Super cool. So now we are going to be defining this route, because this is going to give us errors. Is in our workspace ID, and then we just need to create a new folder in our workspace ID. So here, this is our main, this is our workspace, this is the workspace ID, and here where we have channels, we just need to create this for direct message. So right here we need to create a new direct-message, and please make sure that this isn't inside channels, but it is right here inside your workspace ID, and you're gonna have your page.tsx. Okay, so the route should look source app main workspace ID direct message, and your direct message. If we come back here, let's come over here, you see here this has a dynamic route. So this isn't just going to be the page. Okay, so here we are going to have another folder here, which is going to be dynamic, the chat-id. You can give it any name. I'm going to give it chat ID like this, and then you can move your page.tsx right inside here like this. Do go on to save this, and just as we have for the channels is the same that we have for the direct message. So quickly, let's bootstrap our React component, and this we can give this a name of direct message and get rid of the React.js import. Okay, so now we save this. We have a place or a route we are going to be navigating the user to. The first thing I want to do before we can have a preview is to make this async, and because we want to have the type, we know that we are going to have the type of this is going to be equal to an object where we're going to an object that's going to have params, and params we know is an object that is going to have a workspace ID key. So here we can have workspace ID, and we know workspace ID, and workspace ID is going to be of type string, not strong, string, and it also has another type which is the chat ID, and chat ID is going to be of type string. Now you might be wondering, how did I know? Because we are inside this workspace ID, so we are going to have this in params, and here we have the chat ID. We are also going to have it in params. So now we can destructure params, and from params we can now destructure the chat ID and also the workspace ID. And if you log both, if we come here and console.log the chat ID and the workspace ID, give this a reload. Once we navigate to the user, we should come right here and we are going to see the values of this chat ID and the workspace ID. So let's give this a trial. What's going to happen is here where we have this direct message, this is the myself, writer library 2. So I'm going to click on the other user right here now, and I expect the URL to take me right over there for the direct message. So let's give this a second. You see we are navigated over to the direct message, but we are missing our organization. And if we come over here, where is it? Did we miss the... So here is it. This is the ID for the chat, and now this is the ID for the workspace. Super cool. So I'm going to hide this and get rid of this. Now we are wondering, you might be wondering, what do we need to return? This is going to have the following class name. So the class name is going to be hidden. We don't have our mobile application yet, and on medium devices this is going to be display of block. And rather than have our direct message, we are just going to have our chat group. And if we have done everything correctly up until this point, you would see how easy, how seamless our application works without the need for any extra configuration here. Definitely we're going to be having some errors because this needs first the user data. And how do we get the user data? We already have a function for that. So right here at the top, we are just going to call const user data, and user data is going to be equal to await, and we're going to await our get user data, which is going to come from our actions, and that is the user data which we are going to be passing over here. Now with that out of the way, we need the type, and the type for this is going to be channel or direct message. We are going to be passing the direct message, and the next thing we need is our current channel data. And our current channel data, we can get it by sending an API call. So the first thing I want to do now is to check if we don't have any user data. So right here, if there is no user data, if that is true, then we want to return a redirect. A redirect that will send the user, redirect should coming from next navigation, a redirect that will send the user to authenticate, so to /auth, and then we can move this next navigation right over to the top. And now we are sure we have the current user data. We want to get the current workspace data, and from there we can now get the current channel data, right? So let's do it. We already have the actions for all of these, so this is going to be equal to await get user workspace data, comes from our action, and we need to call it, and this needs the workspace IDs. You see it's an array of string, and this workspace ID is going to be equal to the user data and then dot workspace. You can see the workspaces is going to be of type string array or null, and in this case we are sure we're going to have it. So for that we can just use this exclamation sign over here, and this is going to give us our user workspaces data. So here we can have our user workspaces, and there's a typo. I just noticed. I'm sure the typo must have been somewhere else, but it's totally fine. So user workspaces data, and after this we want to get the current workspace data as well. So const current workspace data, workspace data, and current workspace data, which is something we are going to be destructuring like this. Current workspace data is going to be equal to await get current workspace data, and this needs what does it need? It needs the workspace ID. So here we're just going to pass the workspace ID. Super cool. And now we can get the user workspace channel. So const user workspace channels, and the user workspace channels is also going to be equal to another action that we're going to send, which is get user workspace channels like this, and it was imported from our actions here. Where is it? Get user workspace channels, this. Okay, and obviously it needs two things. It needs the workspace ID. We're going to pass the workspace ID, and it also needs the user ID, which is going to be coming in from user data.id. I don't think we need this. Okay, and the next thing is now to get our current work channel data. So const current channel data is going to be equal to the workspaces.find, where we're going to have each channel, and we want to return a channel where the channel.id is going to be equal to chat ID. So we're going to return where the channel.id is equal to chat ID. So this is going to give us the current workspace data. Okay, and now we can pass the current workspace, not user, we can pass the current workspace data right over here. And after the current workspace data, we also channel data, we also pass the current workspace data. And after that, we also need to pass the user workspace data, and the user workspace data is going to be equal to the user workspace data as workspace like this. So we need to just bring in workspace from our types. And after that, what else do we need? We need the what else does it need? The slug? It needs a slug, and the slug is going to be equal to the workspace ID. Okay, that's what we give over to the chat group, and it needs the user workspace channels, and which is going to be equal to user workspace channels, and also it needs the chat ID. So right here we need the chat ID. Chat ID is going to be the chat ID. So the user we are currently looking at, in this case chat ID, is going to be this, which is the other user. Okay, after chat ID, it needs the socket URL. So let's give the socket URL, and the socket URL is /API/WebSocket, and then /direct messages. And now we need our socket query, and the socket query is going to be equal to this object where it has the channel ID. Where is it? Not here, channel ID, and the channel ID is going to be equal to our current channel data.id, and it also needs the workspace ID. The workspace ID is going to be equal to the current workspace data.id, and we also need the recipient ID. The recipient ID is going to be equal to the chat ID, so we can just send the message to ourselves. It's totally fine. And then API URL to fetch the messages is /API/direct messages, and the header title, we're not going to give it the channel name. We can pass the user name, so it's going to be the current user data, or it could be the user we're looking at. Okay, we're not quite sure, so for now we can just say direct message. Okay, we can just say direct message, but we can update this to be the user that you're currently looking at. It could be your name, or it could be the other user's name. And then we have the param key. The param key is going to be the recipient ID. Remember, recipient ID here. And the param value is going to be chat ID. So we have provided all these props. If you come over to the chat group, you see these props in the chat group are being used for the sidebar, for the info section, for the search bar, for all these pages. Now with all this provided, let's see how application responds. Give it a second for it to load, and you see it tries to go on and fetch the message. And let's give this a second. If it's successful, it shows the message, and if it's not successful, definitely we're going to see an error occurred. And one reason it cannot be successful is when we don't have the route. So you see, we saw it there for a split second, an error occurred. So in that case, we need to go over and make sure that we have the API route. And you see it always tries and it keeps trying to make sure it has that connection because of the way that we have wired up our application. So let's make sure that the API connects. For that, I'm just going to stop our server so it doesn't keep on sending and sending the message. It just stops at an error occurred. All right, so let's make sure that our application is no longer failing, and we have API URL where we can go on to fetch the one-on-one conversation. All right, so for us to make that happen, we need to come over to our app, and in our app we have our API, we have for messages, but we need to create this route for direct messages. So here, let's create a new folder, and this new folder for direct messages, and in here we are going to have the route .ts file. Okay, so how does this work? This is going to look very much like the messages route.ts, but I'm not gonna copy all the functionality. I'm just gonna copy this get pagination, and now it's a function that we can outsource, so we don't have to copy and paste, but I'll leave that restructuring for later. I'm just going to paste in this function to get pagination. Okay, so what do we need? We need to obviously export async function, and this function we call it get, and this get is going to take the request. Now let's have our try catch block, and in our try block we want to have access to Supabase. So Supabase is going to be equal to our Supabase server client. The Supabase server client needs to be imported from our Supabase file, and then we need our user data. So const user data is going to be equal to awaiting our get user data function, which is going to come from our actions. And what else do we need? We need the search params. So here search params is going to be equal to, and now we need to get a new URL request.url, and next is the user ID. So const user ID, and the user ID is going to be equal to the user data that we get, so user data.id. And next for the recipient ID, so const recipient ID is going to be equal to set params.get recipient ID. Remember, when we were laying out the page, we had this socket query which has this recipient ID, and this gives us the other user that we are sending the message to. So that's why we have this key of recipient ID here, and you also have it here as a param key recipient ID. So make sure this recipient ID matches this recipient ID over here. Okay, so let's have some checks. Here we are making use of user data. I think we can do better. I'm just going to get rid of this check, and here we can check if there is no user data. In that case, we don't want to continue. So now if there is no user data, we're just going to return a new next response, which is going to tell the user, hey, you're unauthorized to continue. And next response, does it have to be imported? Yep, it needs to be imported from next/server like this. Okay, now we don't have the extra check here. And what if we don't have the recipient ID? We can say there's no recipient ID. We send back a bad request like this. Okay, so now let's get our page, and our page is going to be our search params.get the value of page. And how about size? The same from size. And now we want to get our const from and to, which is going to be making use of this get pagination function that we have over here. And now is the point where we are going to be making our API call. Now this API call is definitely going to fail, because quickly, if you double check our Supabase, give this a second to load up. And here, give it a second. And here you see we don't have this direct message, so it's definitely gonna fail. And once we are done with the route, then we can set up our Supabase. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and here we're going to get our data, or we can get error. And what if we get an error, like this? We're going to await the Supabase client, and from Supabase we can call from, and let me bring in the suggestions, but this is not going to be coming from messages. Okay, now this is going to be a direct message for one-on-one conversation. So this is from direct messages. We want to go on and select everything, but not like this. I'm just going to have this backtick where we're going to go on and select all, but we also want to bring in more, and the backtick is so that you can write it on multiple lines if you wish. And here we're going to have a comma. We're going to have the user1 and the user_1, like this, and we're going to map it to the user underscore 1, and from user 1 we want to select everything like this. So we're going to have star, and the same thing for user 2, and we also want to get the user. So here we're going to have user, and user is going to be user, and from user we want to have everything. So this is the select query, and then we're going to have an or. So here we're going to have an or like this, or we're going to then have and, so another backtick, and you're going to say user. So you're going to say user underscore 1 dot equal, and now we're going to interpolate the user ID here. And I'm going to bring you this suggestion and take a look at it. So here, well, maybe I just get rid of it, user ID, and then we're going to have a comma where we have the user underscore 2 is going to not be equal to user ID, but now the recipient ID. Okay, and we're going to have another and where we have the user 1 dot equal recipient ID and user 2 dot equal user ID. Please make sure there are no typos. I'm just going to scroll slowly so you can pause, or you can just copy and paste from the GitHub. All right, and we want to have a range. So here we're going to have a range, which is the from and to, and we no longer need this equal to. Okay, we already had the range down here. And lastly, we just need to order. So like here, we're going to have dot order, and we're going to order for by created at ascending through. Okay, so what if we have an error? In this case, we are sure we're going to have an error because we haven't set it up in our Supabase. If we have an error, we are going to return an internal server error, and we need to definitely log the error to the console so that we can view for debugging purposes. And if everything goes fine, again, remember we need to return a next response, and this next response we are returning needs to be data like this for pagination to still work here. All right, so any errors, it should be next response.json. Okay, so what if we have an error? In case of we having an error, we are just going to come here and return log into the console and return this error message with a status of 500. All right, so let's save this. It's definitely gonna fail. If we come back to application, or if we open this up, oops, we run our application, is definitely gonna fail. So let's give this a second for it to start up and also refresh over here. All right, so it loads up, and let's try, it actually loads up, but let's try to visit one of these, visit a user and see what happens. So we're gonna give this a second, and it tries to load the direct message. Let's see what happens, and I'm sure it's gonna fail. So if we open up the console, just wait for this for a while. I'm sure it's gonna fail. If we come to application, you can see it failed. Okay, and you can see because there's no direct message, so it's already failed, and the UI is going to crash at some point. So while that's loading up, what I want us to do now is to make sure that we just gonna quit the application, is to make sure that we have this in our Supabase. So come over to your Supabase dashboard, and we just need to create one last field, and that is for the direct message. So now we need to create a new table actually, and I'm going to give this a name of direct underscore message like this, and this is going to take in an ID. It's totally fine. It's going to take a created at. It's totally fine, and we need to add a new column, and this column is going to be for the content. So content like this, and the type is going to be of type text. The default value is going to be nothing, null, so it could be nullable. All right, and we need to add a new field, and this is going to be the file URL. So file underscore URL, and I'm going to zoom in so you can just see it much more bigger. And the type for this file URL is going to be type of text, and for extra options, it can be nullable for the constraints. Okay, so let's add more, and next is going to be is deleted. So here is underscore deleted, and the type is going to be type boolean, so type bool, and the default value is going to be false and is not nullable. So I'm just going to uncheck this, and now we need to add a new column, and this column is for the user underscore one, and the type for this user one is not going to just be like this because it's going to be having a foreign key relation. So let's click on this foreign key relation, and it's going to be to the public schema, and we want to reference the users table. And then for the public direct message, we want to reference user one to the ID of user 2. Okay, and here for the action, we're going to select cascade, and here cascade, and go on to save. Now with this saved, you see the type is here, and we have these foreign keys. Now apart from user 1, we want to add another column for user underscore 2 like this, and the type is the same. We need to add foreign key relation, come over here and choose the users table, and we want the user 2 this time around to map to the ID of users table, and on delete cascade, and also on update cascade like this, and we can go on to save. Now apart from the user 1 and the user 2, we also need the user. So here we are going to add user here, and this user is also going to be and again, we don't need this to be nullable, so all of these shouldn't be nullable, and also the user shouldn't be nullable. And for user, we are going to add a foreign key relation. Come over here, public users, we're going to select the user to be referencing the user ID here. And for action on updates, we are going to select cascade, and on delete, we are going to select cascade like this. And the last field we need to add is the updated at. So here we're going to add updated underscore at, and the type is going to be of type timestamps. So please, it should be timestamps with the Z at the end, and the default is going to be now like this, which is a function that's going to be the current time, and then it is not nullable. All right, so let's go on here and save, and if everything is fine and okay, we should have the success. So let's keep our fingers crossed, and it failed because we have a typo here, so this should be false. And with that updated, we can save again and give this another trial. So let's see, it's adding 9 columns. If everything is correct, we should have our success message. So I'm just going to give this a second for it to run the operation. And now our table direct message, it should be messages. So sorry about that. Just add an S and save again. It should be messages, else the query is going to fail. Okay, so it's updating. And once it is done, we have successfully updated. And now after this, the next thing we need to do is to add the RLS, the role level security, which is automatically enabled. Okay, so let's create some policies, or it was enabled when we created this. Now this is for select enable read access for all users. Click on this, and all you have to do is to click on let's see all. Okay, so let's do for select, click on select and click on save. Okay, so once that policy is enabled, we need to create another policy. We need to create for insert, and here we do the same here. Just click on this enable insert for authenticated users only, and once you have this, you can go on to save the policy. And the last policy we are going to be creating is for updates. Okay, and for updates, what we need to do is to uncheck this use check expression, and here you just need to say true like this. And with this, then we can go on to save this policy. Now we have the policy, we can try this out. Okay, so once you've saved it, you can come here and give this a reload. All right, so let's try it out. Let's try the upload first. I'm going to click here, and I'm going to choose a file that we can test with. I'm going to select the AI image, and then I'm going to click on upload. So we're going to give this a second, and here you see file uploaded successfully, and here we see our image, which is super cool. And if you click on this image, you would see the preview here, and it works the same for all other for all other files like the PDF. So cool, our file upload works, and you can also delete this. But for our direct messaging isn't gonna work yet. And that's because you see this socket URL is coming into our pages. So here in our pages, in our API, and this should be web-socket, so sorry. And here you see we are looking for direct messages, and it's a route that we don't have. We have messages, but we don't have for direct messages. So here we're going to create a new folder, which we are going to call direct-messages like this. And here we are going to be creating index.ts, and this is for the direct messaging route. But then for single messages, we need to create a new folder, a new file, and here we are going to call it message ID like this, and we are going to add .ts at the back. Okay, so this is going to handle the one-on-one messaging, and then this index is for the overall messaging. So /API/WebSocket/direct messages. So /API/WebSocket/direct messages is going to be coming right inside this index, and then any query parameter that we have, or / any recipient ID, is going to be coming inside this message ID. All right, so let's get started with the index.ts, and it actually looks very much like we have already for the messages, but we're just going to write everything again from scratch. Let's export default function, async function. We can call this handler like this, and this is going to be receiving the request, and the request is of type next API request. Next API request, which should be imported from next, and it's also going to be receiving the response, which is going to be our socket IO response like this. Okay, now first we want to check if because this is for creating a message, so if the request.method is not equal to post, so we need to do like this, because we just want to handle only post request. So if it's not equal to post, then we are going to return, and then I'm going to get rid of this, res the status 405, and say method not allowed. And after this, we can now have our try catch block. Okay, so let's get started with our try block. First, we need to get our user data. So const user data is going to be our way to get user data pages, which is a function that we have created earlier. So this needs to be imported from the actions. So I'm going to just bring it in. And after it's brought in, the next thing we're going to do is to just have this check. If we don't have any user data, then we're going to say, hey, you're unauthorized. And the next thing we're going to get is to get the recipient ID, and the recipient ID is going to be coming in from the request.query. Going to be coming from the request.query, not request.body. And now we don't need the workspace ID. Now, why recipient ID? Because if you come over to the page, you see here, that's the param key. That's the name we gave the param key, recipient ID. Okay, so and then this is the param value. All right, so this should be recipient ID like this. Okay, so now we are going to have a check. So in case we don't have the recipient ID, we're going to just send back this response to say invalid query. And the next thing we want to get is the content, and we also want to get the file URL from the body, and after which we want to get our Supabase client. So const, we are going to get our Supabase client, or we can call Supabase, which is going to be equal to, and now we need to bring in the Supabase server client pages, which is on the function that we just created. And you see this, okay, it isn't a promise, so it's totally fine. If we go into this file, you can see it's not a promise. Okay, so that's cool. And now we have access to our Supabase client, and now we want to create the direct message. So what we're going to do is to await Supabase and not from users. So I'm just going to get rid of these. It's going to be from direct messaging. So direct messages, which is the new Supabase table that we just created. Okay, so we want to go on and insert, and we want to create a new record. So we're going to be inserting the content. We're also going to be inserting the file URL. We're going to be we also need to have the user. Now the user is going to be equal to the user data.id. So here we're going to have the user data.id like this, and here we have the content. Where is it? We also need the user one. I'm just going to get rid of these two, because after this we need the user one and the user two. So user underscore one, that was the name we gave it in application, which is going to be the user data.id, and the user two is going to be the recipient ID. All right, so after this we also want to make sure that we get back the document. So here we're going to be selecting everything like this. We're also going to select the user. So I'm just going to get rid of this. We're going to select the user like this, and after that we also need to get the user one and the user two. So we're going to have the user one and the user two like this, and we want to go on to order. So here we're going to chain.order, and we want to order by created that ascending and true. Okay, and so we don't get back an array, we can call dot single like this. Okay, now this is going to give us our data, or we can have error. So the error, let's remap it to sending message error like this. Okay, so after all of these, let's handle the case where we have an error. So the case where we don't have any, where we are not able to send the request. So in that case, what we want to do is to make sure that we log it to the console and also send back return back a response. So here we are going to console.log, and we're just going to say direct message error and log it to the console. All right, so after all of these, let's go on and return res.status 200.json, and we can just return a JSON with a message that says message sent like this, and we don't need to even attach the data. Okay, so this is it, and we also want to make sure that we emit for all connected users so that we can have our one-on-one conversation. So here we're going to do a response.socket, and then we are going to call .server, and we are going to call .io, and we are going to call .emit, and this is going to take the event name, and the event name is going to be a key where we say direct -message and then colon post like this, and the value is going to be the data. Okay, and that's why we had to make sure that it gets returned. The value needs to be comma data like this. Okay, so now we have this key direct message post. I'm going to save this, and now we can try it out for sending a message, and it's not going to work yet for uploading messages and for also deleting messages. And let's not forget to handle the error case. So we're just going to log the error to the console and then send back a status of 500 to the connected client. All right, so this is what we have. I'm going to close this, and yeah, so let's go back to the browser, and over here in the browser, let's try to send hello and then send this message. So we're going to give this a second and see if the message gets emitted right now. So give this a second and we wait, and let's double check our Supabase, and here come over to Supabase, come over to our table editor. I want to take a look at the messages to see if we actually created the message. We're going to see a bunch of messages that we have from other workspaces, but then let's see if we're going to see this recent message with this content. So I'm going to be looking at the content, and now we don't see the message. Okay, so totally fine. We must be missing something. I'm going to open up the network tab so that I can easily debug, and once I know what's not working well, I will be back to share with you. Okay, so after checking, the error is coming from here. This should be direct underscore messages like this. Please make sure you don't have typo. So this is where I was getting the error from, and I actually saw it right here in the console. Okay, so everything seems to be fine. All right, so let's try it again. I'm going to leave the console open once more, and then I'm going to say hello, and hopefully this time around it works. So it's actually a beautiful thing because we are calling the route, and here we see our message super cool. All right, so I just went ahead to position the two browsers together, so we can give this another trial. And then I'm going to say another message and forward the message this time around, so we see the real-time communication between both browsers. And then we see another message gets emitted at the same time to both users. Super cool. All right, so now we see that the sending the message, creating a new message works. Now if we try to edit this message, obviously it fails because we don't have that route yet, so the message won't get edited. So for that, let's make sure that we fix that route. Okay, so in order for us to fix it, we are going to come right here to the message ID, and this route for the direct message is going to be for editing and updating. Okay, so here we're going to export default async function and called handler like this, and this is going to be taking the request, and the request is of type next API request, which should be imported from next. And we also have the response, and the response is going to be our socket IO response, which should come in from our types app like this. All right, so now we have this. We are first going to check the request type because we only want to handle certain request, and for that I'm just going to come over here for the messaging, and we had something so similar right at the top, so I'm just going to copy this and reuse it over here. Okay, and after that we can try out our try catch block, and the first thing we need is our user data, and the user data is going to be a way to get user data pages, which should be imported from our actions. And after that we want to come over here and have a check if we don't have a user data. And next thing we want to get is I'm going to get rid of this. We want to get some data from the request.query, and we just need the message ID because we gave this a name of message ID. We don't need the workspace ID or the channel ID. Okay, so with the message ID, the next thing we're going to do is to also get the content. So here, let's get the content. So const content is going to be coming in from the request.body, and we want to check. We can just have a check if there is no message ID. They want to say invalid request or something like that. And next we want to get our Supabase. Okay, so const Supabase is going to be equal to Supabase server client pages. And next we want to do is to now run the to make sure that we fetch the data, that the message that we want to update, right? And then we can check. So after that, let's have our const where we are going to get data, which we can update to message data, and we can also get error. And this is going to be equal to await Supabase and Supabase.from like this. And this time around, I'll make sure to spell direct underscore messages, and we want to go to direct messaging, and we want to select, and what is our query? We want to select. I'm just going to use backtick here. So first I'm going to get everything. Let me quickly format and take this here. Okay, select. I'm going to select everything like this, and then comma. I also want to select the user one. So user underscore one, which I would get from users like this, and direct underscore messages underscore user underscore one, and then the foreign key. Okay, so from that I want to get everything, and the same for user two. Okay, and with that we want to add our where clause, and then we have the equal to, where the ID is going to be equal to message ID, and then we're going to get single like this. All right, so we can have a check if we have error and we don't have a message data. In that case, we just want to let's log into the console as well. Let's have a console here where we are going to console.log message not found, or I think I would want something, yeah, direct message error or something like that. Yeah, and then we want to check if is the message owner. So if message owner is going to be if the user data dot id. Okay, so if the message data.id is equals to the, not user data, so it's equals to the Oops, sorry, this should be, I'm just going to swap the order here. So if the user data.id is equal to the message data.user_1.id, because that was the name we gave it here. So we gave it the name of user1.id like this, or so we can just cut this from here and then duplicate this. Okay, or what? Or the user data.id is going equal to message data.user2. So here we are going to have .user2.id. Okay, so that's the message owner. The next thing we want to check if it's admin. So const is admin, and its admin is going to be equal to the user data.type is equal to admin. I want to know if it's regulator. User data.type equals to regulator, and now we can know if the user can edit the message, if it's message owner, or is admin, or is regulator, or the message isn't deleted. Okay, it's false, and then the user can update message. Now I think we can update this so the regulator or the admin not able to edit the message, but it's totally up to you. It's just an idea, right? So but if now you cannot edit message, in that case we want to return maybe forbidden request, but we also want to make sure we log it to the console so we can use it for debugging purposes like this. Okay, so I'm just gonna add this. So after that, we want to now check if it's an update or if it's a delete. So here we're going to have if request.method is equals to patch. In the patch, in that case, we want to go on and update, and now we are going to have our else if block, and else if request.method is equals to delete. In that case, we want to do something else. All right, so what are we going to be doing? It's very much familiar to what we did previously, right? So let's come here and just copy these two functions, this for update message content and this for delete. And then we're going, and here we have a typo I just noticed. And then if we need to change it, then we're going to change it, right? Otherwise, if everything is okay, then we'll work with it like that. So let's come back up, and the case where we are starting with, the case where we want to update, we're first going to check if it's not message owner. Then we want to say, hey, this is forbidden, and then we want to await the update message content, which needs the Supabase client, and it also needs type of argument string or string array. Now, if we are getting this string array is actually a string. Okay, so let's cast it as string like this, and it should be fine. Yep, so it should be fine. And for the delete, we just want to go on and await delete message, and now I will just update this to be delete message like this, and everything should be fine. And in case of error, we are going to log the error to the console. So right here, let's log it to the error. Let's log it to the console and also return the response. Okay, so hopefully we are not missing anything at this point. We are definitely missing something because we need to emit back the message that we updated. So let's do that quickly. We are going to have let's quickly check first. So let me verify. This is the we want to go on and fetch the newly updated message so that we can emit it, right? So let's do that. I'm gonna bring all of these in, and hopefully it works. So we're trying to fetch the updated message, and this is an error, and this is going to be coming from direct messages. We want to select everything, and the user one, which is equal to users direct messages, and the user one not ID like this. Okay, I'm just going to say user one foreign key, and for user two the same like this. And lastly, I'll just add a comma here. We also need to bring for user, so not user two, so bring it for users direct messages, and this is user foreign key. So user underscore F key, and select everything. Okay, so this is all that we need to do, and then we have single. So now we're going to check, hey, if we have an error or there is no updated message, let's make sure we log into the console and also return a response. Now this is the point where we emit the, where we're going to emit the updates. And let's double check direct message update. This is totally fine. Updated message. And this is our rest.socket.server.io, and we're emitting this. Okay, and after this, let's go and return just return this. Okay, it could be the message, it could be a string, anything like that is going to be okay. So let's quickly take a look at this update message content, and yes, we need to update this. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here, everything here remains the same. We update the content. We also update the updated at. Okay, so these two remains the same, and here also remains the same. It takes in the message ID or the direct message ID, and here the select is what needs to change. Okay, so here we're going to be selecting everything, and we are also going to add user underscore one, where user underscore one is going to be users, like this, direct messaging. And let's quickly verify if everything's okay. So I'm just going to go together, user one column users, and then we have direct messages, user one foreign key, we get everything. And let's bring this on multiple line, and I'm just going to change this to backtick so that we can do this without having errors. Okay, so user one foreign key, and after user one we want to get for, just gonna bring this down. Okay, so user two, and for user two, users direct message, user two foreign key, and we don't even need to get for user here. Sorry, so I'm just going to delete this. Okay, so this is the query that we need to send to be able to run the updates. So we're just updating the content, and we are updating the updated at. Okay, and for deleting message, we are going to not, and this shouldn't come from message. Nice catch. So this should come from direct underscore messages, please. It should come from there, not messages. And also here from messages, we just want to update the contents. This message has been deleted, and set all of these. And then we can copy this select here and reuse right here, and then just get rid of this. Okay, so this is it. User one uses direct message, user one foreign key, and the same for user two, like this. So let's go on and save this and check if everything works fine. Come back to the application. I'm just going to reload them both so that we can double check together and see if everything goes okay. Okay, so let's try it out. This is one message. Let's try to update. I'm just going to get rid of another message like this and make it MSG, and hit enter, and let's see what happens. Does it get updated? If it doesn't, then we'll need, yeah, we actually get an error. And if we inspect this error, okay, so let's come back to the browser, and right here you'd see why it's failing. Now it's failing because the details is set for a foreign key relationship and using the hint direct messages, and you see here we have this ID. Okay, so let's get rid of the ID. Sorry about that, that's why we had it failing. So we just need to use user one underscore foreign key. There is no ID, and the same for user two foreign key. Okay, so with that change, let's reload both, and let's quickly inspect more to see if we had the same. So just as we have here, there's no ID, and now I think everything is okay. So it's actually beautiful that we are getting the error here, so we know that, hey, the request is failing at this point, so we know that this is actually being called. So Let's come back, and now we're going to try to reload to update. I'm going to be updating this to another message. So message like this, hit enter, give this a second, and see we have another error. Okay, so let's see direct messages and users. Okay, so what's gonna happen is we can come back here. Now previously we renamed this to be direct messages. So if you come over here to any of the relation that we have here, and if you come over to edit column, you would see here that this is direct message and not messages. Okay, so because of what we had previously, so due to that, I'm going to delete these 3 direct messages that we have, and I'm just going to delete these 3 rows that we had previously, and now they are gone. On our front end we don't see any message. Cool. Now the next thing I would like us to do is to delete the 3 columns, because if we try to edit this, you would see here, okay, we don't need to delete, we just need to remove. Okay, so I'm just going to save this so that it goes, the relationship. Now it goes, and this we removed for user 1. Now let's try to re-add it. Edit column, come over here, and let's try to add a foreign key, and we are going to be selecting from users and for user 1, and here we're going to select the ID for the public users. Okay, so now we need to select the action, so this is going to be cascade, and over here cascade. Now let's go on and save this, and here if we come over here and we also save this, let's give this a second for it to load, and now we have successfully updated. Now if we come here and come over to edit column, here we should see now it updates to direct messages. Okay, now we are going to do the same for user 2. We're going to come over here, edit column, and here we want to remove, so we're going to save. First of all, we remove and save, and then we are going to update. So come back to user 2, click on edit column, and here you want to add a foreign key. Come over to the table to reference the users table, and here you want to reference the ID on the public users table, the public schema, and for update cascade, and for delete cascade. Then we can go on to save and save here as well. So we have one last change to do, and that is for the user, and here we can edit the column, and here we want to first of all remove. So we're going to save, and once it is successfully updated, we can now come here to add again. So we're going to come here, add a foreign key, select the users table, and for the user, so public direct messages user, here we're going to choose the ID. So action if reference role is updated should be cascade, and action if referenced role is removed should also be cascade. Now we're going to save this and come back to our application. With these changes, we no longer have a direct message because we have deleted all the message from our Supabase backend. So we have cleared the table right here. So all we need to do is to restart our make sure application is up and running, make sure we have no errors. We don't have any errors, and we are going to try now to add a new message. So here, let's try to send a message. We're going to come to the box and send a new message, hello, and I'm going to send this, and we should see the message added in real time here, and we see the message. Okay, so now is the big part. Let's try to update. We're going to say hello, and this time around we're just going to add add a couple of dots. Sorry, here we're going to add a couple of dots like this, and we're going to save. And now let's see if it gets updated. Give this a save, give this a second, and we don't get any errors, and we see it's updated. Super cool. All right, now that we're sure that the edit is working, we can also try for the deletes. We can come here, we see the message preview, we can delete the message and give this a second, and we see this message has been deleted. Super beautiful. So now I'm going to keep it side by side with the other browser. Now we have the two browsers side by side. We can say hello from here, hello from here, and we can send the message, and let's see if the message updates over here. Hello from here, we see the message right over here, and we see the message here. Since I created this message, I can obviously update this message by hello from, send the message here, and here you're gonna see hello from, the message gets updated, and this user gets a hint that this message has been edited. And also we can delete this message, and once it gets deleted, let's keep an eye on both sides. We see the message gets deleted here, and the message also gets deleted here. Super beautiful. So this is our one-on-one conversation, and yes, definitely we have the video already in case you haven't tried it yet. So this is this other browser, and this is this other browser. So let's try the one-on-one video conversation. I'm going to click here, which is going to start our video, and give this a second for it to connect. It's connecting at the moment, and now connection is done. You can see me from here, and this other user should also go on and join the conversation. Click on this over here, and give this a second to load. And sorry. Yeah, so both users are now on mute, and now that both users are on mute, you can now see me live, and definitely the chat is working as well. You can come here and drop a message, and once you drop a message and hit send, you're going to see the message right here, and this other user is going to get this notification that, hey, please do go on and check the messages, and you can check the messages. Okay, you can also share your screen. We have previewed that before, and once you're done, you can definitely leave the conversation, and once you leave the conversation would be exited, and this user would just be alone in the chat, and this user obviously can go on to end the conversation. Okay, so this is the application. We have the one-on-one functionality, we have the invite functionality. Of course, this user from this browser can create my own channel, as we have created the admin channel. This user can go on to create his own channel, and is going to reflect here for the user, and this user will only be able to see this channel, whereas this other user, even though we reload, would not be able to get the channel on his own browser, because this channel was added just for this user. So this new channel, let's try to navigate to the channel, give this a second, and here we are loading up the channel pages. And here is the channel. So this user is able to come into this channel, but this user don't see the new channel. So unless this user comes here and say, hey, I want to add the other user, can add the other user to the channel. And once the user is added, you see user added to channel, and then you can also assign the user as a regulator. Now this user, once I reload from this point, you're going to see that the user is going to be part of the channel, and they can share files, share documents, and have a one-on-one conversation in the channel, or they can also invite other users. This is the channel that was created from the other user. So this is the build. We obviously have some improvements to be made. I'm so happy how far that we have come together in this project. Please, if by any point your application doesn't function as mine, don't hesitate to copy and paste the code. We have the code on GitHub, and if you need me to take a look at your code, please do also post it in the comment section. Send me an email, send me a private message on LinkedIn, or you can drop it in the channel, which I'm going to be posting right here in the description. Okay, so I'm gonna see you soon. Hello and welcome to this section of the project where we go on to deploy our application. After all the hard work we've put in, it's time for us to deploy our project so that we can share it with our friends and also with our colleagues. So the first thing we're going to do is to come over to your GitHub profile, and you want to create a new project. So you come over to this avatar here and click on your repositories, and once you're navigated right to this page, you want to click on new. And this is going to give you the UI to create a new repository. So we could need to give this a name. I'm going to give this a name of Slack-clone like this. and then I'm going to make this to be public so everybody can see, and then I'm going to create this repository now. All right, so with this created, the next thing we need to do is to run the git init command right here in our project. So come over here, you run the git init, and here you're going to see it initialized an empty git repo right here. And after that, you want to do git add dot. You see here we have 101 changes, but we want to make sure that we add these changes that we have here right to staging. And once they're added, the next thing we want to do is to commit. So git commit -m and a commit message. I'm just going to say final build like this. And it's not going to work, I think so. Okay, it did work, but in your case, if it doesn't work, you are missing out two crucial steps, and that's going to be the git config like this, user.email, and you need to provide your email address. In this case, this is my email address, and after which you need to provide your git config user.name, which is going to be your username like this. All right, so once you have all of this set up, you want to come back here and run this git remote add origin. So you're going to copy this and come back to your project, and once you're here, you're going to paste this in and hit enter. Okay, so with all this set up, the next thing we're going to do is to run a push that is going to be pushed right to this repo, and it's straightforward. We just run the git push origin master like this, the master branch here. So let's give this a trial, and permission failed. Okay, so if the permission is failing for you as it is failing for me, what we're going to do now is to git remote rm origin like this. All right, so once we've done this, and if you try to git push again, it should fail because origin does not appear to be a git repository. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do now is to come over to your project, and right here in your project, you want to come to your avatar, and you want to come over to settings, and here in settings, you want to come over to developer settings, and right here, you want to create a personal access token, tokens classic like this. Come over to generate new token and click on generate new token classic. I'm going to give this a name of deployment, and for expiration, it's just going to be 7 days. And then I'm just going to check all these checkboxes that we have right here. And that's why I give it 7 days. And after this course, I'm just going to make sure I delete this token that is being generated here. Okay, so once you have all of these checked, the next thing you want to do is to continue and generate token. So click on generate token. You have this token, which is you're going to lose once you reload the page. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come right here and open I'm just going to open the sql.txt file, and right here in the sql.txt, I'm going to paste it in here. Now this is just temporarily, and after which I'm going to just use it right here. So we pasted it there because we want to come back to our repositories, and once you're back to your repositories, select the repo, in this case the Slack clone for me, and then I'm going to copy this again. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, come back to the terminal and paste it in. Now I'm not just going to hit enter, okay, and that's because just right after this / I'm going to provide my username, and then I'll add a semicolon, and then I'm going to provide this token. So I'll copy this token and undo the change there and paste it in here and add an @ just right in front of GitHub. So the only thing that changed here is my username and then a semicolon, and after which you have the token. Okay, so do hit enter, and once you hit enter this time around, let's attempt the git push origin master command again. So with this, give this a second, and now you see that we have pushed our code base right over to GitHub from Git. So I'm gonna reload this, and now we should see a totally different screen, which we do, that contains our GitHub. All right, so with all these, the next thing we want to do is to come over to your Vercel project, And right here in the Vercel project, we are going to be adding a new project, which is this Slack clone project over here. Now, if you faced any issues, no worries, okay? Sorry, not face any issues. If you are not authenticated, please do come here and create an account, authenticate yourself, and once you're in here, you can just come over here and create a new project, and then you're going to import the project right inside here. Okay, so the project name is Slack clone, and we need to provide our environment variables. So let's come back here, and then I'm going to open the env.local and just copy everything here. Okay, you don't need to do it one after the other. Copy everything here and paste it right in here, and you see they are all added. Now we need to make two changes for the next public current origin and also for the next public site URL. So as you can see here, they are localhost, but they will definitely be updated once we have our application deployed so that it can work properly. All right, so you see the deployment has started. We're going to give this some time for it to go on and deploy the application, and you can obviously monitor the build logs. Okay, so the way it works, you can just click right here and you can see the different commands that are being run against your project, such as the cloning, which goes on to clone from your master branch. Okay, and this is the commit hash, and then you also have the Vercel build command, which runs the Vercel CLI, and then that goes on to install your project dependencies, which you can see the command it runs to install, the bone install command. And then you can scroll further down. These are your project dependencies, and you can just monitor everything here. And currently it is creating an optimized production build, and that is the bone build command. Okay, so the bone build command is going to run, which is going to run the you got it. So the bone run build command, which runs the next build command. Okay, so we're going to wait for this to finish. It seems it has issues loading some fonts. Okay, but let's see how everything works. So it's retrying, and we don't see the recent output here, so we're just gonna wait. And if this takes so much time, then I would have to fast forward and continue with you. But here you see it was compiled successfully, which is good. And now we are running the linting and checking the validity of types, so the linting rule. And then we just have a warning for our use effects, and that's the intended behavior. And we have an error, server error, dynamic server usage, which is totally fine. Okay, so this is totally okay. As much as you scroll down, and here you see it's successful. And let's give this a second, because over here we see some success. Here we have the deployment summary, and you have your congratulations, and here we see our application. Super cool, you did it. Okay, so the next thing you want to do is to come over to this add domain section, and once you're here, you can now see this is the URL. You can obviously add yours, but now this is the URL we can have for preview. And I'm going to click this URL, which is going to take us to /auth so that we authenticate ourselves. Now, before we authenticate, I'm just going to copy the domain like this, and we need to update our GitHub. So come back to your GitHub, and this time around, you want to come over here, and then you want to come over to settings, and from settings, you want to come over to developer settings, and from developer settings, you want to come over to OAuth apps. Now, this is the app that we worked on throughout the application. This Slacks, that was the app we registered here, but we need to make an update and an update to the homepage URL. So update this please to this new URL that you have, and you just update your application. Now, that's not all. We also need to make an update to our homepage, because in our homepage, let's quickly verify. If you come over to your, I'm just going to collapse all of these. Okay, so if we come over to the actions, and here in the actions, if you look over for this register with email, okay, you see this is using the next public current origin, which is super beautiful. Okay, so with this in use, I will just do a fuzzy search to search for anywhere where we have localhost here, and we don't have localhost anywhere in our file, which is super beautiful. Okay, so that means we are going to come back to GitHub, come back to Vercel, and here in Vercel, we want to come over to environment variables. So come here into environment variables, and here you're going to see all the environment variables that we have registered. So if you check your project, you will see here that the next public current origin and the next public site URL, they need to be updated. So let's check for them together. This is the next public site URL. If you see here, it is localhost 3000. So click here, click on edit, and we should update this to the new URL. So that's not all. We also need to update this was the next public site URL, and I think it is let me verify, sorry. Okay, and this is the next public current origin. So let's look for the next public current origin, which is this one over here. And now if you review, you would see it's localhost. We also need to update this to the new URL, and please don't forget to save this. And also we lost this, so we didn't save it earlier. So let's quickly update this, and please don't forget to save. All right, so with these changes, we are not done. We are going to go on and redeploy our application just so that we are double sure that it is using the latest environment variables. So come back here, right click here, and you would see redeploy. So click on this redeploy section here, and please don't choose this existing build cache. The reason why is we want it to not be fast. We want it to do a complete deployment. I'm not using the cache data, okay, so that it knows that, hey, just in case our environment variables change. And I'm not going to be going through the build logs with you. I will come over back to GitHub. Sorry, not GitHub this time around. We need to come over to our Supabase project. So I'm going to open up the Supabase project and bring it here. So just give me a second. So here is it. Here is the Supabase project that we worked on throughout this application, this Slacks project. And what we want to do is to come over to the authentication section. So I'm just going to zoom out so I can get, or I don't really see, yeah, so the authentication section. And once you're on the authentication section, we need to update our URL configuration. So click on this URL under this configuration settings, and you see our site URL is still looking at localhost 3000. So we don't want that to be the case. We are going to update it also to the live URL. So once you've done that, do come over here and click on save, and every other thing here should be totally fine. So we see success. And okay, so let's come back to the build, which is this browser, and I think it is done. What's going to happen is now I'm going to fast forward and be back with you, or maybe I don't have to go. I'm going to go and be back once the build is completed. All right, I didn't have to fast forward anyways. This is it. It's done. We are going to be having the deployment summary soon. Okay, so I'm just going to give this a couple of seconds, and now the deployment should be done. And yeah, so it's done, and here deployment completed. Beautiful. So now the deployment is complete. Come back to the application, just, reload the application to be sure that, hey, you're working with latest changes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment where we try out our application working live in production. I'm going to sign in with Google, and let's see what we get if we get redirected back to the GitHub Google Flow. And we are not redirected. You see, we are back here in the code with lari WORKSPACE. And the reason why is because if you come over to the project that will work throughout together, and you come over to the authentication section, you would see that I already have this my user here, and that's why we don't get kicked into the GitHub flow. But hey, here we are. We can go on and test it by creating a deployment channel. So let's have this deployment channel, or we can just have the name of deployment. Go on to create this channel, and let's see, channel created successfully. And right here we see our deployment channel, super beautiful. And right here we are in the channel, and we can go on to send a message and have a smiling emoji because I am super excited about this. Go on and send a message, and we see our message right here working fine in deployment. So here I'm in production. Sorry, I'm just going to edit this message and go on to save this, and in a second we should see our full stop here, and we see our edited here. So this is the application that we worked on throughout the course. Thank you so much for sticking with me. I look forward to seeing you in future builds. If you have any suggestions or questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Until then, take care and bye-bye.